to 50% right here. That's the beauty of the APT main event.
Yeah, that's a nice point, actually. You think of tournament-defining moments or just overall career trajectory moments. Winning a few flips here to then go on and take down a main event can really be a game changer.
Yeah, talk about make or break for the career, like you said, excuse me. And we had that video that Greg Goes All In, our esteemed co-host, co-content creator did, where we asked people what they would do if they were to win. More buy-ins was clearly the most common answer. And 120,000 US dollars will get you a lot more buy-ins. Can really set you up for a career in poker. Looking at the action here, things are starting out pretty spicy. Yilu not wanting to let his king-queen of diamonds go. He does have 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts. Stack of 506. A huge chunk of a stack is being asked here. So Yuan Yilu, a prominent face at the feature table last night, going from day 2 to day 3. Very active, made some pretty cool stop-and-go plays. Never afraid to get in the mix. I took a look around the floor, Henry. 6 tables left, as we said. 48 players began the day. It's just buzzing, man. This is it. It's crunch time. Wow. It's either buzzing or it's dead serious. People are in the zone.
Yuan turning his hand into a bluff. The 2 overs and gut shot, but more importantly, blocking Queen 10.
What a move. Committing 40% of his stack so early in the day to that bluff on such a wet board. He either has some sort of a read or just sensed weakness. And Peter just grabbing chips fairly quickly, making the call, wants to try and hit that open ender, or maybe has a read of himself. Has a read on Yuan as well, I should say.
Oh, comes running jacks. Peter with the check mark. 650k in the middle. See if Yuan follows through. I mean, it must be somewhat concerning when it comes jack-jack. Although both flush draws do break.
Yuan has to know he can't really be ahead. There's only a few combos of some club combo draws that King-Queen can ever be ahead of that Peter would actually call a raise on the turn with. So he needs to decide, is he waving the white flag and absorbing the dent to his stack? Or is he committed to telling the story? And with the jack pairing, he does have an opportunity to represent something like a boat. He could have been raising with 2 pair on the turn. Really, the most likely hand he was representing was a straight, as you said, Henry, and he does give up.
And he gets shown a hand that maybe, just maybe, he could have got to fold. But what a start to the day for Peter Kim.
Very sticky.
3 million.
My apologies, Henry. I was just going to point out that the fact that Peter himself had a 10 might have helped him actually make that call on the turn.
Yeah,
of course,
100%.
blocking the straight there. So there we go. True case of the rich getting richer. Peter Kim now 128 bigs. Now, I did take a look at the stack sizes coming into the day. Clearly, we've had some movement already, but 2 players over the 1 million chip mark. None of them were on our final, our feature table, I should say, from yesterday. We did have Yukina, who won an amazingly large pot with Ace-King. And she was 4th in chips coming into the day, almost at 1 million chips. But this is going to be an exciting one. We have maybe 5 or 6 players comfortably in the 100 big blind range. And then a lot of middle stacks, but When there's 48 players left and the goal is the final 8, it's all about pressure. It's all about putting that ICM pressure. The pay jumps start becoming real fairly quickly. Once we get to sort of the 25-player mark, that's when the big stacks can really wield their power and bully the shorter ones.
Yeah, and I expect to see a lot of that from these larger stacks as well. Especially given the structure, we've seen people lean more towards the passive side. Obviously, the exception being Pachara. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. 8 high v 7 high. Showdown for the ages.
Comes down to position in this case, and also a little bit the fact that Peter is now rocking 132 big blinds. He is most likely the tournament chip leader at this point. 1.3 million is an absolute monster stack. He came in with 956. The highest stack at the time was Julian Chan with 1.04. So safe to say, Kim currently leading this main event. Probably knows it as well.
Yukina also out there, I'd assume, with a very healthy stack.
Absolutely. Came in with 935,000. That's good for 90 big blinds. Our lives are pretty easy right now, Henry, when the blinds are 5K, 10K. Things get harder at the next level, mental math-wise. But shout out to the graphics and the team that makes it easy for us. There you see with the parenthesis with the big blinds. Another familiar face to me from previous APTs, Gwyn Nyok Hai Dwi, something I try to learn how to pronounce when I came across his name last time around. He's had some APT scores, looking to add to the bounty. Decides to battle with the monster chip leader to his left, who has woken up with ace-10 off, and that's going to be good enough to raise it up. Not surprising to see the 3-bet. Arguably a marginal hand, but when you have the chip lead and that ability to apply the pressure I was just talking about, it's a bit of a no-brainer to 3-bet that.
Yeah, note the sizing as well, sub 3x. Just knows he doesn't have to go huge to really lean into these middling stacks.
There's that added element of starting a fresh day. I mean, if we were at the tail end of last night, maybe people are willing to gamble, maybe the pay jumps don't matter as much, but now you've had a night and you've set a new starting point for how much money you've made already from the previous day. And coming into the shorter stack, you want to make a little bit more. Those pay jumps might mean something new to you. All kinds of psychological elements to think about in live MTTs.
Yeah, and talking of fresh, Peter Kiem looks incredibly fresh. He's got a good night's sleep. Back today, playing down to the final table. It is expected to be a long day. Although people like him with an overwhelming chip lead, maybe, just maybe, going to make our lives a bit easier by getting us there sooner rather than later.
Certainly things do tighten up and become pretty tense as we approach the final table. But with the chip distribution the way it is, once again looking at the list of the shorter stacks, including our table, the chip counts were just up. A lot of 10 to 20 big blind stack depth players.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of guys out there that are going to look to put their chips to work sooner rather than later. Peter Kiem, by the way, opening again, this time with the 6s.
I just want to point out for somebody who might not be as familiar with tournament poker, it is pretty absurd to have 140 big blinds at this stage of the tournament. I mean, that is an absolutely monster stack. Getting hit by the deck helps as well, of course. It really does, but a lot of the players on the feature table itself in handcuffs because constantly find themselves with their entire stack and their tournament life at risk every time they go to battle with Peter.
Patrick Ramsden going to defend his big with the ace-10, and, well, comes up short on the 9-8 tray. Peter still with the best of it. 6 of clubs in hand for backup as well. It does check behind.
Great card for Peter. I mean, he can feel a lot more comfortable in the hand. The extra 8 makes it less likely for Patrick to have an 8. 6s seem pretty good. He's essentially value betting here. Some might call it a sort of protection bet as well. Why give a free card when there's not too many good cards for your hand? A 9 would hurt the most, probably, with Peter's hand being counterfeited. But he does get the check mark. And the check from Patrick. So, like I said, it's tough to play back against someone who has you covered, even when you have 60 blinds. Patrick just sort of decides to go to showdown with his ace high and loses a small one. Peter adds another 6 big blinds to his stack.
Yeah, ace-10 often going to be the best hand in that spot, especially against someone like Peter, who obviously very small sample, but maybe some thoughts going through the players' heads already that, hey, hang on, this guy's playing every hand, what's going on?
We were talking a lot about table captains and big stack bullies yesterday, Henry. I think we're going to see that in action right now. So far, Peter seems to have had a hand, with a few exceptions, but I feel like he doesn't need one to be doing what he's doing.
No. He's in cruise control right now. Obviously still a long old ways to go. 20 million chips in play. He's got 1.4 million of them.
So we are going to take a short break from the action just as we figure out some technical issues. We want to make sure the stream is 100% set for the action that is to follow for the rest of the day. If you guys are supporting anyone, let us know in chat. If you're supporting a country, let us know in chat as well. Don't forget to hit the like button also. But just to recap, we're at day 3, of course, of the APT Phu Quoc main event. Lovely Vietnam, on the island of Phu Quoc. We do have an all-in here, right as we head towards this break from Yuan with jacks. We might have to cut away from that hand as we figure it out, but King-Queen might not be able to call off there. But Henry, really what it comes down to is 48 players going down to 8. 40 players will feel some pain, and 8 will make it to the next day. This is really crunch time. I mean,
yeah.
This is what it's all about.
Hey, you got to win flips.
You got to win some flips.
Go win some flips.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal. The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei. Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3, jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei. Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online Day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up, and at 55 tables, is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
And a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, apologies on our part for the brief technical difficulties that we faced. The skies and heavens have decided to open up the door, and the rain in Vietnam is known for being pretty brutal.
Well, we are on a tropical island. It's to be expected. Things can get harsh, but thankfully our wonderful production team sort of figured it all out in just 10 minutes, and we're excited to be back so we can bring you all the action from the day. Now, in case you're just joining us, we are at the main event, Day 3, APT Phu Quoc. And it's all up for grabs here. Everybody in the money already, 48 players to start the day. We will be playing down to the final table of 8. First place prize, 120,000 US dollars. I think everybody has their eyes on the prize here. Especially Gwyn, who went all in with kings. Pretty easy to go all in when you have kings. Gets that through. We're looking at a feature table, some familiar faces, some crushers. But the story of the hour, no doubt, Peter Kiem, man in seat 2 in the green jacket over there. There we see his absolutely monster stack, 1.4 million. If I was to lay money, I would probably guess he is the tournament chip leader. 142 big blinds, so he's put himself in a great position to have, at the minimum, really deep run here. Everybody else sort of trying to play catch up.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the guy to keep an eye on, right? Over the next few levels.
That is the funny thing about multi-table tournaments. I mean, it doesn't really matter what's going on other tables. There might be bigger stacks, there might be stacks close to Peter, but on this table, he is just such an absolute monster of a presence. I mean, just look at the amount of chips in front of him alone, those towers. Everybody sort of needs to just constantly be aware of him in every hand. Until he's folded, there's that tension that somebody can bust you in this tournament.
When taking his sweet time before letting go of the 9 deuce.
He knows he's on camera, he can soak it up.
Oh
Whoa.
my. 12 big blinds in a dream. And Tran Tuan opting to just 3-bet off of 12 bigs rather than shipping it in.
Little does he know, he would have gotten called if he had shipped it. Now Yulu has an interesting decision with 9s. He has An well covered, and that might play into his decision making. In fact, it does, and they're going to run this one.
Well, we've already seen 1-9 folded. So one immediate out for Yuan.
The suit's covered perfectly by the aces also. That's bad news for Yuan.
Uh-oh.
Hello. Never easy.
Jack for a sweat. 9 and a 9 only needed for Yilu. No dice as Tran gets the double. Bit of breathing room. Up to 27 bigs now. Oh, slightly more actually. He had 170, so 340 plus dead money in the middle. So he's actually playing closer to 35 bigs.
Yuan a bit crippled, down to 20 big blinds. Still not exactly a danger zone.
Danger zone.
Yeah. Top Gun Maverick shout out once again. We got to do one every day at least.
Such a great movie, man.
I want anybody who hasn't seen that movie to find the biggest TV they can and grab the biggest tub of popcorn you can at home and check it out. What a great time. So, rocking the Balenciaga. What do you think, Henry? You've seen your share of Balenciaga now, I'm sure.
No comment.
No comment? You don't lean one way or the other on the high fashion?
Look at me. Do I look like I lean one way or the other?
We need Greg in the booth to educate us on what he thinks of all the fashion on the table. I'm looking at some shirts with text on them. Of course, Peter Kiem rocking the... Is it Adidas or...?
It reminds me of the sweaters from that Korean series. Chat, help me out. Where there was like 100 of them put into an arena.
Oh, Squid Game.
Squid Game, that's it.
Yeah, that's right, of course.
It's the Squid Game jersey.
So true, yeah, I should have got that. But he does have a penguin on it, so that sort of makes it a lot more fun, less dire than Squid Game.
What a great series Squid Game was. Got Chanel.
Once again, if you are joining us, some absolute crushers on the table. The man raking in a small pot right now, Pachara from Thailand, is one of them. Approaching $2 million in lifetime earnings, and I have a feeling this tournament might take him over that 2 million mark, so a cool milestone. Taking a look at the stacks here, we saw a range between 17 and, of course, the monster stack of Peter Kim in terms of big blinds. That Peter Kim, of course, rocking, I believe it was 130 plus big blinds. So when you have a distribution of stacks like this, unintuitively perhaps, the middle stacks get the most pressure. A word you'll be hearing a lot today, ICM, stands for Independent Chip Model, but essentially it means you don't want to be busting out. And as a result, you can face a lot of pressure. But when you're middle stack, what you certainly don't want to be doing is busting out before the short stacks bust out. And this allows the big stacks, in this case Peter Kim, to really put you to the test in every...
No way.
Again?
Literally just had aces. I love the pace of play that they're playing at, by the way. Really lightning pace. So a couple of smaller pocket pairs behind going into the muck. See what Pete wants to do.
Wow. A smile and a disciplined fold by Peter Kim. I mean, look at that. Not only do you have the monster stack, you just refuse to even give a donation here and there when facing aces. Come on, Peter. Leave some for the rest of us. So once again, 48 players started the day. We will be playing down to the final 8. I believe when we reach the 24, the halfway mark, so to speak, 24 players left, we will be redrawing the tables. We'll be down to 3 tables then. Still plenty of time for players to familiarize themselves with who they're playing with right now and try to get some reads, try to get some exploits. On the other hand, if you're in the shoes of, say, the man you see on the left of your screen there, Gwyn, and you have the absolute monster stack of Peter on your left, maybe you're waiting desperately for that redraw. What does that shirt say, Henry? Angel?
Yeah?
Archangel. Funky. I like it all. It's all things I couldn't pull off. So I'm jealous of all the fashion. And those beautiful sleeve tats.
Yeah, poker has got to a stage now where it seems like we're becoming more and more fashionable as a community. Everyone using their TV table time to show off some of their wardrobe. So Win are going to defend against his fellow countryman with the 9s. Well, it does let Tuan get there in the form of the ace-7 board.
Bit of a glitch in the graphics, of course. Dewey has certainly not folded his 9s, and what a great flop for Tuan here, because 9s will feel mighty comfortable in this hand. 2 aces on the board makes it all the more unlikely your opponent has one. A beautiful brick on the turn. Action on Gwyn, the person you see on your screen, and there we go. He starts reaching for chips. He's certainly going to bet for value with his 9s. Little does he know he's running into it.
I love the body language, Tails, man.
Yeah, the hemming and hawing.
Yeah, like slumped down, all of a sudden, like back up straight. Calling chips in hand. A 9 would be disgusting. 6 of hearts again. An undercard 2 wins 9s.
Wow. An impressive check from Nguyen in the sense that nines are so likely to be head. Of course, the third heart did roll off. Actually, is that a heart, Henry?
It looks like it.
I got a little confused. I thought maybe the graphics are a little off, but with the third heart rolling off, Chuan, of course, still going for that value with his trip aces. Doesn't help that Nguyen does have a heart in his hand with the nines. A fairly okay blocker to have. Makes it just all the marginally less likely that your opponent has the flush, if that is indeed what you're afraid of. Tough to get away. He's cutting out calling chips. Nines is just so strong on that board. He's gonna see the bad news. Well played by Tuan. Trapped the flop. Got paid off on the river. There we see it. Between 14 and 140 big blinds. So Peter has somebody covered 10x.
As fellow countrymen. The local Vietnamese players just seem to always look each other up.
Yeah, man, they battle.
They really do battle against each other.
I do remember walking into a casino in the Bay Area in California with my fellow Indian friend. Then we just took a seat at the poker table, happened to be on opposite sides of the table. And then we played so hard against each other. And we were living together at the time. But we were like trying to just bankrupt each other. It was ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
And then once we were done with the session, we just got up, started to leave towards the car together, and everybody on the table was like, "What? You guys are friends? Holy cow." Poker is poker, man. Nationality, friendship, all goes out the window.
No friends at the poker table. So I believe... Okay, it is on Tuan still. He's taking his sweet time with this king-queen suited from +2.
Fair game. Maybe he's told his family, "Hey, I'm on the feature table. I'll give you a good, nice little freeze frame when I have a decent hand to consider." Does make the call, and I do wonder how much of a factor Peter is in every hand. As I said, it's just this tension whenever he's in a hand. Can bust you a few times over. He actually does have a very playable holding with the ace-6 of clubs covering the clubs of Tuan, so clubs would be dangerous.
Oh, how about spades for Pachara? Has to be somewhat concerned though. Tuan's tank pre-flop could be sending some alarm bells through his head, because it felt like one of those, like, is it nines, is it tens kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would be thinking for sure after that tank. King-queen suited also within that range of tank call hands, maybe contemplating a 3-bet, going with a call. To the extent you want to put stock in things like timing tells and physical tells.
And a complete whiff for the king-queen of clubs. Peter may be thinking of getting after it on this flop, but yeah, no club on board.
Number 26-12. 12K ante on the main event.
Oh, okay. Blinds going up. We've only lost 3 players so far today, 1 level into the day. With the blind increase, wouldn't surprise me to see us lose a few players at this level. Average stack's now 38 bigs.
Combined with the big blind ante, of course. 12K, 12K, 6K. That's 30K in the middle. I love when we reach these stages of the tournaments because once the blinds start approaching starting stacks, it's like you're putting in somebody's buy-in every time you put in a blind, which is just so cool if you think about the money at play.
One person's dream crushed.
Patrick, second in chips at the table actually, finally finds a hand he can get busy with. Has been a little bit, I don't want to say bored, but muted at the table so far.
Yeah, hasn't really had any hands to get involved with. Peter literally looks like Squid Game. and just getting hit by the deck.
Aces, aces, and kings? Wow.
Absolutely wow.
Patrick must be thinking, I raise after ages, I get no respect. And the man who's constantly 3-betting, can he have it every time?
Yeah, that's a good point, is that the feed hasn't made it back yet.
One of the aces did go to showdown. And I don't know if actually An revealed that he had aces the second time around when Peter actually let his queen jack go. Patrick wants a chip count from Tuan just to see what his implied odds may be.
Yeah, 3-2-5 behind. This is starting to hand over 30 bigs effective. Disciplined fold from Patrick.
Amazing fold. It's not as easy as it looks, guys.
As disciplined. So Patrick, by the way, the only other player with more than average. Everyone else had this feature on the shorter side, given the blind level increase. Pachara. What a legend.
Still loving the sleeve tattoos of Patrick. Henry, what do you think? A lot of florals at the main event. Of course, Elke kicked it off yesterday with his... Was it a tracksuit? Was it a suit? I don't even know, but I know it was extremely floral. Some rose-based concoction that he had on. We had a few other players. We had David, feature table, still in the mix in day 3 today. Also with some floral sleeve tattoos and a Dark Knight Joker right on his forearm. And now Patrick with the colorful forearm himself. Pretty cool.
Tuan needs to be careful about using time banks for these like pre-flop decisions. That seems incredibly unnecessary. Especially at this stack depth.
I agree, man. And you know, I had a chance to catch up with Nishant Sharma from our feature table last night, who of course had a tricky spot that he faced. He had 2 pair against the set of his fellow countryman Deepak Bothra. And we saw him use all 4 time banks on the turn. Somewhat understandably. I mean, that was the key decision point of the hand. He had to really figure out how to navigate the hand. And then Deepak went all in very quickly on the river, perhaps knowing and trying to exploit the fact that Nishant didn't have any time banks left.
Right, yeah.
And Nishant made what may have been a tough decision in a very short period of time, and it happened to be the wrong one. And I did catch up with him today very briefly, and the first thing he said was like, ah, man, I didn't have any time banks left.
Yeah.
And just goes to show how important taking your time, and as a result, preserving your time bank chips, or at least efficiently using them can be. Coming from online, a lot of players think, well, I make decisions in 15 seconds all the time. I can just do the same thing live, but it's a different pace of play. I often bring up chess when it comes to this. There's classical chess, which takes hours, and then there's bullet chess. And live poker is sort of the classical chess. You're incentivized to make the best decision you can in the amount of time you have. Your opponents are certainly doing that, so you want to do that as well. Lots of shout-outs in chat. Keep him coming, guys. Show your support. Charles, let's go. Thailand legend, indeed he is. Chat noticing Chan Tuan's hands. Ace, ace, king, king. That's right.
If there's ever a time to run good, it's deep in a main event. We'll allow it. So there you go, everyone with sub-average bar Patrick and Peter.
Certainly more intensity than camaraderie on the table. Pretty understandable given the stakes and the situation we're in. Right, as I say that, Patrick cracks a smile and makes some conversation, and that's just awesome. But I do expect things to change in the sense that people do settle in, and that is, once again, the beauty of poker. It doesn't really matter what kind of stakes you're playing for. The environment can be fun, sometimes even social. And here we go. Yuan finds fives under the gun, and in a somewhat tricky situation, just decides to rip it all in. I mean, fives are, of course, a good hand, but there's a lot of players to get through when you're under the gun, and Yuan decides to take this spot. Working out so far, and oh! This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one. 26 big blinds for An. Pocket sevens in the small blind. As I was just saying, fives can sometimes find folds in early position when you have something like 15 big blinds, which is what Yuan has shoved in there. And as a result, An knows that sevens are not always going to be ahead. As it happens, he has Yuan dominated if he can find the call button, but he might think he's flipping at best.
Right. Needs to be careful again with his time banks. It wouldn't surprise me if he mucks the sevens. It is for more than half his stack.
Wow. What a great result for Yuan there. Gets sevens to fold. Gets two overcards to fold as well, it seems like. Oh, no.
Wow,
He did not get the overcard. Oh, kings! They weren't overcards. I was looking at the shot and I thought it was king-queen.
Patrick beating him to the pot.
And An looking like a genius now for folding his sevens.
Yeah, you know, I thought... Wow.
Well, I actually knew that was happening. As soon as I said that, I knew I should have said genius. I looked at you, I said he looked like a genius.
Would you believe it's come 7 high? It felt like Patrick had a hand, man. Like his body language was just trying to not give anything away whilst the sevens were in the tank. As we lose Yilu Yuan open jamming the pocket fives, and wow.
Wow, and taking it with a smile. I mean, it is always rough when you get the opportunity to triple up and you fold the best hand that you were considering calling, but he did make the right decision. Full props for that. And Patrick now slowly becoming a force to be reckoned with. Already second in chips, now laps up the 15 big blinds of Yilu. Yilu's a tad frustrated there. He did make a play against Peter Kiem with the king-queen. Credit where it's due. It's hard to be aggressive in these 6 spots where you're playing for such absurd amounts of money. He did pull the trigger, but once he took that 40% dent to his stack early on in the day, I think he got a little bit frustrated, found pocket 5s, put them all in, and unfortunately ran into the pocket kings of Patrick. So we will be filling the spot on our feature table fairly shortly. We have a Mongolian player coming in, further adding to the diversity of nationalities on this table.
Dude, Mongolia has been on my list of places to visit for a long time, man.
You know, my dad went recently and he loved it.
Yeah, I mean, the culture of the landscape is just insane. Beautiful country. Whereabouts did he go?
I'm going to embarrass myself, so I'll stay away from naming any places and mispronouncing them, and let's just say
Tournament leaders of the double stack event, blinds are up, round number 3, 2,
all the
4,
big spots.
400 NT.
In particular, he loved the massive lake they have, Lake Baikal, I believe they call it, the largest freshwater lake. It's more like a sea than a lake at that point.
Once again, so Jack Classic tournament dealers, your blinds are up. 200, 400, 400 NT. Single day high rollers, round number 2, 25, 500 NT.
So here we go. Patrick has found his groove, it seems like, with the last hand, with the extra chips. Also, An had to give away that free information because he had pocket 7s, he folded, 7 came on the flop. I understand you tell Patrick, hey, I would have called, I would have maybe hurt your stack. And maybe Patrick has absorbed that information, realizes that An is making slightly tighter folds, decides to punish An's open from the button with his pocket 4s. And this is what we've been talking about this whole time. Pressure, 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 ICM pressure. Every time you see a short stack, it's an opportunity to punish them. You constantly have this leverage on all your bets, especially on your 3 bets. That leverage being, hey, are you sure you want to put your tournament life at risk in this hand? Because I have the stack, and I'm happy to put your tournament life at risk. And understandably, not that keen with ace-8. So we were talking about table captains. Peter Kiem, you know, with the explosive start that he had, not just in terms of gaining chips, but also in terms of the momentum being in every hand. A little bit card distribution oriented, it seems like. Patrick might seize the opportunity to be the table captain. And table captain's not just a social construct, so to speak. It's actually the idea of the player who is just doing a lot of raising, a lot of 3-betting. And it does change the dynamics of the table. If you haven't been late stage in a live tournament, if and when you do get the chance, you'll realize there tends to be a table captain who just gets that unfair advantage sometimes, those extra chips, those undeserved pots, just because the rest of the table has to be willing to let go. They can't win every battle. They just want to hold on to their own stack.
Ah, so grim for James, man. Being the shortest stack by quite some margin. Having so many players that are just active at the table as well. They'll try and remain patient, find a spot further down the line. Well, how about that for a flop? Top pair, top kicker for the local Vietnamese player, open-ender, backdoor hearts for Pachara. Tran with a relatively small C-bet. Peeking down at his cards 3 times just to make sure. So 25% stab on the flop, giving Pachara the chance to just realize his equity for cheap. As we see the Queen of Clubs roll off on the turn, giving Pachara the best hand, and now leaves Tran drawing to a king or a jack.
It pretty much was a flip on the flop in terms of equity. Wow, Pachara checks behind, essentially lays the trap, and what a great card once you've laid the trap. The queen on the river, 2 queens on the board makes it all the less likely that Pachara had a queen, and now Tuan might feel he essentially has best pair top kicker. After all, Pachara might have been betting most queens on the turn for either protection or value.
$120K in the middle. Trying with a relevant blocker as well, the Jack of Diamonds blocking one of the 2 combos of Queen Jack suited.
It is truly difficult to come up with a hand that Pachara would check behind on the turn too comfortably. After all, any completed straight would want to bet for value. Pachara does have that one combo that maybe not even always, but could be checking behind on the turn. Maybe Queen 9 is another one of them. This would be an absolutely incredible fold if Tuan can make it. I mean, he does have a great bluff catcher and actually beats some value hands as well. After all, is Pachara not value betting something like a King Jack? Jack 9. Wow, what a fold, Henry. I mean, these guys are tuned in, man.
Yeah, take about. Not easy, especially against a player like Pachara, who is certainly capable of having the more obscure bluffs there. Not many, of course. Like, you'd have to be betting a hand like King Jack, which just doesn't. I just don't think that's ever the case, but some world-class poker being played at this feature.
Talk about losing the minimum. He bet when he was ahead, did not put in a chip when he was behind. If that's not good poker, I don't know what is.
Tuan, it's like Tuan's like peeking his cards, man. It's just like sweating every spot. Loves it.
He does take his time pre-flop. Wow, that's that one go. Pretty looking hand, 10-9 of diamonds. In the hijack. Late enough position, arguably, but decides to take the snug route. There we go. The camaraderie might have begun, as I mentioned. Some smiles, some discussion of previous hands. Bit of comfort setting in. Not for the shortest stacks, of course. James in particular, seed 8, has really been nursing that short stack, has shown a lot of patience, which is what you need when you have a short stack. It's important not to get too frustrated. Even when you are in, so to speak, the danger zone of under 10 big blinds, still, with the structure that we have here, 1 hour levels.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Hey, you always have a shot.
Couple of double ups and all of a sudden you're playing north of 30 bigs. Pachara dominated. Opening things from under the gun with the Queen Jack-O. Picking up one customer, Peter Kiem. Ace Jack of clubs in the small. Oh, how about that for a flop? Queen 10-9.
Wow.
Pachara with top pair and an open-ender. Peter Kiem with an open-ender himself. And if a king rolls off, we all know what that means.
What an action board. The domination has been somewhat reversed, with Peter with plenty of outs still. 34% equity as we see. Nobody's going anywhere on this hand. At least not for now. One third pot bet in position. Pretty reasonable bet, pretty reasonable call. So curious to see what happens on the turn. An absolute brick. And now the real game begins, as they say. We saw Pachara check behind in that interesting hand where he had King Queen.
Yeah, he has to be somewhat concerned of what the range of Peter looks like from the small. Not surprised to see him exert some pot control here.
Classic pot control. In position. Decides to take the variance. The board is pretty wet, but the pot control seems more worth it than protection, as they might say. And that's the thing, when you're in hand with Peter, even if you have 40 big blinds, you know they can all be at risk. So why give Peter the opportunity to put you at risk? Instead, you can mentally commit to basically calling any bet on the river here on a blank like the 7. Meanwhile, Peter gives up, and now Pachara has another decision. Do you value bet? It's not even too thin. Very, very likely to have the best hand with top pair, check to you twice on the turn and river. But you do give an opening to Peter to make a crazy move.
A nicely executed hand from Pachara. It's really nice to have some top pairs in your check back range on the turn. Playing incredibly well out there. Big drop off from the top 3 down to the bottom 4. It's go time for some of the shorter stacks.
Pachara looking pretty comfortable out there. Not surprising. He's been there, done that on so many occasions, approaching almost $2 million in lifetime earnings. Just another day at the office, except this day might end up in you being at the final table of a tournament where you can win over 120,000 US dollars. That's 2.85 billion with a B, Vietnamese dong. Second place, close to 1.8 billion Vietnamese dong. We'll of course be covering every moment of the final table tomorrow. It's going to be a great one. Before that, of course, tonight being the day before the final table of the main event, we have the Players' Party. If there's anything the APT is famous for, I've been harping on the diversity of nationalities, the beautiful structure of especially the main event, but also all the great side events like the high rollers, the mini main event. But if there's anything the APT is truly famous for, it's the players' party. This is not your run-of-the-mill casual players' party. This is a wild time.
Yeah, based off of the videos on the promo trailers that I've seen, wouldn't surprise me if I just wake up on a rooftop in Bangkok after going to one of these APT players' parties.
Hangover style?
Yeah. That's why I avoid them. I say that I'm busy doing commentary, but the reality is that...
You're busy being lame.
Yeah.
And old. We're old, Henry. Another situation developing here. Pachara with the wheel draw did peel off a card on the flop. Peter had top pair on the flop. No longer top pair, but good enough for him to value bet in position, it seems like. That is the difference between being the largest stack and being a middle stack. If you reverse the previous hand, Pachara checked back top pair for pot control in position. Whereas Peter is value betting what has now become middle pair in position. It's the difference between being afraid to bust out of the tournament in the hand and not. And look at that. Pachara is just not a believer. Does have the wheel draw, but certainly if he's making the call here, he thinks there's a huge chance that ace-high might be good. The board has all kinds of draws possible, and ace-high would be ahead of most of them. And wow, just binks the wheel for a fairly loose call. Might not get rewarded with more chips. There we go. I mean, Peter checks it down. He's going to get the bad news. Pachara looks a little bit sorry to have hit the wheel on the river, but...
the offsuit 3.
Was that a needle? Gwyn says very nice check on the river to Pachara. I'll give the benefit of doubt to Gwyn there and see.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that was an intentional needle.
Certainly not intentional, yeah. I might have just misheard the whole thing, but you gotta love unintentional needles, Henry, in case that was one. One of my favorite parts of table talk is when you're trying to make the other person feel good for some reason, but it just ends up making them regret some decision they made in the hand. Peter Kim could certainly afford the small hit his stack took there.
Yeah, he didn't look impressed, though.
Yeah.
That was a very sour look on his face. Oh, man, I'm really rooting for James. Come on, man. Spin.
Same here. Always got to root for the underdog. Go in with a reasonable holding. 14 big blinds is a tough stack to navigate, and yeah, he decides to make it easy on himself. Just go all in. 4 or 5 players to get through here. He jammed from the hijack. It's just up to the poker gods now. Does somebody wake up with a hand? Not really. Gonna be tough to call off with the ace-3 suited. But Tuan has been taking his time with his pre-flop decisions. Now, Henry, we see the new player in seat 7. And here's the deal, mate. He has a very difficult name, at least for the likes of me. Given he's Mongolian, and he has what's apparently a common Mongolian last name.
And Tuan, just, again, time banks being used. Go on.
Yeah, and he shows the ace. I mean, I don't know that it gains him anything to show the ace, but he's having fun with it. And the name hasn't been updated yet. Seat 7, we're joined by a Mongolian player. Now, I'm going to go with Irden. This is based on Redditors trying to help me out. I did try to look up how to pronounce his name. And he does have a name that's both in his first and last name. Irden Bayer. And then it goes Bat Irden again. So
Wait, you asked Redditors?
well, I didn't post on Reddit, but I tried to see how to pronounce what appears to be Irden. A common name in Mongolia, but based on how the language works, the vowels are all meant to be scrunched together. Viewers will see the actual spelling pop up, and will feel my pain soon, hopefully.
Well, with him joining the table, I believe that means we're down to the final 5 tables of 8. Final 40 players. Hey, James just keeps looking down at Jack 3, and it's so painful because I feel like he's going to wake up with 9s
I know
or
what
10s, and then like someone just like beats him to the pot behind with.
With ace 8 and bings the ace. I mean, if we're conjuring up hypothetical pain, we've all been there. Your stack gets short enough that people feel compelled to call off pretty light. And then, unfortunately, that is the nature of poker. You're never 100% pre-flop. I had that situation once, Henry, where I let myself get blinded down, waited for a good hand, found 7s, shoved 8 bigs into the big blind, who incorrectly tells me poker theory and says, oh, I'm supposed to call off queen 7. And I'm thinking, no, you're not, but please do. I have 7s, pocket 7s, and of course, binks trip queens on the flop.
Wow,
So I'm drawing
you're
dead.
just dead. What? How many bigs was it for?
7 or 8.
What's Pachara thinking of doing here? Does let it go. Thought he was thinking about something. Patrick taking that one down pre. So 40 players left. So Peter Kim leading the field with 100 bigs. Fellow countryman at the other end of the leaderboard with just 9 bigs.
Patrick, by the way, unafraid to 3-bet from the blinds. He did this earlier with pocket 4s, also successfully. Had a stronger holding this time with pocket 8s, but worked out equally well. It's not a bad result at all to pick up chips uncontested. 30k in the middle, somebody opens.
Oh, told you 9s or 10s.
Oh, there we go.
I literally I said it.
And he's under the gun, so there's plenty of options for hands at the back. So let's hope he either gets this one through or gets called by someone weaker. We are always rooting for the underdogs. There is only one move here. It's going to be going all in, I'm guessing. It's what he's been waiting for. And it might look that he's fairly light considering he's under the gun. The next hand he's going to have to put in not only the big blind, but the big blind ante. The table might realize that and think that he's shoving lighter than usual. Might not give as much respect as you would otherwise to an under the gun shove.
Did Win ask for a count?
I think this pre-flop tanking is infectious.
It seems to be a common theme amongst the local players.
Not much to consider so far. Pachara does let Queen Jack go. It's not really a hand you can call off with. Gets that one through, and hey, not a bad result. He gets to see a free round of hands now. for about 30 seconds. And we see the close-up shot. He smiles to the camera, too. First smile in a while. That's what happens when you pick up a pot. We see him up to 12 big blinds here, of course, but 2 of them go in on the very next hand. He's now in the big blind, so back down to the 10 big blind range. Once again, I want to hear from the people in chat. Who are you rooting for? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I just checked chat. Somebody rooting for, well, I'll still call him James, but David Summers points out that James' name is actually Chris. But we've been having a lot of fun calling him James, perhaps because of us, Henry. And it's something we will now probably call him the rest of his life. So thank you, commentators, for this fantastic running joke.
So James is his middle name.
Might just be.
But then that would mean that Patrick's name is Jack, not Patrick.
Oh, you are so right. And, you know, I must apologize. This does happen to us a lot because, of course, depending on the country you might come from, the custom in Asia is often varied. So we do showcase the family name or the last name first in the graphic, then the first name, then the middle name. So we have been messing up on Patrick and James. I will switch to Chris. I'm guessing David Summers is a friend of Chris here, so let's switch to Chris for James. And would it be Jack or Jock for Patrick?
I don't know. Like Jacques?
Jacques?
Sounds more French than English.
I'll go with Jack, just so I don't sound like an idiot
Yeah.
most of the time. But okay, there we go. So our apologies to the players if and when they watch these streams. And David, I hope you enjoy calling Chris James for the rest of his life. You're welcome for the running joke. Completely unintentional on our part, but if it gives you some joy, then we're glad for it. Does get confusing with 3 names, family name first, first name second, middle name last. Try to be more mindful. Plenty of poker still to go. Good to correct these mistakes early on. Who else are we supporting? Clearly Chris has some support. Being the short stack, managed to remain pretty patient. 40 players left, that means 5 tables. If you do know anybody on any of the 5 tables, make sure you tune in. We will be switching up the feature table. As we get down to 24 players, we'll be having table draws as well. When we're down to 3 tables. The action does hit a lull sometimes when players are waiting for some pay jumps or just grinding short and medium stacks. Peter Kim has been the story so far on this table. Still at 100 big blinds with blinds at 6K, 12K. One of the chip leaders of the tournament for sure. And An has been hit by the deck. Aces, aces again, kings, now 10s. 20 bigs, opens just a tad over 2x under the gun with pocket 10s.
Tell you now, these local players, they make each other sweat.
You think it's psychological warfare or?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's
Wow.
a small community, so, well, Chris with the aces, what a time to pick them up. See a 10 dead in Wynn's hand out of the small.
Talk about patience being rewarded. Ace is very likely to get called off here by 10s.
Yeah,
Once
Chris,
again, you mentioned the local players, Henry. Jack 10 suited seems to be a decision for Gwyn.
Chris has been incredibly patient. Just nursing the short stack so well. So Tran gonna ask for a count.
We do have more viewers than we did yesterday, by the way, which just goes to show the stage of the tournament we're in, and we're all in here, aces versus tens. Big moment for Chris.
Supposed to remain impartial in the booth, but he's really nursed that short stack well. So far, so good on the King Jack 8 board. There's some scary turn cards. That's not one of them. So 1 out only for Tran. Doesn't come in. 7 of diamonds completes the board, and Chris staying alive.
Love that smile to the camera. Got to be feeling good. Up to the 20 big blind mark now. Look at that. Now third in chips, almost tied for fourth. And An reduced the shortest stack, 13 big blinds, 158K. Still enough to work with. But after the run he's had, aces again, kings, and now tens, does feel like perhaps he should have been nursing a bigger stack had the odds been slightly more in his favor. Fortunately, not much you can do when you can run into aces on the short stack. So the table seems settled in. Not too affected by the hand that just went on. Of course, no elimination, so not much has changed in terms of dynamic. Short stack sort of being swapped around. But with 40 players left, the day ends when there's only 8. Extreme focus required. Every decision is make or break. First place gets 120,000 plus US dollars. It's 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. That's what you have to think about non-stop. Just eyes on the prize. Take each hand, each spot as it comes. And of course, this is a live tournament. You got to focus on hands when you're not in them as well. You get reads. You learn more about the table dynamics. You learn who's playing snug. Who really wants to make the final table versus who really wants to win it all. That's a very different style of play. Another 3-bet by Patrick, and this time he does not have the best hand. Patrick has been 3-betting a lot, often from the blinds. This time he decides to pounce on the under the gun +1 open of Tuan, and when action gets back to Tuan, he will have a real decision. 19 big blinds, ace-queen looks pretty good, but so does the 3-bet. And my apologies, I'm calling him Patrick again. I think we decided to call him Jack.
Yeah, I mean, this is early position v early position, so maybe some alarm bells ringing for Tuan. Ace-queen, 20 bigs. It's open from +1. It's been 3-bet, 1 seat over. It's going to make the call.
Jack smiles as though saying, why call when you can go all in?
SPR of precisely 1. Well, Jack has found the 3-heart board, and see if he just puts him in here. Nothing Tuan can do.
A check on the flop means the 9 on the turn actually gives a lot of chop outs. As it happens, Tuan has the best hand with ace-queen. Jack with the betting lead that he sort of gave up on the flop, but with the 1 SPR, there's plenty of hands that have Tuan absolutely crushed that might still check behind the flop, including hands like high pairs with a heart.
Yeah. Yeah, aces with a heart, kings with a heart. Does jam on the turn, and now Tuan with the under-wrapped ace-queen. No heart in hand. Nothing he can do about this.
This is an extremely difficult spot and very, very difficult call to make. I doubt Tuan can find it within himself to realize that he might be marginally ahead of Jack's holding. Without a heart, you just figure there's so many cards that Jack could have that give him at least 20-25% equity alone from the flush draw. Lets it go, and power poker working out for Jack there, who has climbed up to over 900k in chips. I mean, a serious contender for, there we go, the stacks. 98 big blinds for Peter Kim, but in terms of momentum, Jack is the one who's been climbing. Peter been steady as a rock, some leaks here and there, a few chips flying about. But Jack making it look easy. Lots of 3-betting. Had been working out so far in terms of taking it down pre-flop. Actually ran into a bigger hand here, but just maneuvered himself out of it. Very nicely done. And once again, nobody vying for that table captain position, but to the extent that we've seen aggression pay off, combined with a big chip stack, Patrick has been the one wielding both advantages. And aggression really is the name of the game at this stage. I mean, ICM pressure is mounting, not because of the pay jumps, which are occurring, small pay ladders as we get towards the final 8, but more about constantly threatening somebody's tournament life. So, the Mongolian player, the new entrant to the table in the mix, started off with about 34 big blinds or so. Irden, we're calling him. And viewers, maybe you can appreciate my pain now if you can read his name. That's a difficult one.
Irden Bayer. But Irden Bayer.
I'll believe you. If you tell me you have conviction around what you just said, sure.
I mean, it just rolled so naturally off the tongue.
It really did, impressively so.
It's like I'm half Mongolian.
I think the fact that you live in Thailand is really showing here. I doubt your fellow countrymen could have rolled that as naturally off the tongue.
Well, how about this flop? Vidor, strap yourselves in. Ace high, ace 6-3. Then flopping top pair. Pachara defending from the big with the ace 7-0, has him out kicked. Neither player with a club in hand.
Plenty of boards could still lead to a chop here. Should be a very interesting turn. Lots of straight draws can come in as well. Both players have to feel pretty okay about their hand. That's one of those cards that can lead to a lot of chops, but for now...
What boring turn card.
You never know what it leads to. Somebody can get out of line. But Chara certainly thinks he has the best hand, and as it happens, he does. I mean, the 6 being below the kicker that Pachara does have, which is a 7. This is not guaranteed to chop yet. And Irden with top pair surely cannot think of folding yet. A 3 pretty much a brick. Does smack the range of a big blind, but...
Yeah, Pachara shouldn't have many 3x. Apart from the suited variety.
If you think about the combos, ace 3 suited, certainly within the range, but with Irden having an ace that knocks out ace 3 of spades, ace of clubs on the board.
It took me a minute to just figure this out, but Pachara's kicker does play.
Absolutely plays. Aces and 6s with a 7 versus aces and 6s with a 4.
It's got to take a minute. Taking a minute to figure it out.
What do you think, Henry? In these situations, I think you're better off flipping your hand over, willing to reveal your hand just in case you're getting a little confused, and let the dealer figure out if you've won or lost.
No, I think taking your time to figure out yourself makes sense. Like, ace-4 off. I don't think I'd want the table to know that I'm opening ace-4-0 from +2.
Actually, you're right. That is true. I do agree with you. And hey, the dealer can be confused too. Pachara saying, no, 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 no chop. It's all mine.
So 39 players remain early into day 3. The Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event.
So the player field has whittled down a little bit as we head into what's going to be the first break of the day, and we will be switching feature tables in about 10 minutes. We are, of course, on a 30-minute delay, so we do have a sense of the action. Not us in the commentary booth, but outside in the poker room. The buzz goes up and down. Seems like the player field is whittling down fairly quickly now. And with the new feature table coming in, lots of Vietnamese representation. Still, the locals doing a really good job having deep runs here. Plenty of diverse nationalities still in the mix. And look at this hand, ace-king. Easy all in from the hijack.
Chris getting out of line the moment he gets chips.
And getting punished for it. A 3-bet jam from Gwyn. Okay, Henry, I see where Chris is at. We saw him show a lot of patience. But now, he wants to go after it. Didn't work out this time. Fair play.
Yeah, suited one gapper. 20 bigs.
Peter Kim, with the Squid Game outfit, as you correctly said, has been pretty snug. Content with having all the chips for now. Not really chasing after chipping up necessarily with weaker holdings. Playing reasonable holdings, just playing them well. Gwen with some newfound chips. 9-4 now. Is he going to take time pre-flop with 9-4, Henry? This is the real test. No, he's not. That's fair. It's not just about camera time. Machara with the suited ace on the button. That is certainly going to be opened. It's almost an unsaid rule of poker. Unopened pot, you're on the button, you find an ace, raise it up. And look at this, Tuan with the pocket threes. Frankly, a great spot to consider 3-bet jamming. You do have pocket threes, you have only 12 big blinds, and the button is going to be getting out of line a lot of the time. Will be opening close to most of his range. Happens to have a decent holding with ace-4 suited, but probably not one that could call off to a jam. But no, Tuan lets this one go, takes the conservative route. As does Jack. Tuan, I'm now seeing at 12 big blinds, on at 10 big blinds. These guys are squeezed between some monster stacks. We have Peter Kim in seat 2, then the short stack of An, 10 big blinds, then the big stack of Pachara, then the short stack of Tuan, and then the big stack of Jack. So it's a tough spot to be in. When you're just surrounded by big stacks, you can never get too out of line knowing that you have players who can comfortably make loose calls behind you without taking too big a dent to their stack. Queen 7 off. Not going to cut it from the button. 12 big blinds is not easy to navigate sometimes. And if Chris has set an example, Chris and Seed 8, of course, are erstwhile shortest stack, patience does get rewarded.
Oh, blind v blind action as Jack peeks down at his Jack Deuce for stabbing, and I'll just take it down with the best hand, of course.
Jack tends to steamroll most of the opponents he finds himself in a hand with. I've been very impressed with his play so far.
Yeah, very aggressive.
It's earned him second in chips here, 920,000. Slowly chipping up to that 1 million mark. 2 players came in with over 1 million in chips today. Another couple of players right under. I suspect we have a lot more millionaires when it comes to tournament chips out on the field right now. Looking at one of them right here, Peter Kiem. Seat 2. Has been quiet for a while. Isaac in chat saying, Peter looks like he won Squid Game. Precisely, Henry exactly nailed the outfit there. Took me a while. Maybe there's a lot of parallels between poker and Squid Game, Henry. Certainly a fight to the finish. Only one survivor.
Yeah, I mean, have you been on Twitter recently? Poker Twitter, more specifically.
Oh, you mean the drama?
Well, just poker Twitter in general is full of drama, right?
Always. We do need to explore that a little bit. I never put it together. Squid Game is like a multi-table tournament. Big prize pool, one winner. Everybody else gets knocked out. Maybe there's a TV show idea in there somewhere.
Oh, Chris, dominated pre-flop, has flopped a pair of 10s on the Queen 10-5, but still has 46% of the equity due to that all-important 8 of clubs in his hand. Char are going to continue for small, monotone board texture. Makes a ton of sense. Just shy of 25%.
Quick call by Chris there.
Main event, break time, 15 minutes.
Ace is up for Pachara now, and he's going to feel a lot more comfortable in this hand than he did a moment ago. Not just because he has aces up, but obviously Queen's a big part of Christopher's range when he calls in the flop. The Broadway straight did come in, but Pachara unafraid bets 60k and essentially getting a lot of leverage on this bet because he is setting up for a river jam. How good does Chris feel about his 8-high flush draw here, I wonder? Probably not too good. A simple ace of clubs would have him practically drawing dead in this hand, so with all the patience that Chris showed when he was the shortest stack, does that extend to making a difficult laydown here as well?
Yeah, it could also just be drawing dead. Very easily be up against the top pair with the ace of clubs. You can see Pachara with 2 pair. I mean, Chris is live, but
if you could see the cards face up, he might not still make the call. When you have a monotone board and you have a flush draw, you don't really have the implied odds of hitting the flush because after all, there'll be 4 to a flush on the board. When you do hit, people tend not to pay you off.
yeah, that's a good point.
Taking his time, though. Fair play. Time banks are in play, of course, so you're incentivized to fold before you use one of them. And with that, we have hit our first break, ladies and gentlemen. Things get pretty serious. The next level, by the way, Henry, 8K, 16K. We will be saying goodbye to this feature table. We will see you after the break.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. Win gonna fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. And hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways, ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks. That Win might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Win just gonna preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously, we can see the whole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's going to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Son clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Son or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Win really sniffing this one out. Just saying, hey, pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here. With close to 0 fold equity as well, you can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Win. Just sniff this one out.
curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee Son. But even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Warm welcome back to the APT Phu Quoc main event day 3 coverage, and you can see we are live from Phu Quoc Island at the Corona Casino and Resorts. And well, Vidor, the scenery, we managed to get out and walk around a little bit, and I know a lot of the players before coming into the start of the day have been heading down to the beach and checking out the resorts and whatnot, and really just enjoying everything that's on offer here.
It is just the most beautiful island, the most beautiful location to play poker. We did manage to explore a little bit the other night, Henry. We were walking about, but man, that drone shot really makes it look like something else, huh? All kinds of pools and water bodies, and every restaurant here is next to some fountain. It is just an amazing place to come down. So next time around, anybody watching the stream, I highly recommend it. What a great place to come and play poker. Meanwhile, we see the players here settling in after the break. We have a new feature table. See one of the producers, Martin, just telling everybody what's what. We will be introducing all the players shortly, of course, but let's just do a recap, of where we're at. We have about 35 players left. The day started with 48. We are playing down to the final 8 players today, the final table of the APT Phu Quoc main event. The buy-in was 33 million Vietnamese dong. The winner, gets 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. That is over 120,000 US dollars. All of it yet to play for. Some pay jumps coming into the mix now. The next big pay jump is at the 31st position. Everybody guaranteed about 60 million right now. 31st would take you up to 85 million. Then things start getting pretty serious.
Yeah, that's a sizable jump. That's John Perry in C1 from Australia, rocking the Greg Goes All In sunglasses. He's the man responsible for bursting the bubble, if I'm not mistaken. We saw him yesterday. Jam, was it the 7-8 suited?
That's right.
Yeah.
And
on the button.
Into the Queen Jack, who was very happy to take the spot. Unfortunately, didn't end up working out.
And how about this for a monster stack? Anton, that's a 1.2 million chip stack.
So, as promised, we look around the table. First off, 4 people from Vietnam. I mean, really good representation of the local contingent, making deep runs. Some familiar names from Vietnam as well. Some absolute sickos. We're getting some more information rolling in about each of the players. Do have 2 players from Australia as well on the table. 3, in fact, from Australia. So 4 Vietnam, 3 Australia, and 1 Poland. Very interesting mix, very different from what we've had so far. The APT, of course, the premier destination for playing tournament poker in Asia, and that just shows in the nationalities that show up.
How about it?
Look at that flop.
How about it?
Dream situation for Cao.
Quoc and Cao, 590k in tournament winnings. Took down the 2018 APT Ho Chi Minh City Championships event.
Very impressive. That's a man who knows what he's doing.
He's set to win a sizable pot here. Depending on the run out, of course. 182k in the middle. SPR of less than 2.
And Zen now officially drawing dead. But I doubt he knows it. Ace-9 looks pretty strong on that board. You can't go around putting your opponents on sets. That's just the nature of poker.
No, especially given the action as well. I mean, this was open from under the gun. Don't really think Ngoc should be in the hand with 3s, but hey, like, who am I to judge? Can still have all of the suited broadways that just flat pre. 10 shouldn't be a part of his range. Ace-10 suited, maybe. Ace-Queen-O, Ace-Jack-O.
And the board here, not that wet. If you think about the range of an under-the-gun player who's let out twice now, Cao could consider stringing his opponent along a bit further. I mean, not too many rivers he should be afraid of. After all, apart from something like a king-queen of diamonds, not too many rivers help him. He does decide to bump it up here. Wants to ensure he can get more chips in the middle as soon as possible. And now Anton finally is going to be questioning a few things. The only draw that completed on the turn was the 4 deuce. That would be pretty out of line.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, we're stretching here.
Apart from that, maybe something like an ace-5. Ideally suited if somebody's calling from the hijack. And wow, Anton lets it go fairly quick. And Cao with a bit of a misstep. I mean, as I said, not too many rivers he was afraid of. You tend to want your opponent to stay in the mix when you have them drawing extremely thin, or in this case, absolutely dead.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like you're still stacking ace-king, ace-queen. You're closing the action in position. Like, just let your opponent dictate the amount of money that goes in, and should they check on the river, then you can jam. I mean, the SPR would have been less than 1 going to the river. Instead, the min click just gets the top pair to hit the mark.
Well done by Anton to get away from the top pair there, but listen, if you have a set, you tend to be excited, and never a bad idea to raise when you have a good hand.
No set, no bet.
You ever played no set, no bet poker?
No.
I never had the privilege of having that level of patience. But it used to be very profitable in the early days of online poker. Just open 10 tables, just play no set, no bet.
Wow. Was that actually a thing?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Duck Polk started off doing that.
That's crazy.
10, 9 max, hold'em tables.
Yeah.
Just fold, 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 fold until you see a pair, or maybe something like, you know, like a super strong hand.
I mean, those guys must have just printed money back in the day.
Oof. It was unbelievable, from what I hear. Not that I would know from experience. So, Monica, also known as Hey Monia on YouTube, check her out, is back in the mix. A very intimidating presence on the feature table yesterday, where she was involved in a couple of big hands.
Got some Aussie on Aussie violence about to go down. Although we can see John Perry Unlikely to see a flop. We'll be continuing here. Jen with the 3-bet squeeze from the big blind. I'm a big fan of the hat. I don't know why. Just says howl.
New feature table means all kinds of new fashion to figure out. This one a little bit, I would say, normative compared to the last feature table we had. Not as many sleeve tattoos, not as many funky shirts. No Squid Game jacket like we had last time. So coming back to the players as we settle in, we saw John Perry, that's seat 1 on the left of your screen there. We have Khoi Nguyen from Vietnam in seat 2 with the face, I guess a scarf, serving as a face mask there. Pretty funky scarf, I like it. Keeping the floral theme going.
Next jump is going to be to what, 10k, 20k. It's a pretty sizable increase.
Absolutely.
25% increase. Saw the average stack has dropped below 40. So maybe it won't be the longest day.
Actually, Henry, we just went through the biggest increase in blinds because we went from 12k to 16k, so a 33% jump there. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on those marginal and middle stacks. You just lost 33% of your stack in terms of blinds. One of those rare occasions where you have a big increment. I mean, the structure is really so beautiful. We harp on it a lot, but if you play enough live poker, you realize it's all about the structure when it comes to the enjoyment and the sort of poker you can play. The APT main event, of course, 1 hour level, slow increments. But that was a big jump, and I think it will induce a lot of action. So seat 6 in the hand. Tuan, I want to say. Chan Chong. I'll go with Tuan.
You're absolutely crushing it today, mate.
Trying my best here, buddy.
If anyone at home is wondering why Vidor is saying 5 words for every one of my words, it's because he is an absolute end boss in the commentary booth. And also, I got casino flu, which is the worst kind of flu. If anyone's at home has had casino flu, they'll know how grim it is.
It really is.
And I'm really disappointed in my immune system, because I'm normally the guy that avoids getting sick. I'm normally the guy just empathizing. Oh, unlucky, you caught the flu. Now it's me.
Flu karma. Well, if it helps, Henry, we can't tell from your voice. You still have your...
That's not true. I can hear my nose is bugged up as hell. I mean, like...
Well, you still have the classic Henry baritone going on. That ASMR, beautiful voice people are used to all over the world.
All right, so people in the chat are saying that John's nickname is Bert. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm all for it.
Okay.
Let's go, Bert Perry.
Let's go.
The Australians, by the way, have had a lot of support in the chat.
You'd love to see it. Keep that support coming. And hey, guys, don't forget to hit like if you're in the chat. It would just really help us a lot in terms of pleasing the YouTube algorithm, the YouTube gods, and making sure the stream gets out to more and more people so we can grow this beautiful game. If you're supporting anyone, Give us more info about them. We're keeping an eye on chat. John Perry is now forever Bert Perry to us. Who else? Any more nicknames?
Jazz said, let's go B-Dog.
Okay.
Oh, Brendel. Another Aussie boy. If you are enjoying this coverage, of course, do drop us a like. It takes a couple of seconds to click the like button, but more importantly, it really helps grow the channel and push this content to a wider audience. Who would want to grow the great game of poker? Especially in Asia, man. I mean, poker's just buzzing, and I know a few years back when online poker was kind of banned in Australia and a couple of casinos, I think the Crown stopped running the, what was it, the Australian Aussie Millions now.
Yeah.
So it's cool to meet these Aussies on tour, traveling around Southeast Asia and the likes.
There are no better travelers than Aussies. Everybody knows that.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. Just the best drinking partners of all time.
The best cricket viewing partners of all time, man. I mean, shout out Shane Warne.
Oh. An absolute legend in India, by the way.
Legend in India, legend in the poker world as well. Yeah, he loved poker, and one of the nicest, most down-to-earth celebrities of all time. I mean,
R.I.P.
he was just another guy, you know, just loved the game. Anton's nickname is apparently it's Antonymous. Okay.
Dude, that is a cool gamer name. Antonymous.
Oh, but a couple of mamacitas on the button. Uh-oh. Win could be heading to the payout desk in just a few moments' time as he's looked down at a couple of red nines from the small.
An absolutely natural spot to 3-bet jam, and he's going to be facing the bad news. Bird beats him to the pot.
So 484,000 in the middle. Sizable pot, 30 bigs.
If I could channel Greg here, let's just say Gwyn is doing what I do at the clubs and hunting for some nines.
He's going to need a lot of help. No running straight draws available for him. 2 outs once for Win. No dice as the ace of hearts seals his fate, and Bert Perry up to a milli. That's like a very healthy 64 big blind stack.
Enters the coveted million chip club. First one on our feature table to do so. And puts a big gap between himself and effectively 3 stacks in second place between the 400 and 600k mark. Lines, of course, at 8k, 16k.
Nathan saying that Bert is one of the most known players on the Australian circuit. Brendan Ruby as well has quite the Hendon mob. Liam Murray saying that Bert also has an extensive yo-yo collection and will most likely spend most of his prize winnings on additional yo-yos.
Okay, Henry, at what point are we being trolled?
We're not being trolled.
You think he's a yo-yo collector?
That is a man that, with that hat on and the Greg goes all in glasses in his pocket, if he pulled out a banging yo-yo collection, it wouldn't surprise me one bit. I would shake his hand. I'd get him to show me a couple of moves. And then I'd ride off into the sunset. Or he would, majestically. Yo-yos in hand.
I had a 2-week yo-yo phase. Maybe I could rekindle that if I get a chance to talk to Bert here. Potential to go multi-way here. 8-4 of spades. It's got to be tempting. Another 16k, just one blind to call. 96k already in the middle. Certainly have the pot odds. It's just a question of discipline versus spot odds, and it does show discipline. I mean, it's fair enough. Let that one go. You can end up in some tricky situations. Did have the equity, as it happens. Oof! Of course. Of course, flops the flush. I mean, does it get more poetic than that? Really struggled with the decision, showed some discipline. I think he just walks away out of sheer disgust, and I don't blame him.
Brendan, 21st on the Australia all-time money list. Just shy of 2 million in total live earnings.
Very impressive. $20K continuation bet seems to have induced Cow into making a raise and a play for the pot here. Wow, a quick call from Anton. The 20K bet, of course, was meant to withstand some heat, considering he does have top pair, good kicker, and another spade. Completely changes the board texture. No player with a spade means it's that usual game of who wants it more, but in this case, Cow certainly has shown that he does want it more with the check raise, excuse me, and now he does check to Anton.
If I had to choose one nationality that I had to commentate on for the rest of my life, it would be Vietnamese players.
I know exactly what you mean.
It's just like so out of line. It reminds me of just like the street poker that used to get played way back when. Absolutely love it.
This is the moment where we see how out of line Cow can get. He does get the check back on the turn. Anton could be doing that with a low spade. Cow decides he wants to continue telling a story. Well, at least he's thinking about it. Throws in a time bank chip. $236K in the middle.
Yeah, a lot to fight for, obviously. He is going to just wave the white flag, and Zhen happy to check behind. So down to the final 4 tables here. APT Phu Quoc main event day 3. Good buddy of mine, Dan Ross, has been eliminated.
Oh, GG.
37th.
Things are getting serious here. We're playing down to the final 8. About 35 players left. Everybody has their eyes on the prize. The prize currently making it to the final table, where you are guaranteed at least, I believe the number is about 320 million Vietnamese dong, so 10x your buy-in. That would be about 15,000 US dollars. But really what you're playing for is the 2.85 billion with a B Vietnamese dong up top. About 120,000 US dollars.
Yeah, I saw Monica put a post on her Instagram story about how there's a chance for her to become a billionaire here whilst in Vietnam. 4 payouts north of $1 billion. Top prize of 2.85 billion, of course.
Monica getting a bit out of line.
Nice.
Opening King 5 suited under the gun +1.
2023.
There we go. Rewarded for the aggression, at least so far. Cao didn't put up too much resistance, simply flat call with the ace-jack on the button. Could have gone either way, considering it's offsuit. Flat call is the path he chose, and Monica actually does check. Wet board, has bottom pair. Some pot control out of position by her. She's certainly not checking to fold here. She's checking to essentially make this hand a two-street hand, if possible. Cao, back-to-back hands. Bluffing. Very impressed to see the aggression from Cao. That's exactly what you want to see. At this stage of the tournament, aggression is the name of the game. He was not rewarded for it last hand. Did not go all the way with the hand. The board texture sort of handcuffed him.
Yeah, it feels like a weird hand to do it with here as well. Against the +1 open. Four of spades on the card to the board. Monica still with the best of it, although if she does face further heat from Cao, it's going to be difficult to get this pair of fives to show down.
Cao has the opportunity to make what I keep calling a bet with leverage. With 427k behind, 168k in the pot, if you bet something like 80, 85, up to something like 100k, you're essentially saying to Monica, hey, you have to call the turn, but I am setting up for a river jam. So it's almost like you're making a 400k bet. Does not take that option, and he does have showdown value with his ace-jack. He is beating most draws on the board, so might just be looking to get this to showdown, and if that is the case, he will not be winning this hand. Monica, once again, to remind our viewers, is a poker content creator. Her YouTube channel is called @Haymonia. Go check that out and support all the poker content you can. Not just ours, but while you're at it, you can hit like on the stream. Would really support our content as well. Would let us and the production team know we're doing something right, and most importantly, please the YouTube algorithm so we can get this content out to more people.
The damned algorithm.
The damned algorithm.
Ace-jack has a ton of showdown here. Be very surprised to see him do anything other than check. Monica up to 800k.
There we see it, 33 players left. We do have a pay jump at about the 31 player mark. 32nd is good for 73.77 million dong. That's a tad over 2x the buy-in. 31st, good for 85.6 million. Gets closer to that 3x the buy-in mark. Just doing some quick math, that's probably close to 4,000 US dollars. And then things get serious. We start approaching 100 million around the 23rd player. 23rd good for 112 million. It's all just a matter of a few hands, you know, 33 players left. Down to the final 8. Everybody can smell the final table at this point. But there's a long way to go. Lots of poker to play before you get there. Lots of sickos to battle through.
There are some absolute crushers still left in the field. This is, for an APT, a pretty stacked final 4 tables. Some true world-class talent in the mix. Julian in the small wants to get involved. Makes the call with the ace-7 of clubs. Fellow countryman in the big with queen 5-0.
Queen 5, not really very defensible multi-way, but when the price is right, sometimes you want to speculate.
Yeah, again, 6-1 on a call. I mean, I don't know. I think Queen 5 still hitting the muck in my shoes. It is Julian that flops best on the 8-7-5 with middle pair. Jean with the gut shot. Tuan with bottom pair. Checks through.
Julian Chan, by the way, in the small blind, over 300,000 in live earnings. Some great finishes at the APT Hanoi. A second place and a third place, totaling 60,000 US dollars. So he's running hot this year for sure. He's making a deep run here. Also has the best hand right now. Might be adding this spot to his stack. Things work out.
Break time, 15 minutes. Once again, break time here is double stack event, 15 minutes.
Comes with third part, just shy.
What a great bet. It's actually giving players like Tuan, there we go, he reaches for chips, the right odds to, well, not odds, I should say, the right price to consider making a call. Fours hit the muck, but the 5, the naked 5 with 11% equity stayed in the hand, and Julian has managed to extract some value with his second pair multi-way. That's pure skill, Henry.
I'll see if he can find a bet. Would be surprised. Has to be somewhat concerned. It is a big blind range, of course.
Hands like 10-9, Jack-9, Jack-10, definitely in the range of calling hands when Tuan does make that call on the turn. Tuan now could easily check behind. I mean, he called thinking the 5 was good. Why else would you call? But does he possibly want to turn his hand into a bluff? Would be a pretty sick play. Might just work too.
It would be incredibly out of line, but nothing would surprise me.
Amazing.
From what we've seen over the last couple of days. This APT Phu Quoc main.
No way. What a great bet. I mean, this completely recontextualizes his call on the turn. It's not just that he was calling thinking the 5 is ahead. It's almost like a float, multi-way. He had plans to steal it, and that's exactly what he does. And look at the strong range of hands he can represent here. I mentioned 10-9, of course, the obvious straight that's come in. But really 9-Jack, 10-Jack, even something like Jack-8. Or hey, Jack-5, he called Queen-5. Why not Jack-5? And it does go through. What a great hand. Really very impressive. After making that speculative call pre-flop, found a way to essentially gather a lot of chips from that hand.
Sounds like Bert Perry's rail are getting a bit rowdy. A lot of Aussies here in Phu Quoc for this main event. Or for this series, I should say.
Some folks asking for payouts in chat. I did announce them a while ago, but the key thing to remember, 120,000 USD for first. Slightly more than that, in fact. 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. And John, aka Bert Perry, has had enough. You saw Monaco open King 5. Now it's time for King 4 to open +1. Sometimes if you've been sitting quietly, you just imagine that the whole table has been paying attention to how you haven't been in the hand, and therefore, if you were to open early position, you'll get that much more respect. Frankly, often the truth is players are just playing their hands, and in this case, Tuan has ace-10 off in the small blind, and he will be defending. And now Monica gets a good price with 9-7 off. Defending your blinds really widely has been sort of the name of the game over the past decade of tournament poker. Those spot odds are no joke. Monica decides not this time.
Yeah, she's been studying pre-flop ranges, hands to defend multi-way, etc. There's Tuan flopping best on the 10-7-3. Top pair, top kicker.
About as good as a flop ace-10 can get. And yet he cannot. I do hear some music, which might be a sign of things to come, because we have the players' party tonight.
All the way from China. Let's round of applause, guys, for Shi Xiao Chun.
What is going on? Is there a final table? Okay.
Oh, we had a trophy ceremony, yeah?
There we go. So he must have won it late last night. They've been getting like big turnouts, them single day high rollers.
Yeah, those are great events. Just try to bink one early on in the series and then free roll the rest of the series. Have all your buy-ins paid for.
And then some.
And then some. A lot of Indians come in essentially for the high rollers and the main. Probably chill at the players' party and then fly back. Love the representation of our man Greg Goes All In with those all-in glasses. So visible in the frame on the neck of John, aka Bert Perry. Clearly a big fan of Greg. Aren't we all?
I was about to say, who isn't?
Self-declared meme lord of poker. Mr. Gregory. Check out his YouTube channel at Greg Goes All In case you haven't already. And of course, he will be joining me in the commentary booth shortly. Should give you a good glimpse of how entertaining the man is and his style of content and poker. Stay loose, play 7 deuce is his mantra. Little something something for everyone here on the flop. Monica still has her pair of 5s. She won't be loving life with that flop multi-way. Anton defending super loose again. We saw Queen 5, now we see Jack 6, and Cow with the reasonable holding that has flop top pair confidently bets into 2 players. Now, Anton, if you defend Jack 6 in the big blind and flop a pair...
I don't think he has defended. I didn't see any cards in front of him.
Oh, indeed, you're right, yeah. Small glitch in the graphics there, but doesn't make too much of a difference, really. Cow adds a little bit to his stack. There we see the chip count. Now, Brendan, we haven't really heard from him. Getting super short with 6 big blinds, really waiting for his moment. Everybody else with healthy stacks, 24 big blinds, second last in chips. It's pretty good at this stage of the tournament. That just means we have a lot of play ahead. Brendan, of course, had a sort of a tilting situation where he made a tight fold with 8-4 of spades in the big blind. And of course, the flop comes 3 spades. Nice to see he hasn't tilted it off after that.
You don't amass just shy of 2 million in live earnings without your emotions under control and in check, especially in poker. Especially as a young poker player as well. One of the biggest advantages or strengths, I should say, that I've seen in successful young players has always just been emotional regulation.
Absolutely.
He's a local here in Vietnam, guys. Round of applause, guys, for Tran Van Tai.
Big up, Tran.
Now, what's your finish poker tour? Congratulations to Tran Van Thai of Vietnam for winning a single-day high roller event.
Another single-day trophy. Those trophies are really something, man. Those Lion trophies of the APT, that's one you want on your mantelpiece. When you see, excuse me, when you reach, I meant to say, a certain level as a poker pro, sometimes the trophies mean as much as the cash. The cash is the way to keep count, and honestly, it comes and goes. Probably win one and buy into the next one sometimes, but that trophy, that's with you for life. Also, Henry, I have to say, as somebody who got lucky enough to win a trophy for coming second place, by the way, but I'll take it, for a main event in India.
They give trophies for second place?
They had first, second, and third, and then, not to pat myself in the back, but I ended up getting Player of the Year that year, so I won 2 trophies. And this was, I was maybe in my late 20s at the time.
Okay.
Holy shit, my parents have never been happier. It's been 20 years since their little child brought anything home, a medal or a trophy. They couldn't care less about the money. They just loved the trophy.
So what was this? This was like a main event in India?
A main event in India. They had trophies for first, second, and third place. Big ones, too.
And how much are we talking in terms of buy-in?
The buy-in would be, for that one, 500 to 600 USD.
Okay.
And I think first place would have been about pretty big, actually, like 50,000 US dollars.
Queen 7-6 rainbow. Monica going to check behind. Cow with the best of it with ace high. Does love stabbing and check raising, but happy to try and get this one to showdown. What the YouTube chat saying? They're normally popping off.
Big support for Monica in the hand right now. Some seem to know her best as Monia, thanks to her YouTube channel. She was on a table with her, I believe, is it boyfriend or partner last night?
Yeah, Roman Kravitz. Nice little delayed stab there. Delayed c-bet rather from Monica, taking it down. Bert is the word. Greece is the word. All right, we'll change it to Bert. Maddox saying that Bert won the 3K in Cambodia. Let's make it a huge month. Morale must be high.
Julian under the gun with 8-7 of diamonds. Let's go. Good discipline. I was very curious to see what mindset he was at. Plenty of players might consider opening it up. You can really hear the buzz in the room today, Henry. Of course, the main event is getting serious. We have a lot of side events running as well. I believe we had 6 events today, and then Players Party. Whether you busted out or made a nice little cash and added to your bankroll, all evens out at the Players Party.
Bert has a live rail.
Really brutal for Brandon. He has put in 2 big blinds, which is of course the big blind and the big blind ante. He needs to put in just 1 more out of his remaining stack to see a flop with King 5. Obviously trying to just catch a piece and go all in. But with only 3 behind, well, there we go. That's a piece, and the perfect piece, because he's going to get Anton along for the ride. So this situation might have worked out perfectly. And he's trapping with 3 clubs on the board.
88K in the middle. Brendan with 62 behind. Although I think he was slightly deeper. It looked like he was slightly deeper. Yeah, Anton just puts him all in. I do believe we are on a pay jump. So I'd expect to see Brendan take his time. As Fedor mentioned earlier on, it's a sizable one as well. First real... Yeah, you can just see him saying to Zhen that I am going to call. But there is a pay jump. A sizable one.
73.7 million Vietnamese dong to 32nd and 85.6 million to 31st. So
yeah, it's half a buy-in, like.
All right, here we go. We'll start flying here. Renew lines in Anti. 400, 800, 890. Tournament leaders, please shuffle up and deal.
Yeah, so Brendan has told everyone that he is going to be calling.
So Jack Classic event, lines are up. 3 and 6,000, 6,000 Anti.
12 million dong, so I do apologize. It's closer to a third of a buy-in.
plenty of time bank chips. There's a huge stack in front of Brendan, so he really can't take his time. I mean, it wouldn't be too out of line. The table should understand, but he does do the right thing and announce that he is calling. What's too out of line here, Henry, in terms of taking his time? Well, never mind, he's already called, but you think you can really take your time here trying to ladder up, use all your time banks? Is that fair play? Or is it a gray area?
I think you get given time bank chips for a reason, and it's to use them. So if that means stalling and potentially earning yourself a ladder, then I'm all for it. Like, I know it's a bit of a grey area, though, because some people aren't fans of it. As it does break out, Brendan gets the double. Yeah, certainly a grey area.
Yeah, but I like your thinking. I mean, the time banks makes it about as even a playing field
Exactly.
in terms of time as possible. And now you can use your time banks strategically, and part of your strategy can be to save them for pay ladders. It's all right to add new variables to strategize in poker. That's what keeps the game interesting.
So 3 Aussies at the table. 3 local players at the table as well. And then Monica, see, from Poland. Is that Deepak joining the table?
I believe so, and I actually noticed it in chat before I did on the screen because people typing in languages, in Indian languages essentially, saying let's go. Let's wait until we cut to Deepak to confirm that it is indeed him, but he has been one of the Indian crushers that has done well at the APT main event.
Oh, Toan getting a bit frisky from under the gun.
A lot of King X suited opens early position, weirdly. I don't think that's Deepak.
Huh? Oh, looks like we got it wrong. It's not Deepak.
Oh, it's Siddharth Karya. Ah, the chat saying, let's go Karya, bhai, bhai meaning brother. A lot of Indian support, you'd love to see it. fair amount of chips in front of him. I missed the chip count, but it's really a big rail, and it's already cashed a few events at the APT here. Having a good run, over $150,000 in live earnings. A couple of fourth place finishes at the kickoff event and a turbo. So on a bit of heater, clearly has cashed here already. Comes in with a 30 big blind stack, fairly respectable. So our apologies, Deepak Bothra is presumably still out there on one of the other tables. More and more support for the newest entrant at the table, Siddharth Karia? My fellow Indians in the stream, if you could type out how he pronounces his last name, I'll try to get it right. Karia? Karia? Meanwhile, we have Rags versus Rags, small blind versus big blind, and Julian clearly has a raising strategy from the small blind.
This table's certainly chattier than the previous feature table. Get to that stage of the tournament where a bit of the pressure has kind of come off. They came back with 48 players down to the final 31. So a few ladders locked up.
Bert with apparently his mantra. Folding, folding sucks. We've all been there. Siddharth Karia, apparently it is. Let's it go. So some Aussies, some Vietnamese, some Indians. Good mix on the table again. My man Siddharth Karia seems to have spread the word. A lot of Indians joining in chat. We're sort of hitting the peak numbers versus yesterday. An understandable day 3 now, getting closer to the craziest part of the tournament, the crazy big money. I hope to see it go up and up. But if you are in the chat, and if you haven't yet, please do hit the like button so that more and more people can watch your friends play. It will really help us grow the stream, grow the channel, get the content out to more people. A lot of LFGs for Siddharth. Who else are you guys supporting in the chat? Let's have an LFG for somebody we haven't heard from yet. These guys have been grinding it out. We're at the 3rd day. About 11 hours of play yesterday. That's just day 2. Multiple day 1 flights. I'm sure some of the players who made it this far actually entered multiple times. That's the level of commitment it takes to get just this far. And now, arguably, the real game and the real pressure and the real stakes begin. So show your support by shouting them out in the chat. These guys will all go and watch the stream later on. They'll want to see what their opponents had. If they got busted, they'll want to see what mistakes they made, and they'll want to see who supported them in chat. Some LFGs for Anton and Autonomous. Love to see it. Reasonable open from the cutoff, ace-4 suited. Turan with the decision, queen jack off on the button. Really all 3 options of folding, calling, and raising on the table here. We saw a very, very interesting play from Turan early on. A few hands ago, rather.
See what Jen wants to do here. Cut off the button, the big blind. It is a late position open and a late position flat. 36 bigs effective. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. He's really only effective against Julian. Like, Tuan should never really have any traps here.
Perfect squeeze spot. Late position open, late position call. Raise it up from the blinds. Happens to have the goods here and the best hand. I think Bert and Siddharth discussing some other tournaments, but it does remind me of the other tournament I would love to talk about, which is the upcoming APT in Taiwan.
Oh, yeah.
In Taipei. Starts April 28th, end of this month. Well, end of next month. So it's March 31st, of course. But man, oh man, what an event that's going to be. And really what triggered me thinking of APT Taiwan was Bert saying guarantee. 30 million Taiwanese dollars guaranteed at the main event alone. That's about $1 million US. Think about it. Same entry price, give or take, as the APT Phu Quoc, and just a much bigger guarantee. We, of course, beat the guarantee of this tournament, which was 10 million Vietnamese dong. Ended with a prize pool of almost 600,000 US. At the APT Taiwan, the event is going to be so big, the guarantee alone is $1 million. That doesn't get you out of bed as a poker player. I don't know what will.
Yeah, people already qualified into day 3 over on Natural 8, of course. Step satellites from $3.
And if the prize pool isn't enough to get you there, check out some of the promo videos our team has shot in Taipei. It looks like an amazing place, amazing cultural hub, good spot for street food, for partying. That's more your speed. And it's going to be held in what I believe is the largest poker room in Asia. Worth checking out for that alone.
Yeah, poker really growing in Asia, man. I mean, the thing with an event like this is it's not only the guarantee that's the talking point, it's just pulling off an event as big as it. And hopefully, you know, people are going to see it and it's going to inspire other card rooms around Asia to up their capacity, seeing that there's a demand for poker in Asia. People willing to travel from, I mean, here alone we have people from every corner of the globe. People all the way from America.
We saw Julian fold 8-7 suited under the gun. Kao seems to have no such fears. Calmly raises 2x with 10-9 suited under the gun. And actually, Julian is the one who he's going to get some resistance from. Pocket nines for Julian Chan. Cutting out some raising chips. Once again, I mean, in a way, all three options on the table. Fold would be a tad too conservative. Under the gun raises need to be respected. In this case, he just jams it in. Wow.
Oh boy. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be flipping in a north of 800k chip pot. This jam for just shy of 25 bigs. As Monica does ISO from the cutoff.
I'll tell you what, Julian's going to be happy to see that he's flipping. Considering Monica went all in over the top, he could easily just be completely dominated. As it happens, it's going to be a flip. Ka, of course, will need to get out of the way with 10-9 suited. And here we go.
Oh, I didn't see any aces or kings folded. 860k chip pot.
Somebody echoing what I just said about Julian being happy to see ace king, but the question is what happens on the flop?
Some additional outs now for Monica. Ace, king, or a 10 needed. No dice. Bricks out, and Julian, the massive double, up to over 53 big blinds now. We've spoken about it before. You need to win flips to win tournaments.
Absolutely. Julian and Monica effectively swapping stacks with that hand. Both of them still have a comfortable level of blinds, but of course it hurts to go down from 50 to 25 blinds in the case of Monica. And Julian, not the person you want to see with chips on the table. Very experienced reg. Stacks getting sorted out there. So there we go. Julian Chan. 860k. You see the new chip counts. John Perry has been sitting fairly snug. Also supporting his rail, of course. And still the chip leader, above 1 million stacked. Anton, aka Antonymous. Monica just needs to recenter herself. Nothing she could do there. A flip is a flip. Mindset, such an important part of the game. In most variants, in most forms of poker overall, but particularly late stage in a tournament, really is all about the mindset. I mean, everybody will have their distribution of cards that will play themselves sometimes, but you want to be emotionally regulated so you can make the best decision. And then having a better mindset than others. For instance, maybe you have more patience when you're a shorter stack. Maybe you have more tenacity when you're a middle stack and you're getting bullied. All these things just add up and give you the edge. That's what tournament poker is all about sometimes.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, you know, like Monica's one flip away from being up to 80 big blinds, and now she's kind of in that area where she really can't afford to like raise fold in many spots.
And this is what she signed up for in life.
Yeah.
You know? That's the sickness of it.
So it looks like we are going to be going on a short break at the conclusion of this hand. Down to the final 30 players, I believe. Oh, wow. And Gok has woken up with a legit hand out of the big.
Loving all the support in chat, not just for the stream, but for all the individual players as well. We will be going on a quick break, so you guys can take a break with us. But make sure you come back just the way we will, because things are getting spicier and spicier. Stakes are getting bigger and bigger.
All right, so there we go. Cal taking it down uncontested. Vidor and I are going to go on a brief break, but don't go too far. When we come back, more Day 3 coverage from the Asian Poker Tour Phu Quoc main event. We'll see you guys shortly.
to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 bigs. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player Din Duc Trung, calling with the A6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, Gerdman Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, A6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Din flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, Gerdman Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check ground. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity. Turning the bigger full house as Din Duck Trunk comes firing. Half pot. Has flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. Gerdman obviously with trip sixes, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1, I think closing the action. You know, you can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still 1 card to come. Final 2 tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Din Duck Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bukharov do here? Flop trip sixes. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind. It's the easiest jam of his life here. 9 of clubs turning off on the turn, giving him the full house. Question is, does Gerdman get away from it? I'm sure he does once Feng jams, and one would assume that Din Duck Trung is going to beat him to the pot with his flopped full house. Feng taking his time. It's such a weird spot. It does eventually move all in for 1 million, and now action back on Din. He loses to aces and pocket nines. Has to ask himself, would Feng jam flushes? I don't think he would, given that Gerdman is overcalled out of the big. I think there are a lot of flushes that actually fold, other than the nut flush, given the action. Remember, check through on the flop. Din then led turn, got 2 calls. Now bet again on the river, and Feng has come over the top. Gerdman gets out of the way. Din gets shown the pocket nines after flopping a full house in a 3.2 million chip pot, going to one of the most feared players in Asia, Feng Zhao. Looking like a favorite here. Final 2 tables of the APT Hanoi main event with now 3.2 million. Good for 80 big blinds. And now a real contender to win this main event. What a disgusting turn card for the local Vietnamese player. We know the Feng fans are loving that. 3.2 million now. Deep.
Get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Back to the APT main event, coming to you live from Phu Quoc in Vietnam. We are here at day 3 of the main event, which means we are playing down to the final table today. If you've been with us so far, we thank you for staying with us, and if you're joining us now, welcome to day 3. We are in the midst of the action. As you see the countdown clock, 30 seconds to the end of break, 30 players left. We play down to the final 8. All the players have locked up a sizable score, almost 3x of their original 33 million Vietnamese dong buy-in, but the price to play for really is the 120,000 US dollars. That's 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong for first place. You see there on the screen, on the tournament screen, 4 billionaires will be crowned. Fourth place is good for 1.01 billion, and then it goes up from there. As we go 3, 2, 1, end of the break, we come back to the feature table. Same set of players we've been following for a while. We see Monica in seat 7 there, who just lost a big flip. Pretty standard spot, ace-king versus 9s. That's Bert, as his friends call him, or John Perry in seat 1. And the newest entrant to the table, on the right-hand side of the screen, Siddharth Karia from India. Definitely a seasoned reg on the Indian circuit, over 150,000 US dollars in live tournament earnings alone, and a few cashes in APT Phu Quoc already. So he has the momentum behind his back. Man you see on the left of your screen in the half sleeves white shirt, Julian Chan. Also a crusher, over 300,000 in lifetime earnings. Just won the big flip against Monica. Has a healthy stack of about 50 big blinds. Excuse me, that would be lower now, since of course blinds have gone up to the 10K, 20K level. 20K blinds means John Perry's 915K, good for 45 big blinds. Does get frisky opening from the cutoff right after the break. Has been pretty quiet leading into the break, really not getting the right run of cards. Sort of forced the action here and there, and that's indeed what he's trying to do here as well. So welcome back to everybody joining us in the chat. I've been monitoring the chat pretty actively. I'm going to be alone in the booth for a while, so maybe I won't be able to look at it as frequently as when I was with Henry. I will be joined by Greg. That's Greg Goes All In soon. He's currently out there shooting a video with the all-famous, the man, the myth, the legend, Elky himself, who has graced us with his presence at the APT Phu Quoc. Soon to be joining me in the booth. Step up the entertainment factor and also the fashion factor and the content creation factor in the booth. Chip lead on the table, still Anton, relatively quiet. Antonymous, apparently his friends call him. Has been steadily over the 1 million mark, but that 1 million now means lesser and lesser. At the start of the day, the two chip leaders were right at the 1.05 million mark. Now 1 million good for 50 big blinds. Certainly the chip lead at the feature table, but very curious to see what other big stacks are out there. But sometimes that doesn't really matter. If you're the chip leader at the feature table, at your own table, if you are the one who can put someone to the test for their tournament life, that's a huge edge. It remains to be seen whether Anton wants to maximize and utilize that edge, but he certainly does have it. The dealer helping John with the RFID cards so that they can be sensed. We had seen he had pocket 3s already, 2 red 3s. Gonna open again. And Siddharth this time with a much prettier holding. Being from India myself, I'm sure his friends call him Sid. I'll go with that as well. So Sid lets it go despite the suited connector. Too many players yet to act behind him. Now that's a real suited connector in the small blind, and with just 8 big blinds, Brendan, who really has been nursing his short stack very, very well, has shown a lot of patience. He's seen John open 2 hands in a row. Wow. Makes the big fold there. Not easy to lay down a hand as pretty as Queen Jack of Diamonds. Julian with the newfound chips and certainly the mojo that comes along with him. Ace-9, a very strong hand. Could easily just see a flop. That is indeed what he chooses to do. Was probably contemplating some sort of a 3-bet. Tough to play Ace-9 out of position though. And there's an unwritten rule, right? You don't get into big pots with the other big stack. Julian and John Perry are 2nd and 3rd in chips. Fairly standard continuation bet from John, and now with action back to Julian, he needs to decide how he wants to approach this hand. He decides to let it go, but the reason I was talking about the decision was, does he want to let John get away with murder here? Because after all, John is continuation betting pretty much his entire range. Ace-9 could be a continue in different situations, but as we get into the final stages of this tournament, 30 players left, 8 will make it to the final table. Players really have to choose their spots. Just taking a look at those payouts as a reminder. 30 players left, meaning everybody is guaranteed 85.57 million. The next pay jump at the 27th player mark, about a 12 million Vietnamese dong pay jump. That's about a third of a buy-in. Once we get down to under 24 players, which is when we will redraw tables, that's when things get serious. The pay jumps after that start off at 15 million, and we cross the 100 million Vietnamese dong payout. Doing some quick math, I would guess that's about, let me think here, at least $6,000? Maybe closer to $4,500 USD. The Aussies, unsurprisingly, having the most entertaining conversation, but let me focus on that fold from Brendan there for a moment. Once again, calmly lets King 10 suited go, playing his stack depth perfectly, showing the experience he has at navigating different stack depths, particularly his short stack. So Monica gets one through, which will be a pleasant sight for her after her stack took a dent in that big flip. She's clawed her way back to sort of a reasonable stack. Despite the blinds going up, she still has 23. Siddharth also one of the shortest stacks with 14 big blinds. Still plenty to work with. Good luck, Sid. Some people say in chat. That's for Siddharth, of course. Time to shine Brendan. Always good to have some railing for the shortest stack. Brendan's done really well to wield that short stack. And Vlad in chat sending Irish luck to Monica. We all know that's the best kind of luck. A lot of suited connectors being folded in the past couple of rounds. Not sure whether it's just a bit of random variance or people are playing snugger, and Brendan decides this is the hand to go with. Ace-8 off in the cutoff, 8 big blinds, pretty reasonable jam. Of course, he hasn't precisely jammed. He's left himself a couple of chips behind. Exactly 1 big blind left behind, which is sort of the modern way to do it. Just in case there are some pay ladders that you need to be mindful of. Somebody busts before you. Monica contemplating a speculative call. She's wondering if she has the right price, which is why she wanted to know an exact count on Brendan's shove. He correctly talked about how he doesn't exactly need to be the one to tell Monica how much he has. A lot of intricacies there in live poker. I'm happy to clarify in case somebody's...
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I never say it. It's just because, you know, I always show it and then... Yeah. It's part of the game.
And I paused there just since the players are making my point for me. Brendan clarifying he didn't want to be rude. Usually players want to know how much you have behind, and you certainly are not compelled to tell them. What you need to do is you want, or you have to rather, have all your chips visible. And that situation actually was a much more easier one to navigate, because once you bet, the dealer actually has to tell you how much the bet is. So with Brendan effectively all in, Monica knew exactly how much she needed to call and decided to let it go. My Indian brethren in the chat, I'm not as familiar with Siddharth Karya, although he is a crusher on the Indian circuit. But it just struck me, he looks like one of a Bollywood actors. Doesn't he look a lot like Arjun Kapoor? I guess a lot of people look like Arjun Kapoor these days. That style is in, so to speak. But if you're Indian and in the chat, tell me, how accurate am I here? Anybody else seeing Arjun Kapoor? If you don't know who that is, you're not from India. Feel free to Google Arjun Kapoor and tell me if you see what I'm seeing. I've certainly given his friends fodder to mock him with. There we go. Somebody says very accurate. I'll take that. Multi-way action here, and top pair versus an open-ender. Monica might be a little bit lost in this hand with a bit of nothing. Some backdoors. Julian checks behind for pot control. Very wet board, and that's something just turned into a little bit of something. Monica now with second pair. Julian, top pair. And Anton, the chip leader, an open-ender. Okay, more feedback on my Arjun Kapoor comment, which I'll get to in a moment. This hand is developing into something interesting. Anton does decide to lead out, but a small bet. I feel like it's not like he's trying to get folds, he's just trying to get a cheap price to see the river with. 40K into 120K multi-way. 140K, excuse me, 40K into 140K. Julian going nowhere, checked behind on the flop pretty much precisely so he could at least see one more street with his top pair. Has 69% equity in the hand. And that call from Julian is going to give Monica pause. Yes, it was checked all the way around on the flop, reducing the chances that somebody has aces. But Queen Jack it's a hand that is very difficult to improve in this board, and she wisely decides to let it go. Great fold there. Fours and nines are the outs for Anton, but he does have the betting lead and effectively a nut low hand. Another rule of thumb in poker from a game theory perspective, when you have the nut low, usually means you can bet, which is to say you should be bluffing, since there's a 0% chance you win. Not what Anton decides to do here. He checks, and Julian has a lock on the hand. Whether he decides to go for value or not, I don't think much is going to proceed here. With an absolute brick on the river, I mean, he has to be contemplating a value bet. It is against the chip lead on the table. Julian, fearless, wants to make sure he gets some value. Quick fold. Back to the chat. I have 2 votes saying Arjun Kapoor is not as good looking as Sid, so Siddharth Karya, C2, has some serious fans, not just for the poker and the personality, but apparently the looks as well. Andy Harris saying, I'm English, but eat that much Indian food, I classify myself as adopted Indian. Please do. The rule is, if you eat enough naan, you're one of us. More shoutouts for Brendan, and of course Monica, who runs a YouTube channel. Hashtag Team Monia in the house in the chat. Speaking of YouTube channels, I will be joined by Greg Goes All In very shortly. Currently shooting a video with Elki. So if you're a fan of Greg, make sure you stick around. Our feature table has become a lot more comfortable, as I keep mentioning. Not just in terms of the poker, but in terms of the camaraderie as well. But let me tell you, once we're down to 24 players, that's 4 tables. Excuse me, that's 3 tables of 8 players each. Things are getting serious. For one thing, with 3 tables, of course, we'll have the feature table, and then 2 more. You can start keeping an eye on everyone, on everybody's stack. You start making decisions accordingly. Not to mention the pay jumps get very real. You're in the hundreds of millions of dongs in terms of payouts. And all eyes on the prize of not just first place, but making it to the final table. Here we go, ace queen, all in for Brendan. Not exactly all in, but he points out the chips he has left behind. Make sure there's no confusion about the chip count this time. The only question is, does somebody wake up with a callable hand? Monica arguably had a callable hand, but didn't really consider it. Ace-7, not what you want to be calling it off with. Gets this one through, and once again, finds a little bit more of a comfortable zone, 13 big blinds. So Brendan has been sort of the most active short stack now that he's found a few hands here and there. Siddharth's still sitting snug. The next level is 10K, 25K, so a 25% jump in big blinds. And set differently, it does chop your stack when it comes to big blinds by 25%. Or rather 20%, I should say. And blinds go from 20K to 25K. Your stack looks 20% smaller. Monster for Julian. Wow, wow, wow. The 2 biggest stacks on the table. Kings versus Ace-King, an absolute cooler setup. Anton has everyone covered, but in the case of Julian, barely so. Plucks out raising chips, and we are in it here, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in. The blinds get out of the way. Siddharth, I think, just posing so the RFID can read the cards. Perhaps wanting to time down for some pay ladders, but lets it go. And now back to Julian. What does he do? Certainly fold not in the mix. The only question is call to trap or raise it up. I find aces tend to trap a lot more than kings for obvious reasons. You don't want to see an ace on the flop. You want to get lower pairs to commit themselves all in, pre-flop itself. Never too uncomfortable when you have kings. Anton hasn't really been out of line in the sense that when he 3-bets, despite being the chip leader, he actually does have a lot of strength based on how he's played the table so far. And trust me, Julian has noticed. And if you think your opponent has a real hand, you're actually more incentivized to 4-bet than you are to trap. Wow. Recognizes everything I just said, goes all in, instantly gets called by Anton, and we have the biggest pot that we've seen, at least on the feature table, probably the tournament. 1.9 million in the middle, almost 100 big blind pot. I wouldn't be surprised if this is for the absolute tournament chip lead. Julian had come this far by running up his pocket nines against Monica's ace-king. Can he hold with the kings here? Great flop so far. 10-8-8, nothing to worry about. An ace and an ace only for Anton, otherwise he will be down to 2 big blinds. How the tables have turned. Can he Barry Greenstein this? Or is he looking at a crushing blow? What a huge hand. Julian, now a force to be reckoned with in this tournament, an absolutely cooler setup. Anton was unafraid of taking what he knew would be likely a flip, but he just instantly called off with the ace-king, clearly looking to go for the win in this tournament and taking it very well. Look at that, cracks a smile even. I know I would not be that calm and that emotionally regulated in Anton's shoes, so much respect. If the graphics are correct, and I suspect that they are, 55K behind, that is just a hair over 2 big blinds. Unbelievable turn of events here. Andy in chat mentioning how you'd be crying and not smiling after losing that pot, and just look at that, still so calm and composed, and absolutely commendable mental game by Anton there. It's a huge part of poker to be able to handle these swings. Not much he could really do. I mean, ace-king versus kings is just a 6 setup, and once he 3-bets, if you're trying to actually win it all, you have to be willing to take flips. Just so happens Julian had one of those 2 holdings where you're not flipping when you're against ace-king. Julian decides to go make a stack of 10 chips instead of 20. Makes like a settlement instead of a tower. And now 4's under the gun. Play the rush, my friend, as Doyle Brunson said. You win a big one, raise the next one. Getting some interesting comments in the chat. ICM suicide, says WebHub. A fair point, WebHub. ICM is not something I've mentioned too much of late on the stream, simply because the pay jumps are still on the lower side and players have their eyes on the prize in terms of getting to the final table. But certainly, when it comes to your ability to survive in the tournament versus not, you could argue that calling it off with the ace-king is ICM suicide. At the same time, to the extent you're really trying to go for it all, a lot of players will just be willing to take flips at this stage. It is ICM suicide in the sense you might not be plus EV from an ICM perspective, but you're just hoping against hope your opponent has something like ace queen, ace jack and are getting out of line, or just hoping to take the flip. Be where Julian is right now, have 2 million chips and an opportunity to win it all. Just depends on the mindset you come into the tournament with. Here we go, the loose open from Julian. Loose in the sense he had 4s under the gun. Of course his stack can support opening, but Siddharth finally finds a hand he can run with. Julian has noticed the patience Siddharth has shown so far. He's barely been involved in a hand. He seemed to be very aware of where he was at when he had pocket 9s, and he actually 3-bet jammed against the open of cow. But in this case, he knows he's flipping at best. Can certainly afford a flip. And by the way, when you are flipping at best, I should say, don't forget you're getting pot odds. 210k to call, 330k in the middle. Might be exactly why he calls this one off. And here we go. Another flip. Lots of people rooting for Siddharth in chat. This is the moment. So a classic flip. Can Siddharth Karia survive? Ace King versus 4s. Deuce Jack is not looking good, but it does bring some backdoor flush and straight draws for the Ace King. How's that for one of those backdoor straight outs? An ace, a king, and a queen. Not to be a 4. GG Siddharth, it was great to have your rail in the chat. Disappointing to lose that flip. Got it in relatively good. But the story of the hour, Julian, rewarded by the poker gods multiple times, wins a flip, then gets kings versus ace king, gets it all in for a chip leading, tournament leading pot, holds, then calls off with 4s against ace king and holds again. I mean, at some point you got to read the signs from the poker gods and decide that they just want you. They just want you to have this monster stack. GG, well played to Mr. Sid Karia. I'm sitting here in the booth and very curious if any other Indian players have survived. Some questions being asked in the chat about the Indian poker scene. Andy Harris says, I don't see much Indian poker in the UK. The UK might be one of the few places in the world, Andy, where the Indians have not really spread yet. Indian contingents traveling all over the world, certainly the World Series of Poker in Vegas every year. The APT now probably the first choice for Indians to travel for many reasons. Proximity, affordability, and of course, if you can make it a Phu Quoc, the island paradise. Why would you go anywhere else? The upcoming APT Taiwan should have a huge Indian contingent as well. Check out the video that Ray from the APT team shot with Dhaval. Dhaval talking about how a lot of Indians are bound to come to the APT in Taiwan because it's a cool opportunity to come see Taiwan, and it's going to be one of the biggest tournaments in Asia. Almost a 1 million US dollar guaranteed, 30 million Taiwanese dollars guaranteed for the main event alone, and plenty of side events to get involved with. So yeah, coming back to it, Indians don't make it to the UK to play as easily. It's not as close, it's not as affordable. But I encourage you to come down to the APT or India itself, check out the Indian scene. We are heading down to that milestone of 24 players being left. That would make it 3 tables of 8. That is when we will redraw tables.
Hey, yeah. No, I said if he was ahead. No, if he was. What did I say? He was ahead. Oh, he was ahead. What a window! I know.
We do have an all-in situation here. Brendan got it in good. 6 and a 6 only would eliminate him.
Right, once again, double stack flight 8.
Small blind versus big blind double up. Brandon, all his patience is paid off. Look at that. Rubs his hand together, finally above the 20 big blind mark. It's been a while since he was there. Found the right customer in Julian, not only with the stack, but a fair enough hand to call it off with. King 6 suited. Oh man, look at that stack. Barely noticed the dent that he just took. 1.9 million. He's going to have a target on his back when the tables get redrawn. He is most likely the tournament chip leader, if not the co-chip leader. There you see it, 25 players left, one more, and we will be doing a redraw. We will take a short break so that we can do the redraw. Lines at 10K, 20K. The next level, just to remind you all, is going to be 10K, 25K. Things tend to become serious right around then. Look at that Anton with 2 big blinds in the hijack. Now, we don't have an ante every hand. We have a big blind ante. So actually, you can see hands for free even with 2 big blinds. Anton seems to be putting in some thought. 10-6, not the prettiest of holdings. Might want to see a few more free hands. That is exactly what he decides. Small blind versus big blind. Julian taking a good look at the stack of the big blind. Has a pair. Usually people are comfortable jamming up to 20 big blinds effective with pairs, and that's exactly what Julian does as well. $24 big blind effective, but that's the beauty of being able to afford it. Julian didn't need to be worried there, just jams it in. Tuan has to fold a majority of his range, and certainly Jack Deuce is going to be part of it. So super tiny stack of 2 big blinds. If Anton is in fact the next player eliminated, we will be redrawing. Once again, if you've been with us so far and maybe you lost somebody who you were supporting in the chat, don't forget to hit like. It just really helps us not only get the stream out to more people, but let the algorithm know you guys like what you're seeing. Really appreciate if you could take a couple of seconds to do that. And make sure you stick with us after the break as well. Going down from 24 players to the final table is maybe the most fun part of a tournament. The tension is just palpable during that time. And our great production team will make sure we try and capture that tension. Anton is going to be all in. 2 big blinds means the big blind is automatically priced to call, so we will be seeing a showdown is my guess. At the very least, Brendan at the cutoff. Deuces means he's flipping with pretty much any hand. Decides to let it go as a result. This is a spot where you see what I might call soft collusion. Wow, Tuan actually folds, knowing that Monica would be priced in. And indeed she is. And actually, Anton has put himself in a very interesting spot. If he wins this hand, he'd be up to 7 big blinds. Of course, after the break, that would be worth a lot less. But look at that. Going from 2 big blinds to 7 would be such a huge win. Closer to 3 big blinds, to be fair. Wow. Talk about crushing dreams there. Trip 8s on the flop. Anton drawing almost dead. And indeed, he is drawing dead now because the jack for the Broadway would give Monica the full house. And with that, we lose Anton. He just got into an absolute monster pot. Ace-king versus kings. Unlucky there. Chip leader on the table for a while, but takes it with a smile. We do announce that we're going to stop dealing because we're going to have a table redraw. The pause, the clock will likely be paused as well so that we can redraw the table. 25 minutes left in the level at 20K blinds. We see some of the payouts there on your screen. The biggest one to care about, 2.85 billion for first, 1.79 billion for second, 1.29 billion for third. That's in Vietnamese dong, of course. Over 120,000 US dollars for first. And with that, we've hit the break. Stay with us. See you after the break.
All right, once again, tournament players, final 24 of the main, stay at their seats. As soon as we complete the hand here on table number 3, we will redraw the final 3 tables. Please drop your chips, and please stay at your seats. Once again, round 24 of the main action at your table is complete. Please stay at your seats. Don't go away.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Din Duck Trung are the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark, so these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow! Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens. As he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards, comes in over the top. So we have a 3-way all in. Rudnev came in as the shortest stack. Now covers half the table. Gotta get out of the way. So a 3-way ordeal here. Potential couple of ladders for the rest of the table if the queens for Huang Hainam can hold here. And a queen in the window. Queen 9-3. All spades. There are some chop outs as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn. Another spade would be a 3-way chop. No dice. 7 of clubs seals the fate of Feng Xiao and Ding Duck Trung, and everyone else gets a double ladder. Chip leader up to 13 million now. So the Swiss player Ives Thalman kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff does have the goods. Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Gok to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Ives. Still got King's Ives, and they are good. 4-1 favorite to double up here. And the crazy thing is that I feel like Engok has kind of priced himself in a little bit here, as Ives does announce himself. Local Vietnamese player gonna ask for a count. Only has to call an additional 225k. There's 740 in the middle. Just has to hope that he's up against a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen. Some suited broadways. You can obviously see he's in really rough shape as he does make the call. So cards on their backs. He gets shown the kings. The tables, the deuces. 5 to come. Deuce in the window. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player. Has Ives drawing to running kings only, as the Queen of Diamonds leaves him dead on the turn. So death by quads deep in the APT Hanoi main event. Ives Salmon did nothing wrong. Got his final 15 bigs in with the kings, but flopped quads for the local Vietnamese hero. So Win Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader, Gerdman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. Gerdman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive win at Doi An has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. Question is, does Gerdman Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now? He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Win. Obviously, bottom v big blind. Gonna have wider ranges than normal. He knows that Gerdman's good enough to have gut shots. Have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically. Any suited 10x. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for Win. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. Gerdman setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot. 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts. Giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows Gerdman is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9. King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. Win with just 860,000 behind. Gerdman set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows Gutterman can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Gutterman flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and Gutterman Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler. So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated, rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-x is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. I'm going to fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. And hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways. Ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-jacks. That Win might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Win just gonna preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously we can see the whole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's going to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Son clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Son or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Win really sniffing this one out, just saying, hey pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here with close to 0 fold equity as well. You can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Win. Just sniff this one out. Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee Song. But even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down and 3-bet jams on the flop, and Win gets it through with just queen high. Take a bow, sir. The final table of the APT Hanoi main event with over 125k for first, and he finds the 3-bet on the flop with just queen high. So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared No Limit Hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 bigs. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player Dinh Duc Trung, calling with the a6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind, the chip leader, Gerdman Bukharov, dominated, who's defended with the suited connectors. 295 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop, and, well, ace-6-6. What do I know? That's why I'm in the booth and he's out on the felt. Din flopping the full house from the small, but more importantly, Gerdman Bukharov has also flopped trips, does check ground. And how about that for a turn card dealer? 9 of clubs, giving Feng Zhao 94% of the equity. Turning the bigger full house as Dinh Duc Trung comes firing. Half pot. He's flopped the boat and has run into the turn bigger boat of Feng. Gerdman obviously with trip 6s, not going anywhere just yet. And now what does Feng do? 5-6-5 in the middle. It's the effective stack. 1.1, I think, closing the action. You know, you can just play this hand in position on the river. There aren't any river scare cards. He wants flushes to get there. He wants straights to get there. What an insane pot. Still 1 card to come. Final 2 tables of this main event. Feng looking likely to find a full double and maybe even more as the 8 of hearts does complete the front door flush draw and a couple of those gut shots that we mentioned. 700k in the middle. Dinh Duc Trung loves that river. Little does he know, he's about to double up Feng Zhao. It's like 485,000 into 700,000. What does Bukharov do here? Flop trip 6s. Hearts do get there. You can see he seems pretty puzzled. It does make the call. So there's already 1.7 in the middle, and Feng is still to act with 1 million behind. It's the easiest jam of his life here. 9 of clubs turning off on the turn, giving him the full house. Question is, does Gerdman get away from it? I'm sure he does once Feng jams, and one would assume that Dinh Duc Trung is going to beat him to the pot with his flopped full house. Feng taking his time. It's such a weird spot. It does eventually move all in for 1 million, and now action back on Din. Obviously loses to aces and pocket 9s. Has to ask himself, would Feng jam flushes? I don't think he would, given that Gerdman is overcalled out of the big. I think there are a lot of flushes that actually fold other than the nut flush. Given the action. Remember, check through on the flop. Then led turn. Got 2 calls. It's now bet again on the river, and Feng has come over the top. Götterman gets out of the way. Din gets shown the pocket 9s after flopping a full house in a 3.2 million chip pot, going to one of the most feared players in Asia, Feng Zhao. Looking like a favorite here. Final 2 tables of the APT Hanoi main event with now 3.2 million. Good for 80 big blinds. And now a real contender to win this main event. What a disgusting turn card for the local Vietnamese player. We know the Feng fans are loving that. 3.2 million now. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event. So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun end, the short stack. Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs. Has a mountain to climb in front of him if he is to emerge victorious at this APT Hanoi main event final table. Top prize of over $127,000. Lee Son does put him all in, and Peter Rudnev obviously happy to oblige and make the call. Some of the best news he could have seen, that he is at least flipping against Lee Son. No help on the 9-9-8 board. Gonna need an ace or a queen only. King of hearts, no dice. 4 outs once for the Russian. Ace of hearts. Corner pocket. Rudnev gets the double. So the overwhelming chip leader gonna raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is gonna pick up one customer from the big blind, German Bukharov. Playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop, 380k, 480k in.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hello and welcome back from the break. This is day 3 of the main event, and commentaries brought to you live by myself, Greg Goes All In, Poker YouTube Meme Lord, and I've got a surprise for you. It's Elky!
Hey guys!
Bertrand Gaspelier of France, GG Poker Ambassador, and just overall incredible ambassador for the game. What brings you to Vietnam?
I mean, I had a lot of friends here, you know, and I was in Korea, and some guys were going to Vietnam, and they're like, "Oh, you should come." And I'm like, "Okay, let's go." So I came to Vietnam.
It's one of those like, oh, you know, I was in the neighborhood. I guess I'll buy into
I
the
booked,
main
I booked
event.
last minute flight, you know. They told me to come like, I don't know, like a few days before, and I'm like, oh, I kind of have some things to finish, but I'll come on. I'll come on day 2 and register and have
Yeah,
fun in
how
Vietnam.
can you say no to max late regging into APT Phu
I love to
Quoc?
max that drag, actually.
That's fantastic. And he's so kindly
Oh, I know this guy.
volunteering his time. Oh yeah, tell me
Albert.
more.
Albert, I know Albert.
Oh,
I
good.
was playing with him on day 2, actually.
Oh, great. Amazing. Yeah, you max late regged into day 2 at the APT, came on in to play, and it was such a surprise to see you. But thank you so much for volunteering your time to do commentary
Yeah,
for
of course.
us.
You're welcome.
So
I love it here. It's really fun, man. It's really. I love the enthusiasm of people for poker in Asia in general. It's like we're
yeah.
super excited, and it's like.
Yeah, what
they're
is the
having fun.
difference between poker in Asia and poker elsewhere in your experience?
I mean, I think I'm not sure if it's because of the culture or because poker is new, but people here they're having a lot more fun, right?
Right,
I think like
for
they're
sure.
just having fun, whereas in Europe and US sometimes they kind of forget that it's a game and they think they're here to make money, but nobody's here to make money. I mean, maybe some people are here to make money, not me anymore, but you know.
Yeah, I think you and I
But-
agree. Like poker doesn't just have to be a grind. Like for most people, it's going to be a fun, enjoyable game.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
you
it's
should treat it
it's
as
really
such.
fun if you win money, but you should not be the main focus. I think like you know if you can have a great trip with friends and discover a new place and have some fun and
Yeah, it's the more important thing is the people you meet along the way.
yeah.
As we get into
I think
a
it's more about the experience, and I think in Asia they're more aware of it. But maybe it's because the culture is different, or because poker is a newer game. But they're more here for the experience and having fun. Whereas like sometimes in Europe or in US they just like I don't know, they take it too seriously. I mean, obviously there's a lot of money at stake and you can win a lot of money, but I don't know, when it's too serious, it's not that fun anymore, you know.
For sure. Well,
Actually,
yes, as a Chinese person, I think we're pretty degenerate gamblers.
Yeah. Maybe it's because they have less respect for money in Asia, so they just have a lot more fun. They don't care about losing a lot of money.
Sure.
It's just the way it is.
Hey, but listen, I will take that 2.85 billion VND any day, which is up top. One person is going to be walking away with that cash prize and the coveted APT main event
That's
trophy.
like 100K US, right?
120K, 120K
Oh, 120K,
USD.
wow.
As which
2.85 billion. I want 2.85 billion too.
Wow, we've got a hand here. Wow, under the gun opens with queens, and the small blind just jams 2 million with his king queen suited.
2 million. That's like 100 blind. I mean, it's probably not 100 blind. Effective.
All in effectively for 430K.
Yeah, but maybe more because there's people behind more. I don't know.
Yeah, might have depended highly on what the big blind had, but
oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, it was a small blind. Okay, yeah. I mean,
yeah. So looks like Queen's all in for their tournament life. Queen's all in. Hayato of Japan at risk here. Needs to hold with Queens and fade the king. I love how we've taught the dealers to always take our times with all in situations for the sweat, for the drama.
Yeah.
Kayla, our dealer here, is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah. They learn it from GG, you know, the peel.
Oh yeah.
They should peel the river.
So there's so much sweat here.
I love it
Yes.
actually.
King Queen suited was all in. Queen's raised under the gun. King Queen suited jam for jammed, and a quick call from under the gun. I need to get one of those all-in buttons. And we're off to a flop here. Queens need to hold to stay alive. Queen in the window. That's going to lock it up.
Looks pretty good. 1% happens, man. 1% happens. Under 1% it happens.
It happens, but not today, as
not today.
Hayato of Japan gets the check mark, getting a really sick double up here with Queens. Julian Tran here of Vietnam. This is Hayato, pardon me, here with the jacket around his neck, getting that sick little double, getting the count. Kayla shipping
24 players left.
24 players left. We started the day off with 48 players, so half of the field now.
Do you like to shove with King Queen? I think it's.
Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I usually don't shove because, I mean, it depends who's like the dynamic of the table and how tight the opener is. But under the gun, usually, well, I mean, when they call, you're pretty crushed, right?
For sure. The
Sometimes
small blind never
they might
flat
even
there.
fold his queen though, but I think the risk reward is not that great. Like, especially shorter stacks. Shorter stacks who open under the gun, they tend to have. Obviously, it's player dependent, but they tend to have it when they're deep in a tournament and people are fairly short and they open under the gun. They have it more fun than not, I think. But
when it comes to analysis, I will always defer to my esteemed colleague Elki. I'm
kind of a fish now, but I think coding is better.
You know what they say: if you can't do commentate, this is my spot. But you've so generously decided to hop on it. We can't give it up.
I can't play anymore. I can't commentate here.
No. What I'm saying is you're overqualified to be in this room.
I can barely dance on GG. That's good enough. That's good enough.
As we get into another hand here, Wu Junhao of Singapore, my motherland. I was born in Singapore, Chinese blood, grew up in Vancouver in Canada though. Opens 2 big blinds with the pocket nines. And Li Shanquei of China waking up with Big Slick on the hijack. I hear it a raise. And a raise it's going to be. Still players to act behind.
Oh, a big free bet, huh? I think it's fine, but free betting it a bit smaller is better, I think.
Yeah, probably would have expected 120 maybe.
You can give people behind the opportunity to... Doesn't happen too often, but...
And a spot here for Hayato of Japan.
But you can give people behind the opportunity to 4-bet light, or you can also like get away cheaper if you free bet and he goes like 4-bet and shove, you can sometimes fold it.
Hayato in Domination Nation here, just doubled up with queens, now picking up another spot with ace-queen offsuit in the big blind versus a raise and a 3-bet.
It's pretty shitty spot though. I think he's gonna muck.
All options seem pretty sick.
Oh, he's thinking. Yeah.
Weighing out all of his options, could fold versus that, and they're gonna open in 3-bet.
I think coding is terrible.
Calling probably the worst.
Coding is really bad.
Option.
Coding is by far the worst.
Elki does not like cold calling. You heard it here first, folks.
I mean, sometimes you can cold call, but not with ace queen. I guess like stronger ranges.
A sick fold here by Hayato.
Definitely the best option. Even if you don't see the cards, even if they have 9s and 10s, it's definitely like the.
Action back on under the gun Razor. Wu Junhao of Singapore. Facing the 3-bet, gonna make a fold here.
Good fold.
Ship it. And that's going to be a nice little pot there for Li Shanquei. Uncontested pot pre. As you take a look here, chip counts. Okay, Albert, 1.8 million, our chip captain right now of the US of A. And Wu Junhao of Singapore, our short stack, 18 big blinds. You played a little bit of yesterday with Albert.
Yeah.
Do you personally have any reads on him yourself, or
I think it's unethical to share the read I have on the player when the other people are watching.
That's fair. That's great. A real professional. Bertrand, Elki, Grospelier, everybody.
Actually, I know this guy too, but I never played with him. Hongishit Pachara, but I hang out with him in Vietnam a couple of weeks ago.
Sure. You see the Triton jacket there. Oh, the Triton sleeves.
When are you gonna play a Triton event, Greg?
Huh?
We're waiting for you. When are you gonna play a Triton event?
When I make more money.
No, I'm ambassador for Super Millions now.
No, yeah.
So
Super
Millions, and we're having live stops at every Triton event. So you should come and join us. You should come and join the action.
Dude, you know what my dream is, Elki? I'll tell you what my dream is. I'll share it with you. My dream is to get onto a televised final table.
Yeah.
Pick up 7 deuce and either open shove or just call for my tournament life with 7 deuce.
Wow.
Because here's I don't care about the ICM implication.
Yeah.
I don't care about the page. All I know is this: if I win that hand, I'm a legend, Elki. If I lose that hand, I'm still a legend.
That's true. That's true. Do it.
So that's the dream. But first things first is I need to get good enough to get to a final table. And one that's televised.
You know, the best way to get to a final table is to play more tournaments, actually.
Yes.
Even if you're not good enough, eventually you will make it. That's the beauty of poker. That's the beauty of poker.
Eventually, if you swing enough, you're about to hit. That's the game plan right now. As we see what looks like a single raise pot, hijack versus big blind. Domination nation for Mr. Albert, but he is the pre-flop aggressor. Makes the C bet here. Wu Junhao with nut high card.
It's pretty tough when he's short like this. I mean, he has some backdoors, but it's gonna buck.
Yeah, much more difficult to float when your SPR is just so low and your stack depth is just so low.
And there's not really any kind of turn that you'd like to see. I mean, spade is okay, I guess, but you still like not super happy calling barrel.
You may see the turn, but that ace will still be on that flop. That's a great, great insight and assessment there. Albert, you can see dominating table right now is our chip leader. I can speak to Brendan a little bit here in seat 5 with the glasses and light blue / gray shirt. I built some rapport with him here over the past few days. And he tells me he's a poker mindset coach. Mindset coach. When I went to the gym on the resort here, there he was. I saw him on his yoga mat.
Good.
Practicing.
That's very good, actually.
Doing a lot of meditation, some yoga. He posted his story today. He took an ice bath before day 3.
Why do you take ice bath here? Actually, that's the only thing I don't like about Vietnam is that the shower are not cold.
The shower's not cold.
In Korea it was so cold, and like the shower is really cold. Like I like cold showers, and I like it cold, and it's like painful, but you feel like you almost die. You cannot feel alive.
Enlighten me. I don't understand. It seems like ice cold baths or showers seem to be pretty industry standard among the top tier poker players. Why? Like you said, it's painful. You feel like you're going to die.
You feel like you're going to die, and then you're happy to be alive. No, but there's like some kind of neuroscience behind it, where it like puts your body in a state of shock, and you feel more alert and focused after.
Right. Okay.
Because of there's some hormonal and some how do you call it? Some nervous system response to the cold, to the cold temperature. So you feel more alert and more focused after. Actually, it's pretty. And the colder it is, you feel it pretty strongly. Actually, like sometimes I don't take cold shower and I'm not nearly as alert. I mean, you can take a lot of coffee; it also works. But it also works. But
I can see it. I can see how it definitely would make you more alert.
It makes you more alert for a while, actually. More alert and feels more focused.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something good about like circulation there as well. And
I think mentally it's pretty good too, because I don't know, maybe mentally it's good to put yourself in situations that are not necessarily pleasant.
Which but is a lot of poker.
Everything feels much easier after.
Hey, listen, if you can wake up first thing in the morning and jump into a bath full of ice and water, why can't you win the main event here at APT Phu Quoc?
So are you going to try cold shower? When are you going to try? In Vancouver, it should be cold, right?
Yeah, I live in Canada. Canada's cold. That's why we like to take warm showers.
I think it might also be good for your immune system. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I heard that
It might be good. I mean, some of the data, they're not super conclusive, but but alertness is pretty. I mean, you can feel it. You feel awake. You feel awake after. You feel alive. You feel alive.
Feel alive because you felt like you were gonna die. Brendan, Dean, Ruby here are talking. We were just talking about that because he took an ice bath this morning. He's a mental game.
So how did he take an ice bath here?
He filled the bath with water and he got some ice from like the ice machine in the hotel and just dumped it.
That's like next to, I'm too lazy to do that. Man, I should do it, but
sure. Big blind call here, hijack versus big blind, and a call waiting for the graphics to catch up. Oh, it looks like, I'm so sorry, it looks like it was an all-in and a call, but we haven't, graphics may not have caught up yet.
But that's not the.
This is not the table.
That's not the table. That's like ACs against something, I think.
Yep. Oh, and we're back. Oh, I see. We were capturing our live on the floor was capturing a bust out at our table. So it looks like we're now down to 23 players.
So what did you learn from Brendan, Ruby about the mindset?
All I learned is that I'm scared of taking cold showers. I saw that and I'm like, that looks terrible. But I learned something new. I learned that it improves your immunity, improves your awakeness, perhaps your circulatory system. If you know anything about taking ice baths, leave a comment in the live chat below. We love chatting with you all. 196 people watching, close to 200.
I usually don't take ice bath. I take cold showers, but I think it's fairly similar. But I think ice bath is harder, actually.
Chen Dong turning 2-pair here. Big with the big blind special. Brendan still staying with ace high. Does have the ace of clubs nut flush blocker. He might try to get creative with that. If the clubs do come in, we shall see. Checks over and flow to Ruby, who's gonna bet what I heard is 120 and 290. Music to Chen Dong's ears. Ruby very short, leaving himself only 240 behind now.
Yeah, drawing officially dead.
Chen Dong, yep, shouldn't have too many, you know, if he's calling and flop, a lot of it's going to be perhaps 8x's, 5x's. That can't really continue to more aggression on the turn when the Queen of Clubs comes in. Unfortunately here, does run into top 2.
Yeah, I shouldn't have too many queens. I mean, he could have Queen X of spades and some I don't know.
Yeah, a flush spade flush draws with Queen X's in them.
Or some King Queen that you can float with sometimes, maybe.
Yep. King High floats, hijack versus big blind to
especially if he has
wider ranges.
If he has one spade, he calls.
Love to call. Love seeing this call here. River. 3 of clubs does bring in the backdoor flush here. And Ruby does have the nut flush blocker. What a spot here for our poker game.
But I don't think
poker mental
they're
game.
gonna be a fold. I mean, it's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to represent the backdoor flush usually. I think he would, if he had backdoor clubs, maybe he doesn't. Maybe if he has a jack of clubs, he will barrel, but a lot of them he might not barrel it even.
Might try to realize equity and check back on the turn is what you're saying. And wow, Chen
although
Dong
there
here
shouldn't
playing
be,
slow might pay off.
You might realize equity, but also there should not be almost any shove in the big blind range, on the, especially on this turn, right? I mean, if he's just check calling Queen 8, he's check calling
All
everything.
in, and all in it goes. 240k goes into the middle into a pot of 430k. A little more than a half pot bet here. Chen Dong with top 2 pair, top of his range.
I don't see how he can fold.
I do not see how he can fold either, but if he does, that's going to be a massive, massive pot for Brendan. I really hope that that cold shower paid off, man. And it's going to be get called here.
Yep.
And that's going to be a good game for Brendan, Dean, Ruby. Real pleasure meeting him.
Yeah, Ice Bath didn't pay off. There is no justice in poker.
There's
That's
no justice.
rule number 1 of poker. Nothing is fair. Nothing is fair.
Yeah. But admirable play.
But,
and you know, admirable
I mean,
play.
he might
Great
work
to
a
meet
lot.
you.
I mean, if he has an 8, if you think he's calling the turn with an 8 or a 5, then definitely he might fold them on
For
the
sure.
river. Fold these on the river.
So
It's
much of
just
Chen
also
Dong's
like,
range
I
just
mean,
can't call.
he went into top 2 is pretty unfortunate.
Hey, if there's a way to go out, it's to go out with guts. And so that's going to be a good game for Brendan of the UK, Australia. Pardon me, I don't know my flags very well. And we got another...
so you're going to try cold shower soon?
Huh?
Right?
Yes.
Are you going to try cold shower soon?
Yes.
When you're back in Vancouver?
Listen, when Elke tells you to take a cold shower,
That's
you
good
take
to
a cold shower. You can't say no.
I
It's
think you can
binding
try.
now.
I think you know what's good is to try and see if you like it or not. I like to try everything, to be open-minded and just try it, and then if I hate it, I try it a few times, and if you hate it and you don't feel special after, then
For
just
sure.
stop doing it. But
Try something new every time. Pardon me, Brendan, of course, from Australia.
Australia, you said
Australia, not
UK.
the
You said
UK.
UK.
I did. Australia.
You know, UK used to dominate like 95% of the world, so.
Oh yes, We
It's close enough.
we recall. Sure, sure. We
close
recall.
enough.
I think we recall.
Singapore used to be UK, Canada.
Oh
it's
yes,
okay.
yes. I remember.
It's fine.
Growing up in Singapore, yeah, I had to relearn some things when I went to Canada. I had to learn that lorries are trucks and lifts are elevators. You know, all the little different things you learn when you travel the world. And folks, if you want to join me in Taipei, and Elkie might be there too as well. Our biggest event of APT history is going to be APT Taipei happening starting on April 28th, and of course it's going to feature our coveted main event with a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars, a 1 million USD prize pool.
How can we qualify to Taipei?
How can we qualify to Taipei?
How can we qualify?
I'm so glad you asked.
Yes.
I'm so glad you asked. There's multiple ways. Listen, yes, you can just, there's that 1 million USD guarantee, and you can buy in for a seat for 1,650 USD. But if you're on a tighter budget, we've got satellites, very, very valuable satellites happening every Sunday, starting this Sunday, I believe, or starting one of these Sundays, but you can go to www.natural8.com to find out about that. It's going to be a very April 9th. Yes, April 9th. Sunday starting April 9th. We're going to start with some satellites. We're going to bang off with a $30 satellite with 10 seats guaranteed. Following Sunday, it's a $200 satellite with 15 seats guaranteed, and the same thing the week after, another $200 satellite with 10 seats guaranteed. But if that's still on your budget, that's no problem, because you can get into this main event for just $3.
You can get for free, and then Greg is gonna stake you. Just email. We're gonna have a
not
competition.
not binding. But you can get in. Maybe not free, but you can get in for $3 because each of those satellites I just mentioned each have step satellites into them, and that again happens on Sundays. So you can learn about that on www.natural8.com. And if that's not enough, Elkie, oh wait, there's more. You can qualify from playing the online day ones on Natural 8. If you make it into the money then, you immediately qualify to the live day 3 in Taipei. So if you're not all in on your travel plans to Taipei, you can play the day ones online from the comfort of your own home and then make it into the money.
You can come to Taipei on day 1 and just enjoy Taipei.
Oh, you would come in straight
people are grinding, and that's my strat, I think. I would play the day 1 online. Oh, okay. So I qualify straight for day 3, and I come to Taipei on day 1, and then I watch people play.
I see.
I enjoy life, and then that's good.
Nice. Yeah, and Elkie, he told me he's like maybe 66% coming. So 2-to-1 favorite to see Elkie there as well. And you can learn all about that at theasianpokertour.com or about the satellites and the online day ones at natural8.com. As we get back into the hand here, Jackson 6s. Oh, pardon me, boat.
Boat, yeah. I mean, it's going to be hard for Albert to fold here, too. Oh, you bet. How much you bet?
2/3. Looks like 105. The blue chips are 25K. Yellows are 5K.
105? That's going to be hard for him to get away, I think.
25,000 ante.
I think he's going to close it off.
10 and 25,000.
My read is he's scoring.
All right, he says, show me the bad news. Boat.
Yeah.
And the worst hand pre is the best hand post, and that's how it be in poker sometimes. A nice little pot here getting shoved to Pachara Wong Wichit.
Coming your way in 15 minutes.
And now that was big stack on big stack violence there. Pachara now
it's really deep actually. The average stack is really deep, right?
Oh yes, day 3 already, level 23, but so deep. Very
I mean,
deep
the average stack size is a lot of big blinds.
That's right. And that's what we love about the APT. We've got really good long levels here. Lots, especially for our flagship events like the main event, the high rollers, 1 hour levels. So a lot of poker to be played. You don't have to just play bingo and open shove once you get down to 15 big blinds. But we also have those as well. Turbos, super turbos. So we have a little bit of everything for the APT, the players of the APT. But definitely for our flagship events, including the main event, long hours. Long levels for plenty of play. Hayato Kitajima, pardon me. Under the gun now with 9-9. Having a good run so far since we came back from the break. Got a massive double up with queens. Avoided a tight spot with ace-queen offsuit versus an under the gun raise and a 3-bet. Made the rightful fold. Has been performing very well and impressively here at this feature table. And this under the gun raise is going to get all the way down to our blinds here. Albert with nut low. Nut low, let it go. And now to our big blind. Julian Tron, 58 big blinds with 10-4 suited. people showing some love for Brendan in the chat, saying GG Brendan. Pluggy says, Elkie, love you from Thailand. You got love from Thailand.
I love Thailand. I love Thailand.
And Thailand, Elkie loves you back, Thailand.
I love you guys. Have you been to Thailand, Greg?
I have not yet been.
You have to go,
I hear it's great. As we see a flop here of Ace Jack Jack.
Double stop flight 8.
Hayato with the underpair.
Slight loose defend, I think. 10-4 suited. I mean,
that's at one of those points where I would just say, but it was suited.
It was suited, but it's also against another dragon open.
Yes.
So you're pretty likely to be crushed and doesn't flop too well, 10-4.
Well, it makes up for the loose call pre with a good fold post. 22 players left remaining. Again, we're playing down to the final 8 players. We're getting close to day 3 final table bubble.
Good fold. I mean, it's a good fold, but I would say it's more like a standard fold on Ace Jack Jack. But
a standard.
Actually, he could have check raised and probably win. He could have check raised and probably win. He could have check raised or float and probably win. But
sure.
But yeah, it's correct play. But
it's a fun thing I love to see here at the Asian Poker Tour. A lot of creative, unconventional
players.
I
like it too. I love it actually. It's kind of fun. You know what? I like the unpredictability of opponents. Because when you watch like those super high rollers, actually it's like really high level play, but when it's too high level in our spots, it's kind of predictable. Like, you know, they're never gonna spew and they're never gonna like make huge mistakes, and like, I mean, obviously they're gonna play better, they're gonna play creative in few spots, but most of the spots they're actually like fairly standard, and they're never gonna deviate.
Yeah, I think someone mentioned a really interesting topic the other day. It always stuck with me. It's just like in every other sport, we as the viewer want to see the elite of the elite duke it out and play. But poker is not necessarily like that. The more we see recreationals playing, the more exciting it is sometimes for the viewer.
Yeah, like this actually.
And we gotta see.
Also, because I think in other sports, it feels like the elite is definitely impossible, right? When you watch like, I don't know, people play tennis, like the top in the world, you definitely know you're never gonna do it. You're never gonna be able to do it. But in poker, you know, when you watch the top guys playing, like 95% of what they do, you can pretty much do it. And sometimes you can, even if you can do it, you think you can because you're just like a fold or an all-in. It's like, how hard can it be, right?
As they say, poker is very much
it's
like
actually hard. It's actually hard, but it doesn't look that way.
Yeah, everyone thinks they're good at it. And
I think what's harder is to have the discipline and the consistency. Is definitely hard. I think that's harder. That's harder than the.
All right, player positions here. Got 2 Chinese players on the table. One from the US of A, one from Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, and
so
Singapore.
Many countries. That's cool.
So many countries.
Obviously, so many countries. Yeah.
Yeah. Another big thing we like to highlight is just the diversity we have here at the Asian Poker Tour. You know, there's some series out there that call themselves the World Series, but I like to think that really we represent the better diversity of the world here at the Asian Poker Tour.
Yeah, it's amazing actually. So many countries.
And you can see, even with that diversity, you still see so much camaraderie here. You can see like little chit chats here, which is nice to see in such a high stakes position, this deep in the main event, but that people are still able to smile and
23 players left.
Correct.
Are we playing to final table today? What's the plan?
We're playing down to the final 8 players today.
Final 8 players.
That's correct.
Are you going to dance for me? Because I'm not ready yet.
Oh yeah. So the joke there is
I can delegate my dancing skills to you.
So the joke there is that on natural 8, if you ever make a final table of a tournament, an animation of Elkie appears and starts dancing. So if you ever see Elkie dancing, it's a good day. Will we get it live today? I don't know. Might have to get some soju or some shots out first.
I quit alcohol actually.
Oh, pardon me.
That's okay. I need some kind of other form of courage. But
listen, no, you are now my self-care coach. I'm gonna quit alcohol and I'm gonna replace it with ice baths instead.
Yeah, and you also need to sleep 8 hours a night and exercise 4 hours a week, something like this. Okay. And are you doing it?
You
want me to write you a plan? You want me to write you a plan?
I've been going 3 days a week. 3 days a week. But now I go 4.
It's a good start actually.
Wow, we got a cooler. We might got a cooler spot here.
It's a good start. It's a good start.
+1 raises with Ace King offsuit. Hayato picks up jacks in the small blind. Wu Junhao are short stack, likely going to get out the way here. But we're going to see Big Snake running up against jacks.
What is Wu Jun thinking? What is Wu Jun? Is this Wu Jun?
No. Wu Junhao has already folded, I believe.
That's Chendong, right?
This would be.
I think he's gonna shove or he's gonna call. Is he calling or is he shoving? I think they're both decent options. Looks like he's calling, right?
Looks like he's making the call here. 190. So I guess he heads up to a flop here. 3-bet pot, jacks versus ace king.
I think especially if the shorter stacks are live, like ICM dictates that shoving is definitely not the quite a riskier option because you don't want to flip for most of your chips when there's like much shorter stacks around, and a lot of the time if you think your opponent is pretty straightforward, he's not gonna 3-bet like ace jack or ace 10 and bluff you on the flop, so it's also fine to. And it's also better to do it in position.
Yeah.
Oh, Hayato checks the flop.
Checks to our pre-flop aggressor. Oh. Oh, sorry, pardon me. Hayato being our pre-flop aggressor with the jacks. Checks to Chendong, who checks back.
Oh.
And wow, nut flush draw here for Chendong. SPR exactly 2 right now.
Why are the cards on top? Why is the Jack of Hearts and the King of Clubs?
That's a great question. Those are cards that have already been mucked, that were dealt out pre-flop. Yeah, so those are all the outs, but then really the true outs are yeah. Shows you your theoretical outs and your true outs, which is a really, really cool aspect of this software.
Chendong might take a stab now with the Ace of Hearts. But on the other hand, I mean, he has a lot of outs if he's behind, but he's not really making any better hand fold. So he's not making any better hand fold on the turn, I think.
No.
And Hayato is definitely not folding over pair.
Hayato playing
but
jack
it's also
slow.
quite unlikely that he has over pair. I mean, it's pretty tricky to check twice with an over pair.
Chendong needs has plenty of outs here, but needs a heart to feel a little comfortable. Not gonna come. Hayato gets the check mark. Running well, playing well. Double up with queens. Got out of a tricky situation with
It's
ace
not finished
queen.
yet. It's not finished yet. It's not finished.
No, not finished.
I mean, it is a theoretical check mark, but you know, people get bluffed all the time.
Yep. Flush on the board. 3-liner, 4-liner on the
Although
board.
it's not. Yeah, I don't know. I think Chendong might check here. I don't know. I think he's gonna check.
And it's going to wave the white flag here as Hayato shows the jacks and it's going to take it down. I really appreciated your insight about Ace King in terms of ICM implications. Of course, myself, I have more of a cash game experience, so to see how Ace King plays differently within a tournament with ICM implications has been pretty cool. Because in cash, I'm just like, oh, I'm facing a 4-bet, 5-bet jam.
Yeah, especially when you have less than 100 blind or less in cash, you just pretty much auto in. But here it really depends on the.
Bisman asking, when and where is this tournament? This is, if you're currently asking about this one right now, this is live.
It's in Phu Quoc, Vietnam.
And we are in, yes.
Right,
and we are in Vietnam.
5 minutes
Phu Quoc, Vietnam.
Now we're guiding for the bottom. Table number 1.
Kakper asking, hey, where is Hey Monia? We did cut away to a different table, not featured, and I did see her, so I believe she's still in the running. So, hashtag Monia Gang can breathe easy. And now we've got Wu Junhao on the small blind, blind versus blind with ace-10 offsuit, and all of it goes in. Pachara, our chip leader, with jack-9 offsuit.
Not good enough.
ICM, he says. And that makes the fold. Wu Junhao taking down the blinds. Takes down the big blind. Gets the small blind back. Gets the big blind ante. Very good. And we can see Pachara as our chip leader. Wu Junhao, 285. 11 big blinds. But most of our middling stacks sitting around 40. I would say at this table, maybe averaging maybe 40, 45 big blinds, 50 big blinds or so.
I think the average total is 37. Average of the tournament is 37, which is pretty deep.
Yeah, very, very deep. Slow levels and people busting out fast will result in deeper stacks. And just the way I prefer it, honestly. I think coming from a cash game background, you know, anytime I'm under 100 big blinds, I'm kind of panicking, which is something I have to just do. As we cut to our floor cam here, it looks like we have an all-in and a call.
Ace queen, I guess.
And it looks like that's going to be that looks like it's a bust out as we see this gentleman packing up here. It's going to be a good game. Congratulations to you.
Down to 21.
Down to 21.
So when the last tournament you played, Greg?
Probably second day of APT. I played like a turbo.
Oh, here?
Yeah, here. Got queens in versus tens and ace jack, and I lost to both of them. Both of them.
Oh,
10 and an ace on the flop. Speaking of tens, hey, Julian Tran here, and the hijack opening up to 2 big blinds, getting a quick call from Hayato, pocket pair and pocket pair violence, down to Chen Dong here. So we're going to see single raise pot. Pocket pair versus pocket pair. 10s versus 7s. Comparable stack sizes. As flop come ace, king, 8. Both players went a set to mining, and the set is neither of theirs. Back to our pre-flop aggressor. Julian Tran here. Top right, white collar. Checky check.
I think Hayato is going to check.
Checky check. Off to a turn, needs a 7. Ooh, there's the set. Sometimes you just gotta wait for it. But Julian Tran, unfortunately, not going to get too much value here from 5th pair.
He's gonna bet, and that's gonna be enough to take you down, most likely.
You can see a bet, what looks maybe like 110? 115?
Hayato has been pretty solid, so I don't see him floating or raising here.
And makes the rightful fold. 234 people now watching in our chat. It's probably a high
nice.
for us here. That's great, folks. If you want to, please feel free to. You're hanging out right now with Greg Goes All In and Elke. If you have any questions for us, please feel free to chat with us in the chat. We're monitoring that live chat always. Happy to chat with you.
Greg is monitoring. I'm not doing anything. I'm relaxing here.
Yeah, I'm massaging. You can't see it, but I'm massaging Elke's feet right now.
Oh yeah, actually we should get massage. That's a good idea.
I
didn't get massage since I got here this time.
We do have some massage artists out there as well.
Massages are really good here.
Oh yeah. I will take that as I will take that as at face value, Elke.
Did you try massage?
I have not tried a
what the hell?
massage
You've been here for a week and you haven't got a massage. What are you doing with your life? Like, it's a big mistake, bro.
I'm only doing commentary and hosting for the APT. I guess I need to get my priorities straight. But yes, you heard it here first, folks. Elke highly recommends Vietnamese massages.
Yeah, they're really good.
See some blind on blind action here. 9-6 offsuit versus 10-9 by Li Shanquei. Domination Nation here. As we go blind versus blind, single raise spot, heads up to a flop. As flop comes 8-7-5. How about just the nutter butters for Chen Dong here? Right, he believed in the meme, he believed in the dream, he believed in the meme, and gets rewarded. But Shanquei Li redrawing to the better nutter butters does also have an open ender, so we're going to see some fireworks
Jack
here.
is pretty brutal.
Jack would be brutal.
I mean, 6 is pretty brutal too, but obviously 6 he cannot get away either with the Jack over 6. So.
We're about to see fireworks here, folks. Blind versus blind.
I think he's just calling, right?
Nuts versus nut draw.
Oh, is he raising? Oh,
yeah.
He's raising.
Goes Chen Dong with the nuts, goes for the check raise here. Or is that just a straight bet? I can't.
Oh, he's raising. He's raising. And there's
yeah,
no way.
Right,
there's
right,
no way the big blind can fold.
Needs to hit a jack or a 6 for Lee Shan Kui.
Boom. Oh,
Elky wants to see blood. Elky wants to see blood.
But I think they're very deep. He's still gonna call the turn. I mean, especially on this rainbow board, it's like
Drawing to the absolute nutter butters.
nuts, and if your opponent has 2 pair, you're likely to get paid off a lot. I mean, sometimes 10 and 9 can be good. You can check raise an 8 or a 7 too. Possible. I mean.
Music, please.
So he has like 18 outs and sometimes 14.
Attention everyone, I would like your attention please. We are here honoring
When he check raises like that on this flop, what bluffs could he possibly have? Naked 6X's?
Yeah, I don't
With
think
backdoor flush?
I don't think too many bluffs.
Lots of value for sure.
Yeah,
2
but
pairs.
I mean, depends on the players. I mean, I think much more value than bluffs in this. You could have the exact same hand, I guess, 9-10.
It looks like we're taking a small break to look at this all-in call situation. And looks like that's going to be a good game for yet another player. The player is busting out so quickly here as we get down to our final 8 players of the day 3 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc.
Recording?
Yep, looks like a bet and a call.
River, one time.
Shin Kwan Lee needs a jack or a 6, and Elky wants blood!
Boom! Oh, brutal.
No blood.
Nobody's
Board
gonna be happy. But, I mean, Checkdong is still pretty happy, I think.
Yeah, board does pair, but he still does have the nut straight. Hard for Shan Kui Lee to have
Actually, a pretty good card for
votes
him.
here.
It's a pretty good card for him because if Shan Kui has an 8, then they're affording it now. He has to think his opponent is mostly an 8 or a draw, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Because if you had an overpair, you definitely wouldn't have checked back pre-flop, so... Maybe sometime you can have 7-6 or 5-6, but...
I heard someone in the chat say that Chung Dong here is a Hollywood actor. I'm going to go fact check that. Still in the tank.
He's gonna keep betting. But that's gonna be the end of the hand, obviously. Oh, it's betting a lot. A lot of chips.
Looks like 280,000 half pot bet.
Like, yeah, I think he could have been betting bigger here. Should have been more pro.
Yeah, lots of Shan Kui Lee's range that you can get value from. All the 8 X's you mentioned.
I think if Shan Kui is calling big, but if he has a misdraw, he's not calling anything. I think he's either calling a lot or he's not calling. He's not calling, but in this case, he's not calling.
Well, fireworks, folks. Fireworks. Nut straight versus nut straight draw. And we're gonna see some carnage blind versus blind here. Chen Dong, 1.2 mil. Shan Kui Lee. Oh, it was China on China violence we just witnessed there. Wow.
20 players left.
20 players left. 12 left till the end of the day.
Do they redraw at 16?
Huh?
Do they redraw at 16 players?
Do we have 16 players?
Do they redraw?
Redraw? I will leave that to the. I'll leave that to the tournament directors. I just sit here and smile and talk. I've got the easy job. I've got the real heroes on the floor. Managing is a very multiple people, multiple tables. It's a very complex operation.
It's much harder than it looks actually.
Absolutely.
Also, it already looks kind of hard.
Yeah. Big shout out.
It already looks kind of hard, and it's even harder.
Someone's saying Chen Dong's acting is very good. Some speculation he's an actor. I can't confirm nor deny. But if that is true, that is wonderful. Love to see more actors in the poker space. I myself, Elky, had an acting background, theater, film, voice, dancing.
Whoa,
Whereas everyone I meet in poker is usually, oh, like, what do you do? It's like, oh, finance, business, law. So it's nice to see some other artists out there. Do you have a creative side to you? You dress so colorfully. I must imagine. Do you you paint? You dance on GG. I know that for sure.
Actually, I just started dancing, but before that, I didn't really do anything creative. But I enjoy it now. I think it's good.
Hip hop. Contemporary?
I don't know what I'm doing actually.
Just you feel it.
I'm practicing the GG dance, right? I'm
okay.
That's a dancing lesson. Maybe I learn some K-pop or whatever. But
K-pop, nice. Love to hear it, man. Julian
Tron.
Tron.
I was never so creative when I grew up, but now I kind of feel it more. Actually, it's nice to, I don't know. It's nice to
express yourself.
Express yourself in
of
a
course.
different way.
You are such a great ambassador for the game and the players. I'd love to see it, man. Love to hear that from you. Julian Tron with queens under the gun open.
Chendong
back at it again. Pocket pair of his own. Shan Kui out of the way. And Albert, 7-4 suited.
Albert could have, I think he could have called here. It was like 50 blind effective. Two min raise. I think it's
big blind defending range is pretty wide.
I think
it is multi-weight.
I think could have called. I mean, multi-weight is actually better when you have 7-4 suited.
Yeah. You're not dominated too often. You can make some really strong straight hands.
You get better odds, and anyways, it's not like you're unlikely to win the pot against another gun.
I love to hear that Elkie and I align when it comes to pot odds. Something pot odds I call.
Yeah, pot odds I call. Let's go.
We're going to see a flop of King 9 Deuce. One overcard to Julian Tron's queens. Always feels like that, doesn't it? When you have queens, there's always an ace or a king. Gonna like to check back here. Chendong needs that 5. It's not going to come. Julian Tron does pick up the gut shot. Needs a 10. But is still ahead here with 95% equity. Just needs to fade the 2-outer. But probably feeling better about having the best hand when Chendong checks back. Chendong here in the black. Repping the Triton brand. Checking on back. Check, check. River. Another king. Reducing the amount of king X's that either player could hold.
That's pretty much one of the best cards for
queens, yeah.
For queens beside the 10. But actually it can probably better than a 10 because you can get more value from a jack or a 9. But
Julian Tron here.
Not too many 9s though, I think, especially when they seem to be playing, I don't know, a little bit tighter, so I don't think it would be coding another gun raise with like 9 in hand, which is not 9s. Maybe 9-10.
Julian Tron finally going for some value here. That's 175, what looks like a pot size bet, if not an overbet. An overbet here, slight overbet by Julian Tron. Chendong with the 5s. Considering a bluff catch.
I think he's really considering. I think he's mucking.
Bring out what? There's plenty of things that he loses to, and first the undergun range. What under the gun range does he beat? And there's not much. Makes the wise fold here. Take a look. 20 players left remaining of main event. Day 3 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc. We've got a fun feature table here. Commentary brought to you live by Poker YouTube Meme Lord, myself, Greg Goes All In, and of course the internationally beloved and famous Elkie. Elkie, of course, was a former StarCraft player turned international star poker player.
Like a lifetime ago. It feels like a lifetime ago. It's pretty sick.
You don't ever play here and there, just even recreationally? Are people still?
I haven't played for years, actually. I'm so bad now. It sucks. No, it used to be pretty good at something, and you suck. It's the worst feeling, actually.
See, that's why I'm not good at anything. Would you know?
That's good.
Thank you very much. You can't disappoint yourself if you're not good at anything.
Actually, that's a pretty good.
Stay loose, play 7 deuce.
If you never have any expectations, then you can never be disappointed.
Exactly, exactly. Because see, I tried to have aspirations as an actor or a poker player, and I disappointed my parents. But hey, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. It's blind versus blind here. Albert of the US of A. Love to see some other North Americans here as well. Don't see too many We get a handful of Americans. Very rarely we see
Pretty
Canadians.
far, man. It's pretty far, right?
Yeah, 21-hour flight for me total flight time. 27 hours total travel time.
That's rough. Why did you go? Do you go from Vancouver to where?
Went from Vancouver to Taiwan, Taipei actually, to Ho Chi Minh, and then here to Phu Quoc. So 3 separate flights.
That's
and,
rough,
and I
bro.
time traveled 2 days ahead.
You time travel. I like the expression.
I'm gonna see some domination nation here. Blind versus
Nigeria is
blind.
gonna. Whoa, sick! It's gonna make the move with the Queen Deuce, and that might be enough. Most likely, it's gonna be enough actually.
Blind versus blind, admittedly, is probably the weakest part of my tournament game. It's just because the ranges are so wide. Sometimes you're supposed to limp fold. Sometimes you're supposed to, your limp call, and you have a range where you're supposed to like limp raise. Sometimes you open. Sometimes you just open fold. It's very, very wide ranges.
I mean, in tournament you don't open fold much because NT, right? In cash game, but probably a lot more.
Hits the muck. When that's gonna be what effectively is gonna be a nice bluff there. Gets the better hand to fold. Check it out, 2.85 billion up top, 120,000 USD. And folks, that money goes a long way here. This is really life-changing money.
How many billions of Vietnamese down? Can we win? Can they win?
2.85 billion up top.
2.85 billion? Wow, sick.
2.85 billion. 2.85 billion.
Oh my god, sick.
Yeah.
I want to win 2.5 billion one time in my life too.
Hey, if you want to become a billionaire, the easiest way is going to be
to live in Vietnam, and play some tournaments here.
Exactly. That's a nice thing about playing tournaments here at APT Phu Quoc is that if you cash in any of them, you're immediately a millionaire. I wanna be a millionaire so frickin' bad. Folks, if you're enjoying this commentary and live stream, please feel free to hit that subscribe button and that like button. It really helps us grow the game of poker in Asia, such a blossoming game here, and that is our vision as the APT, is to grow this game as much as we can here in this side of the world. And it starts with you liking and subscribing. Shan Kui Lee with ace-8 off in the cutoff opening here, and Hayato picking up his I believe is his 4th premium pocket pair since we got back from the break. Picking up jacks here, black jacks if you will. 3-bet 180 versus a 50K.
That should be enough.
Ace-8 offsuit, not going to perform well in a 3-bet pot. Even if you hit an ace, you're going to kind of hate life because you're in domination nation so much of the time.
I mean, if you hit an ace and there's a lot of money getting in, you're probably dead.
Looks like there may have been another bust out as we see a player leave the table.
Really thinking about it, but Hayato has been playing pretty straightforward. I mean, the players on the stream, they're probably not aware, obviously, but
yeah, sometimes they'll just see the aggression, but they're not going to see. Yeah, exactly. He's actually picking up lots of cards. 250.
The click back. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Pretty sick move actually. It's unlikely to work, but still pretty good. How much was it bet? How much did you raise? You raised 50?
It looks like it was a 250. Is it a legal raise? Because it went from 50K to 130, right? 50 to 180. So that needs to be at least 130. Should at least be 310 is the minimum raise. Oh, what a strange spot. It might have just been a call.
What is it? Is it a call or a raise?
Because he put in the 3-bet was 180, and I saw him put 250 in chips out. And that's just going to effectively be a call here. So we're going to see what a little strange little dynamic there. I'm not really sure if you intended to call or to raise.
It's a sick angle, actually. You want to call and you pretend to click back. It's like the sickest ever.
Could have.
Then you're going to get all the free cards in the world. It's like... It's actually a pretty sick angle.
Might have been might have also very well could have just been an honest mistake. I find the chips.
I don't think it's an angle. I think he made a mistake.
Yeah, these and the nice thing is about the APTs, they use different chipsets for different tournaments. So these players constantly have to adapt to different chip sizes. You know what? Even just going from cash to tournaments, it's kind of a trip, trying to figure out the denominations. But we're gonna see a C-bet here, 130K into what would have been about 400.
Float. I mean, yeah, it's a club, but it's pretty...
Wow, we're going to float here with ace high. Does have out at backdoor clubs and the ace, of course. 8 of clubs would be...
I mean, yes, the ace is time, but a lot of times the ace is not good. Okay.
Still behind all of the other ace X's as well. Shankui Li of China now with 11 big blinds. Needs to find a way to get out of this pot. Or hit a miracle ace on the River of Dreams.
After considering his options here, he's gonna shove.
And this is going to be the out for Shankui Li to cut his losses and spin up 11 big blinds.
Yeah.
Again, folks, we might see a lot of what we might think. It's much easier to play poker when you see the hands.
Yeah,
Another thing that we have to take in consideration is that these players have had 3 days of hand histories with each other. So many different dynamics at play that we may not even be aware of. But taking a look now,
it's actually hard to focus a long time. That's why cold bath is good. That's why preparation is quite important. It's still quite underrated because it's not so much about what's your technical skill set and how good you are in your A game, but it's your ability to play it most of the time because it's pretty long days when you play 10 hours a day for days. It's
your endurance.
It's mentally tiring.
Yeah, when I play cash, I'm usually only mentally going in with at most playing set 6 hours or 8 hours, but when you play these multi-day events, you can go for much longer, 12 hours.
That's good.
What's that?
You're so disciplined. When the game is kind of good, I never quit. I just don't like to quit.
That's another thing I've been told, but I think for myself, Elkie, admittedly, I have no aspirations as to be an elite poker player myself, I play, I consider myself a full-time content creator and personality, and poker's always been the hobby and the side thing, and I think as far as that goes for me, I think that's okay, Poker can be just an enjoyable pastime to play with friends.
That's actually the beauty of it. It can be anything you want,
Yeah.
And it should be.
For some, it's income. For some, it's an expense. And if it is an expense, at least make it worth your while. Have some fun. Don't take life too serious. Enjoy yourself. Life lessons with Elkie and Greg.
That's good advice.
Ace King for Julian of Vietnam on the button. Ace King, also known as Big Slick, because when you slick, you slick big. 283 people watching right now. Wow, I think this is probably a record for our viewership on our live streams here so far in Phu Quoc. So thank you so much for being here. Please hit that like and subscribe button if you'd be so kind. And if you believe in the vision of growing the game here in Asia. 19 players left remaining, 11 more until we hit our final table bubble. Take a look here at player positions. Again, it looks like Pachara and Julian Tran chip leading right now, both with 1.8 million in chips. And again, that's 18 folks, 18 people left out of a field of entries of 507 entries. Yeah, 507 entries. And the competition wasn't easy either.
They were shopping my, how much was the buy-in?
You tell me, Elkie.
I don't know what to buy. I don't even ask to buy anymore. That's why. But I know I bought in, but
yeah,
it's 1.4k US equivalent, so maybe 33 million.
I don't have it off the top of my head. I will search that up right now.
I think 33 million, but maybe I'm wrong.
33 million, correct.
Oh, nice.
33 million. And what is that in USD? Well, let me tell you.
1.4.
Yep, 1400 USD. 1400 is the 1400 USD is the buy-in. All right, Shankwei Lee all in with the best hand here with King Queen offsuit in for 285, just over 11 big blinds. King Queen offsuit, one of my favorite hands, also known as Beauty and the Beast, gives me an excuse to break out the song.
King Queen offsuit?
Yes, Beauty and the Beast. Tale as old as time. You remind me of the candlestick.
The beast?
No, the candlestick and the French candlestick in Beauty and the Beast.
Oh yeah, the candlestick.
Lumière.
Lumière. Yeah, you speak French. Actually, everybody in Canada has to learn French, right?
Oui.
Oui, bien sûr. Un petit peu.
But we learn Québécois French, which
Québécois.
I don't think is as as compatible with French.
You can understand pretty well. Some expressions is different, but can understand most. Can understand most.
Wu Junhao of Singapore. Singapore, of course, being the country that I was born in. Again, myself being Greg. Greg goes all in now.
And the last time you've been to Singapore?
Last time I was in Singapore was before I had to RSVP for the army.
Oh, you went
so
to the
which
army?
was 15 or 16. No, I did not.
You did not? Why
I did not. Listen, I had a momentum in my life in Canada. I had, I had a momentum and friends.
So you cannot go back to Singapore unless you go to the army? Is that the plan?
I cannot go back to Singapore without getting arrested.
Oh.
Shankwei Lee now from China, picking up pocket rockets.
It's the same thing in Korea actually too.
Yeah, understandable. Small countries. Do what you got to do.
Korea's pretty big though, but.
But China right now with aces, hoping to get action.
But it doesn't look so good for him.
Praying to get action. Only one person left to give him action. It's going to be Chen Dong in the big line.
Not going to give him action. Rip.
Muck. Every aces ever. Consider showing, so thinks better of it. 19 players left remaining, pardon me. Take a look at our chip counts. Julian Tran taking the lead here from Pachara, but only a slight lead. Hayato also another big stack, followed by Albert.
So you can never go back to Singapore in your life?
Unless I unless I serve my time and then
How long is your time? How long is your time?
I believe it's 2 years of jail first, and then 2 years of national service after that.
You can't even go national service straight away.
No.
That's a long time.
Have to satellite in now. Yeah.
Satellite to the army.
yeah.
Oh, 4 years. That's kind of long.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm 18 because you're supposed to go when you're 18. But I just graduated high school.
So if you went when you're 18, you could have gone for 2 years only.
Yeah, just 2 years. Yeah, just.
But now it's like tax.
Late tax. Yes, correct.
Tax.
Rake.
It's like rake.
Wu Junhao all in. Our short stack A7 offsuit now in the cutoff. This time not looking for too much action.
Oh, he's calling? What? No way. It's Jack 10? That's really...
No.
I would say lose.
Okay. Going for...
Especially with how I've been playing pretty tight. Yeah, oh yeah, he has jacks. I think it's infography or... It looks like he has jacks. That makes a lot more sense than back then.
Graphic area here, folks. So it looks like we're seeing...
Oh yeah, it's Jack and... yeah, jacks.
Jacks versus ace-7.
Jacks makes a lot more sense. I was kind of surprised to see him go Jack 10.
10 of spades reading as Jack of spades, I guess. Jack's going to hold. Needs an ace or a 3. As flop comes 5, 4, deuce. 3 of clubs would be spicy. Not coming. Needs an ace and only an ace to stay alive, or a 3. And that's going to be a good game for my fellow Singaporean, Wu Junhao. Say hello to Singapore for me, because I for sure cannot.
I'll say hi for you next time.
Please. Good game. As we're now down to 18 players. Folks, we're playing down to the last 8 players of day 3. These players have been grinding for these 3 days, playing down to the final table. Of course, we'll return tomorrow for day 4 for the final table, but we're not going anywhere until we get our final table. 8 players, 10 more to go. And thank you to 287 players.
Do you want to bet on someone who make final table?
We're going to make some bets?
Let's make some bets.
Oh my gosh.
I want to gamble here. I only play one tournament. I want to gamble on something. I want to gamble on something.
I have one. We can bet, as we are in Vietnam, we can bet on who makes the final table, and we can discuss and settle up outside of this room. Does that make you pick it up? I'm laying down, Aoki?
Okay.
Okay. I'll send you GG dollars, GG dollars.
GG dollars. I'd rather get Vietnamese money. I would feel richer.
Oh yes.
Can you pay me 1 billion? How much is 1 billion?
1 billion.
1 billion is a lot, right?
1
It's
billion.
like 40k. It's like 40k.
40k, yep.
Ah, that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
40k. Top 4 walking away as billionaires, but of course, number 1 walking away with 2.85 billion. Multi-billionaire at that point. Hand 88, 8, a very auspicious number in Chinese culture. I'm sure in other parts of the world as well. Let's see what Pachara can do here with ace-3 offsuit on the cutoff. Getting some good folds all the way down to the big blind and muck. And that's what we're going to call a hand that not much happened in. The suspense. The
It's always feels good when you raise with a sphere of suit and you get folds, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations. Final 18.
Final 18. Thank you so much, folks. 295 people in the live chat.
Oh,
Thanks
it's
for being
rising,
here.
it's rising.
It's rising.
Let's
Can
go,
we
let's
get,
go, let's go.
let's get to 300. I currently see that we have...
Let's get to 500. You have to...
Let's get to 500. Yeah, set the goal high, you know. 28
to
likes
dream big.
only, though. So, folks, please hit that like button. And it's more than just a like. It's more than just a click on your phone. You know what it is? It's supporting the game of poker in Asia, growing this game internationally. That's
It's warming our heart. It's warming our heart. Please.
you got to go for the
please.
pathos, you know. you gotta tug at their heartstrings. That's how you do call to actions. Chen Dong with big slick ace king. Shan Kui Lee in Domination Nation with beauty
might
and the
shove here.
beast.
He might shove, yeah. He's doing it.
China on China violence here as we
He's
see.
doing it, but the timing is
Unfortunate.
yeah.
Cutoff
Can't
ranges
win.
are pretty wide, but
See
not
that
to the top of it.
30%, not bad, huh?
Hey, 3-1.
Yeah.
Anything can happen here. You're going to see Shan Kui Lee all in for his tournament life with
Yeah,
King
bet
Queen off.
on, you
versus
bet
Ace
on King Queen? You bet on King Queen?
You give me 1-to-1 odds.
I mean,
you know, I think you and we're always rooting for the underdog.
Oh,
right?
see, you should have bet.
Wow!
You're such a fish. You're
I'm
such a fish.
such a fish.
Oh, never mind.
I.
Diamond.
Diamonds.
That's like pretty good burnout, actually.
Our girls'
pretty
best
pretty
friends,
legit burnout.
but not Shan Kui Lee's friend today. That's gonna be a good game for Shan Kui Lee, busting in 18th place here at day 3 of the main event at APT Phu Quoc. But at least his chips went to the same country, you know.
Yeah. I don't know if that makes him feel better, but does it?
Probably not, but silver linings, silver linings. Wow, this final table getting a little sparse as we're now 5-handed. Likely gonna refill these seats with some new blood, new chips.
I think there might be a redraw at... No, usually there's a redraw at 16, but maybe not here, but probably yes.
I trust you. You have infinitely more experience in terms than I do. So and with that, the procedures. So I will trust your intuition and defer to your expertise.
I love that it's 8 and 8 here though, it's good.
Currently 5-handed as we get new players, but that means more hands.
All right, less than 2 minutes before we close registration for the double stack flight A event.
Double stack, let's go. Are you playing? Are you playing another event here or?
If my capacity with the APT in terms of commentary and content creation has been quite limited, so as much as I would love to play these events,
You can do both probably. Oh.
I've had to prioritize making content and supporting the APT. But trust me, Elkie, if I have any spare time, you know I'm in these late night turbos.
Lines are up.
Were you able to visit the island a little bit in Phu Quoc? What's good to see in Phu Quoc besides the poker?
Here? Oh
yeah.
yes. So the beaches. So you definitely, if you're staying at the Radisson, you can definitely just
I
walk
can
to
see
the beach.
I can see the beach.
That's
nice.
wonderful. Grand World. You just ask for a buggy. They'll drive 2-minute drive buggy to Grand World.
What's a Grand World?
Grand World is the location just next to here. It's essentially it's almost like it's really interesting. It's almost like a themed park where like they've built European-styled buildings. There's a big fountain, lots of little local food. It's quite entertaining and also at the same time kind of bizarre that there's just these European-style buildings in the middle of Vietnam. Next to that is Vin Oasis Amusement Park, which you can go to as well. Lots of rides.
You done everything?
I've pretty much almost everything.
Whoa,
yeah, I went to
cool.
10 days here. Went to Grand World, been to the beach. I
Whoa.
rented a motorbike, biked down to the night market further south.
What did they sell? What did they sell at night market?
You know, like local, like traditional Vietnam foods, just street foods. You know, it was great. It was a really good time. So plenty to see here in Phu Quoc. Another thing that's notable about Phu Quoc, other than compared to the other APT destinations I've been to, is just that Phu Quoc seems to be a very family-friendly place to go. Like, let's say you want to degen and play poker in a country, but you got to bring the family along. Phu Quoc's the best place to do it. Even our hotel has a daycare, and there's lots of activities for the family to do. While you're playing poker here at the
So what was the favorite thing that you did? What was your favorite out of all the things that you did here? Playing a poker tournament.
Of course, yes. Doing commentary with Elke on the APT.
Second next favorite. If I had to pick one, what should I do?
This one was random. I went to karaoke. My friend and I, we got a motorbike. We drove it down 30 minutes. And I've never ridden.
What kind of karaoke?
Normal karaoke, not the kind of karaoke that I should be learning about, I guess. But we got a
learn about
motorbike.
everything is good to.
I know, more open your mind. But I got a motorbike. I've never ridden a motorbike. They didn't ask for a license, anything.
Oh,
I just got a motorbike.
This time in Thailand, actually, it's so sick. Actually,
Yeah,
you can rent a motorbike. Normally, you just rent a motorbike without asking for anything, and sometimes you give it back.
Yeah.
And then you put it back, right? And the guy is in another room, so you give him the key, and he doesn't even check if the bike is there or not. He's just like, thanks, bro.
That's great.
That's really good.
So that was fun, and I couldn't tell if I was being very brave or very stupid, but I survived.
Life is good.
It was
good to be alive. It's good to be alive.
Good to be alive. Yeah. Take a cold bath makes you feel like you want to die, but makes you feel more alive. Isn't that right? And honestly, riding that motorbike in Vietnam traffic, I felt like I could have.
Yeah, actually, I went to Ho Chi Minh a few years back, and there was so many bikes. I was like, I don't know if they will survive.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty sick how many bikes there are in Vietnam, actually.
Absolutely. You had to dodge and weave and dodge, but made it to the night market here, which was really enjoyable. And then my friend and I went to karaoke after that, which was a really good time.
What did you eat at the night market?
I got this it's like this crispy pancake thing with like meats and veggies. It reminded me of a taco, like a Mexican taco. But like it was like
Vietnamese one?
Yeah, I know that. I'm saying blasphemy right now, but like that's what it reminded me of, and it was great. Had some sugarcane juice as well. Oh, I'm salivating.
I'm hungry now.
Yeah, maybe we get a motorbike. Just me and you, Elke.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
You gotta drive me?
No. I'll ride in the back. You can drive.
I'm a bad driver too. I almost never drive anything.
Albert here with Ace Jack of clubs, opening under the gun. Big blind defend with Ace 3 offsuit. Both players very deep. Neither making a pair. Both sitting with ace highs, but some ace highs are better than others. Checking to our pre-flop aggressor here, Albert, with the 2 overs, backdoor straights and backdoor flush.
Albert seems to like to see bet quite a lot, actually. I mean,
looks like we got another bust out, a separate table. So it looks like we're down to our 17 or 16 players now.
Should be 16, right? We draw.
Bet and a fold.
How about restaurants around here? There's a lot of restaurants in this area, I see, right?
Yes.
Have you tried all of them?
I've been to the Korean one here, the Vietnamese one here. This whole area is just like a lot of restaurants. This is like kind of a restaurant-y area. And the best part is at this time of the year, it doesn't seem like there's too many people here, so you never really have to wait too long, and there's always a seat. Very deep now. We go to like 5-handed here, and they're all sitting on sub 50 big blinds.
I won my first hand of the hour now.
Albert lamenting about a bit of a cold run. Still can't complain too much when you're sitting in that many chips.
But you barely lost any hand, actually. I mean,
looks like 15 players, 15 or 16 players left remaining.
I think 16, right? That's why I think they're gonna redraw.
It looks like a redraw. Yeah. Down to our final 2 tables. Shout out to Papa Bear, just walking out of frame right now, one of the tournament directors. Shout out to Martin Dinesh, our one of production coordinators, been keeping the show running. And of course, thank you all to all of the staff here and other production teams, making the magic work. And thank you to you for watching. All 288 of y'all on YouTube watching. We really appreciate you. Bring Bert back to feature. I like Bert. Bert is a good guy.
Who's Bert? Who's Bert?
Bert, he's from Australia. I brought 2 pairs of glasses, all-in glasses here. On my first day.
One. Yes.
You got one of them.
I got 50%. I got 50% of the loot. That's good enough. 50% of the prize pool.
Right. But it looks like we are coming now back to a break as we shuffle up the tables. But wow, what an exciting feature table that was. Huh?
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Good times. And again, folks, we're down to now the last 15 or 16. So we're playing down to the final 8 for day 3. So you won't want to go anywhere. Are you taking your leave from us, Elkie, after this break?
Nah, I think I'll stay a bit. It's okay.
Gonna stay a little bit longer? Okay,
Yeah,
so when we come
a good time here.
when we come back from the break, perhaps Elkie will still be with us again.
You leaving? Are you leaving?
I think we're going on a break.
Oh, we're going to break first, and then
yeah,
we'll see
we're going to break and see what happens. But
yeah.
you don't go anywhere. Day 3 of the main event, playing down to the final table, and here are some messages from our sponsors.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 US, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on day 1. And lastly, step 3. Jump straight into day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So the overwhelming chip leader gonna raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is gonna pick up one customer from the big blind, Gurman Bukharov, playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop, 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6, 3, 2 spades. Gurman flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hai Nam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop, he puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a fourth spade has rolled off on the river. And Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So Din, Duck, Trung are the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace-Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark. So these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow. Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens. As he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards, comes in over the top. So we have a 3-way all-in. Rudnev came in as the shortest stack, now covers half the table. Gonna get out of the way, so a 3-way ordeal here. Potential couple of ladders for the rest of the table if the queens for Huang Hai Nam can hold here. And a queen in the window. Queen 9-3. All spades. There are some chop outs as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn. Another spade would be a 3-way chop. No dice. 7 of clubs. Seals the fate of Feng Xiao and Ding Duck Trung. And everyone else gets a double ladder. Chip leader up to 13 million now. So the Swiss player, Ives Thalmann, kicking things off with a raise from the cutoff, does have the goods Opening off of a very shallow stack, sub 15. Gok to Pham, 1 seat over. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Wants to try and apply pressure to the shorter stack deep in the APT Hanoi main event. We are down to the final few tables. Really abusing his position on Ives. Still got King's Ives, and they are good. 4-1 favorite to double up here. And the crazy thing is that I feel like Ngok has kind of priced himself in a little bit here, as Ives does announce himself. Local Vietnamese player gonna ask for a count. Only has to call an additional 225k. There's 740 in the middle. Just has to hope that he's up against a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen. Some suited broadways. Obviously see he's in really rough shape as he does make the call. So cards on their backs. He gets shown the kings. The tables, the deuces. 5 to come. Deuce in the window. Daily quads for the local Vietnamese player. Has Ives drawing to running kings only, as the Queen of Diamonds leaves him dead on the turn. So death by quads deep in the APT Hanoi main event. Ives Salmon did nothing wrong. Got his final 15 bigs in with the kings, but flopped quads for the local Vietnamese hero. So Win Doi An on the button with ace 7-0. Started things off around 50 big blinds effective deep into the APT Hanoi main event. Tournament chip leader, Gurman Bukharov. Good to defend from the big blind. Does have the local Vietnamese player covered. 175k in the middle. And well, how about that for a flop? Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. Gurman Bukharov has flopped Broadway. More importantly, a very aggressive Win at Doyan has flopped top pair on a board texture that could really get spicy. It's going to continue. Just shy of third pot, 60k into 175. Question is, does Gurman Bukharov want to apply the pressure right here, right now? He is reaching for raising chips. Looks like 185,000. Just north of 3x. Really interesting spot for Win, obviously. Bottom v big blind. Gonna have wider ranges than normal. He knows that Gurman's good enough to have gut shots. Have hands like Queen 10, King 7 of spades. Any suited King X, basically. Any suited 10x. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Disastrous turn card for Win. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. It's a real setup deep into the main event here. Gurman setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.6 by betting 350,000 into 545,000. Already more than average in the pot. 895k in the middle. Can understand the quick call from Win. He's going to pray for some spade or straightening card to roll off. The 7 of hearts. Giving Win 2 pair. Now beating some value as well. Hands like Queen Jack. He knows Gurman is good enough to triple off with a bluff here. King 8, King 9, King 6 suited, 10-9, 10-8. All of those hands that would want to apply max pressure. It's the only player at the table that has Win covered. Deep into the APT Hanoi main event, over 120,000 up top. 1.2 million in the middle. Win with just 860,000 behind. Gutterman set up the river jam perfectly, and he does announce himself. Action back on the local Vietnamese player. You can see the discomfort. You can see the discomfort in Win. He knows Gutterman can have bluffs here. I just don't think he can get away from this. I don't think he can. There's just too many bluff combos, and even beating some value, like I said, Queen Jack, throws in all the time bank extensions, pained by this decision. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Gutterman flopped the nut straight. Maybe there was a world where Win could have got away from it on the river had the 7 of hearts not rolled off, but rivering 2 pair, and he was one of the contenders to potentially win this main event, now exiting before the final table, and Gutterman Bukharov extends his chip lead at the APT Hanoi main event with this classic cooler. So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated, rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
To day 3 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc. If you just had this live stream on in the background, well, it's time to tune on back in. Commentary brought to you by yours truly, Poker Meme Lord, YouTuber Greg Goes all in, all the way from Canada. So it was a 21-hour flight, 27 hours total travel time, so you have no excuse not to be here at Phu Quoc. There's 2 more days left in the series. If you're nearby, please consider coming on by. You can learn more about that at the TheAsianPokerTour.com. As we get more players here at our feature table, one of our 2 last final tables. We see Bert here, Bert repping my brand, the all-in glasses. And of course, joining me is my esteemed colleague, the internationally famous poker star extraordinaire, a poker extraordinaire, and former StarCraft professional. It is Elky. Yes, that's right, the Elky.
I got 50% of your Greg Ordorin sunglasses.
That's
here.
right. Elky also got.
You only bought 2. That's pretty. I thought you would bring more. Actually. And I met you the first time in Vegas. You had so many.
I give them all away in Vegas, I guess. But
need more budget.
Oh, and very notable player here, Monica, also known as Heymonia on YouTube. Herself she is a content creator and streamer, and it's so great that she made an appearance here at the APT. And even better, running deep here, King 10 suited opening up +1 here. Julian Tran with Ace 5 suited, spades variety. Did you have a good break, Elky?
Yeah, I had a great break. How about you?
That was good, you know. I got some water and I got a little snack from the convenience store.
Whoa.
It was very good.
This one, the convenience store right there?
Yeah, it's great. Open till 2 a.m.
I'm hungry now, actually. Fuck.
And Monica going to take down the first pot. Returning back here again, folks. We're playing down to the final 8 players. We started the day with 48 players, playing down to the final table here on day 3 of the main event. We currently have 16 players left. 16. All of them guaranteed a very nice payday. Let me get those payout numbers for you right here, right now. Everybody guaranteed 141 million VND.
41 million. Fuck, so sick.
141 million VND.
Oh, yeah. VND.
VND. What is that in USD? Let me tell you right here, right now.
I think that's 6K. 5.5.
6K, exactly. 6,008 USD.
Oh, I'm like a Vietnamese money pro now. 6K is a lot of money here. So actually a lot of money anywhere, but especially here. Especially here.
Yeah, I had like a $100 like food budget for myself for this week, and like this, and I'm still under it. I'm still chilling.
Wow.
And we got some fresh new chips and players at our feature table. When we left before the break, we were only down to 5-handed, as we saw some consecutive knockouts. Bert here. John Perry, his name, but
he's not wearing his sunglasses though.
Because he's not all in yet, Elky. You can only wear them.
You can only wear when you're all in. Really, that's the rule.
They're binding in my home game.
They're binding.
They're binding.
So when you put it on,
they're binding. If they're in my home game.
Wow, that should be your goal. You should make it binding worldwide.
Worldwide. You know how I would do that. You know how I would do that though, right? To make it so that it's a rule, I have to angle a lot first with them so that they have to put the rule in. But so far, been pretty honest with them. Put them all when I'm all in. Okay.
Wow, 8 countries. That's cool.
8 separate countries. It's like the UN meeting here right now. Monica, one of our shorter stacks, cleaning off her glasses. Hard to see the flop at the board in seat 5. You know, seat 4, seat 5, seat 6, seat 8. You know, so makes sense. Makes sense. Readjusting. No stranger to the feature table. Monica's been on here quite a couple times now on our feature table. And of course, everyone working towards the final table here. Final 8 players will conclude day 3. We'll return tomorrow for day 4 with our final 8 players at the final table. Playing down to our one champion who will walk away with the coveted APT main event trophy and a very cool 2.85 billion. That's right, billion with a B. B for boy. VND. Vietnam dollar. An equivalent of about 120K USD. The chip distribution here is quite wide. Lots of big stacks here. It's effectively 80, 70, 80 big blinds. A couple of shorties under 20 big blinds. Pachara, one of our bigger stacks.
So how long do you think it's going to take until they make the final table?
Oh, man. It's so hard to say because like, they're so deep. They're still so deep this far in the tournament. But there are a couple short.
What do you think over or under? 2 hours and 22 minutes. Over or under?
I think it's now 6:29 p.m. here. I'm going to say 8:05.
8:05?
8:05. Final answer, 8:05. How about you?
I think it's going to take longer.
Longer? 8:06?
I mean, anything over 8:05, I win, so... What do I win? What do I win?
Oh, it was an over. It was an over.
Yeah.
I see. Well, you know what's going to be fun, though? It's like you have a dinner in an hour, so by that time you won't be around to witness it.
No, but I would have updates. I have spies everywhere.
Oh, I guess we are live streaming, aren't we?
I also live streaming,
Ain't no
so
secret.
it's not hard.
Elky
So
outplayed me once again.
What do we bet?
The glasses.
The glasses?
I will bet you. Actually, you know what? That's
Why
a
did
good
you give it
bet.
to me? You can't bet something that you gave me.
Yeah, you're so
that's
right.
sick.
Elky got me. This is a true professional degenerate. Elky is.
I like
me
your
by
phone.
every angle.
I get your phone.
You like my phone?
Yeah, it's red. It's nice. So it's matching my glasses, matching my outfit. It's perfect.
Oh, what phone are you putting up at stake?
My phone is
absolutely not.
I got a phone.
Elky pulled out a brick and was like, "How about this?" And I said, "No." Deepak Bothra of India under the gun here. Ace King offsuit, 53 big blinds, getting into the mix. No stranger to our feature table. Welcome on back.
I think I played with him too, actually. I played with him on the beginning of day 2. Both Deepak.
People, lots of people on the rail. Oh, yes, our short stack here, 13 big blinds,
Bad shove.
pocket pair.
I think it's a bad shove, but he might do it. Yeah, I think it's a good shove, but it is what it is.
It looks like he's going to be flipping for his tournament life here.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's a good outcome. When you shove and you get
And a
snapped, when you shove and you get snapped, it's you're really happy to see a king.
Yeah. So Park Seon-hyun of South Korea all in for his tournament life with pocket sixes. 16 players left remaining. Needs to fade the ace or the king or a bunch of red cards. As flop comes, 6-5-3 hits top set.
All right.
Ace king drawing.
That's good for a bet.
Nearly dead.
That's good for me. That's good for me.
Boat.
Shove stack doubling up.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
take longer.
very good, very good. Super boat. Set of sixes. Boat sixes over fives over threes. Double paired board. Second. And that's going to be a nice double up here for our short stack. Park Seon-hyun. Taking a look at our player positions here. Monica now our short stack with 360K. His blinds are now 15K, 30K, so 12 big blinds. Looking for a double up of her own. Some banter about ace king.
How much is the red chip?
Oh, those are new. Well, I know the yellow chips are 5, the blues are 25. I'm going to assume the reds
100
are 100. Lots of people in the rail cheering on Bert. Bert, of course, being John Perry, Bert being his nickname.
Why is his nickname Bert?
He told me and I forgot. But it's been a fun story with Bert. Essentially, when I was playing one of the tournaments in the first few days of the series, I stacked him, so I felt obligated to give him the glasses, but quickly regretted it when he proceeded to not wear them for any of the events he was playing. And after I needled him enough, he wore them for the main event. And finally, he's got a very deep run.
Oh, wow.
So,
cool.
folks,
do you have a percentage for when wearing the glasses? Actually, he's probably only
I know I should.
because of the
glasses,
right?
I should get a certain percentage, shouldn't I? But no, it was a gift, and gifts come with no strings attached. John Bert Perry with Jack a king off on +2 here. Gonna raise it up to 60,000. Shout out to Kayla, dealer extraordinaire. Really has taken on a leadership position here amongst the dealers. She was one of the better speaking English. She's one of the better English-speaking Vietnamese dealers here, and she's really taken on a lot of the responsibility of helping translate and guide the other dealers. So a big shout out to her. Deepak now, ace-9 offsuit in the big blind versus +2 open. Makes the call. We're going to see a flop here. Heads up to a flop, single raise pot. John Perry with King Jack versus Ace-9, and his flop comments Ace-10 deuce. Deepak Bothra taking the lead now with top pair, mid kicker. John Perry with the gut shot.
Well, John Perry is definitely going to have to bet this flop, I think.
And I bet he does, Elky. Looks like 40,000 to me. Quarter pot bet. Deepak with top pair, but kicker not the best. Does make the call. John Perry now picking up a pair himself to go along with his gut shot. Still behind Deepak's top pair. As Deepak once again checks to our pre-flop aggressor. $245K in the pot. John Perry cutting out some chips, makes a bet of what looks like to be 120,000. Half pot bet for John Perry, repping the All In Glasses brand. Again, folks, those glasses there. That's my merch. Myself being Greg Goes All In, Poker YouTube meme lord extraordinaire. If you care to follow, you can search me up. And if you want to pair yourself, you can check out my merch store. Link in the description of any of my videos. And that's the only plug I'll ever do for myself.
If you bet the turn, you probably have to bet the river again.
Elke preferring the triple barrel here. Let's see what the river brings. River of Dreams, 6 of spades. Not the help that John Perry needed to get the check mark as it goes to Deepak Bortha. Does he feel like he needs to turn into a bluff? No, he doesn't. Checks it back, tries to see his showdown, and a quick muck. That's a nice pot.
Do you triple barrel here?
Do we triple barrel here?
Do you? I mean,
in this specific spot?
I think I check the turn more often than not, but if I don't check the turn, then I bet the river.
It's weird. It's something I'm trying to navigate myself as I learn more about tournament poker. It's like the jack comes and part of me thinks, on the one hand, board is favoring my range immensely. I feel like I should be betting more often. Yeah. On the other hand, it's like I pick up showdown and maybe I want to realize that.
You don't really need to bet the turn because you're mostly getting called by an ace or a jack anyways. But so if you do bet the turn, you should keep the pressure on the aces so they fold all the aces are not two pairs.
I see. I think. 8 minutes. Oh wow! I just realized.
But it's much easier when you see the hands.
Yeah, it's much easier to see the hands.
But I mean, even if you don't see the hand, it's unlikely he has.
Yeah.
He has.
This is great. Not only do I get to do commentary with the famous Elke, I also get a free poker coaching lesson. Yeah. Monica, our short stack, 12 big blinds, does pick up the pretty 8-7 suited. But when you are short stack, you do want to have hands that have more showdown value. We're talking pocket pairs and ace highs.
It's pretty weak. It's pretty weak for how pretty it is.
Yes.
So she's gonna fold.
And he makes the wise fold here. Deeper stack though, suited connectors have a lot of value to them because when they hit hard, and you can get paid big. But when you're at 12 big blinds, such shallow depth stack, it's not gonna do you well to play those. We're gonna see Patrick coming in here.
Oh.
Queen 4 off. On the button, of course, with only 2 players left to act behind, you can open it up super wide. But it looks like Julian Tran might come along
especially
here.
when you have the chip lead. You have the chip lead, right? I think, Patrick.
One of the biggest chip leaders, if not the chip leader for sure, at this future table. But man, that's a lot of blue chips.
Actually, the more chips you have, the less they're worth anything. So you can spew harder when you have a lot of chips. That's like the reasoning behind it. I mean, when you have.
Are you saying that when you have more fold equity when you cover someone?
No, when you have a lot of chips, it doesn't matter what you do with them. I mean, it always matters. But if you go from like 100 blinds to 80 blinds, it's not a big deal. But if you go from 21 to 1, it's quite a big deal.
I see. I love.
So you can spew a lot more when you have a lot of chips. You can take more aggressive lines, and you can just like.
I love the
in tournament poker, because in tournament poker you only get paid for the position you're in, right?
Yes.
So when you have all the chips, you don't get all the money. So technically, they're like.
I love the gold nuggets I'm learning from you. This year you've been so generous with your time, not only with.
So that's like a good excuse to start spewing when you have a lot of chips, because like the more chips you have, the less they're worth anything. So it might as well just
fair.
But in cash game, obviously, it's different. They always worth the same.
And all right, both
so
players.
You can always spew in cash game. That's really good.
Yeah, you can always rebuy back in. Not so much the case in tournaments, especially this point of the game. Both players have a pair. We're gonna go from there. Jacques Patrick, Patrick Ramsden Jacques. Gonna continue the aggression here.
I think check the flop, right? So check the flop, but he bet the turn.
Pre-flop would have raised to maybe like 60K and a call 120. No, I think there must have been a bet on the.
No.
Must have been a bet on the flop, and then barrel on the turn. It is going to get the better hand to fold.
Yeah.
That's going to be a nice hand for Patrick. 16 players left remaining. Everyone guaranteed 141.64. There is a pay jump to the next one. A 18 million pay jump. Anyway, shout out to Bert for repping the brand. I appreciate it. I'm glad that they've brought you some run good. Again, folks, commentary brought to you by yours truly, Poker YouTube Meme Lord Greg Goes All In, accompanied by the legendary Elky. And yes, we are on day 8 of 10 of the APT series here in Phu Quoc. But if you want to join us for Taipei, that's coming up as well. And folks, that's going to be our biggest event ever in APT history. That's right, with a coveted 30 million Taiwan dollar guarantee for our main event. That's a $1 million guarantee USD. And there's multiple ways to come and play. If you want to learn more, check out the AsianPokerTour.com for all of the dates and information. If you want to learn how to satellite into the main event, which is 1,650 USD buy-in, for just $3, you can satellite in. Satellite in $3, courtesy of Natural 8. You can learn more about how to do that on www.natural8.com. But don't waste any time. Search it up now because the first flights and satellites start on April 9th. Couple weeks away. So don't dilly-dally. Pachara picking up chips, representing Thailand. And now we take a look at our chip counts here. So Jacques, Patrick, having the chip lead, 77 big blinds. Monica with 12 big blinds as our short stack. Everyone else sitting on about 40 big blinds.
Yeah, I'm gonna win the bet. Actually, we need to bet something. I already got your phone, but I don't know what I should put in. What do you want? What do you want? You want my jacket?
I like your jacket.
Okay, the jacket against phone. Let's go.
Jacket for a phone? That's very minus EV for me, isn't it?
Well, the jacket is worth more than your phone.
Oh, excuse me? Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, that is tempting. That is tempting.
So I'm like being generous, but
I'm sorry. I meant no disrespect to your wardrobe, LP.
I know I'm gonna win.
I know, I gave you a really good deal. So I don't know if it's worth it for me.
805, right?
You said 805. We didn't say it was a bet. We just said it was like, you know, like, what do you think?
Yeah, but now we bet. I mean,
Elky, here, you gotta understand something. You're an ambassador with GG, okay? Me? I'm Team Global, okay? You have a little bit more resources than I do.
Global is bigger.
No, I don't dance when there's a final table on GG.
You gotta dance for me. You gotta dance tomorrow.
I will, dance tomorrow, sure.
We can do it together at
that would be so
Taiwan
funny.
if I come.
John Burt Perry picking up ladies
We can make a dance off.
I'd be down. Super down. Anytime.
You're probably gonna win. How many years did you dance?
9, 10 years.
Wow,
classically trained in ballet. But that classic trained ballet. Like,
you're gonna crush me.
Back to your seats. 3 minutes warning. 3 minutes getting your ring, guys.
Nikki P says, "Oh my God, John Perry, what a stud! Biggest head on the table."
You have to buy me dinner then.
Buy you dinner? Sounds good.
If you don't wanna give me your phone.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
I like a red phone actually.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a Apple, the red edition. John Perry going for the 3-bet. And a quick fold. Nice pickup there for John. Burt Perry in seat 8, repping the Greg Goes All In brand. I'm rooting for him to go all in. Pachara still, actually no, these are just the player positions.
But now when it's so short actually, like nobody's gonna go in very much because ICM dictates that you should let us bust. You should let us bust, right?
Yes, especially with this pay jump here.
Yeah, with the pay jump.
All the middle.
Especially if there's other short stack at the other table, even worse. I don't know what the situation is at the other table, but if there's other short stack, like 10 blinds or under, then you should pretty much wait for them to go in. So when you
I love all the insight you bring. It's like you're a poker professional or something.
Like I'm a poker professional. I was before. I'm retired, but.
Would you say you're retired from poker?
I'm on the way to retiring, I guess.
Semi-retired.
Semi. Yeah, I just want to retire because everybody retires and then they big tournament. So I'm waiting to make my retiring announcement, and before I play the biggest tournament, then I'm gonna win.
That's so right, because like when you see the news and they talk about like lottery winners, they're always old people. He's onto something here, as Deepak Bortha opens up with Ace King on the hijack. Pachara with the big blind special, 10-7. of hearts. Playing for 38 big blinds effective as flop comes 4-5-6.
Whoa.
Ace King still ahead, but Pachara actually with just slightly more equity.
He
with
could
the-
lead here actually.
with
It's
the
a good,
open
it's
ender.
a good flop to lead.
You were saying this is a good board for Pachara to lead on.
Yeah, it's a good board for him to lead on. With his hand and with pretty much anything, he should lead.
Would that be because,
Because
the,
the big
the
blind
board
is gonna have all
smashes
kind of,
this
yeah,
range,
yeah,
all the
his
two
range
pairs, all
in
the
the
sets?
big blind is gonna have a lot of like weaker hand
and
Deepak
deep pocket board
is
throws, you're going to
not
check
gonna
back a
have-
lot of aces and overpairs and things
Yeah.
like that. So incentivized to bet when they're...
I mean, he's gonna have a lot more ace king and there's more combo of ace king, ace queen, king queen than aces and kings, right?
They can still get a lot of folds out of. And we'll see if Deepak floats here with the ace king.
Yeah, he's gonna float, but I'm not so. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this float. It's kind of brutal. Like.
Floats with the 2 overs.
In this case, he has 49% equity, but a lot of the time he's gonna have way less.
Pachara not hitting his outs. Now a 2-1 underdog. Does have what am I trying to say? Board does favor his range immensely from the big blind. As he will have more 2-pair combos than
especially
Deepak
with
will.
ICM and Monia being short.
Gives up the aggression here now. But plenty of outs still for Pachara. Pair outs are good. Open-ended outs are good. Check, check. River of Dreams, 4 of clubs. Pachara now somehow in the river with 10 high. If he wants to win this pot, he's gonna have to bet.
It's not the greatest favor to bluff, so.
Why is that in your eyes? Just as I try to learn and glean information from you.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really change the texture of the board, right? If Deepak was right on the flop, then he's still ahead on the he's still ahead on the river.
That makes sense.
Like if he comes like a deuce 3, 7, 8, deuce 3, 7, 8 are better card to bluff. I mean, in this case, he doesn't need to bluff them, but if he was like leading the flop with like I don't know Jack 10 and it comes like deuce 3, 7, 7, 8 is a good river card to bluff because.
I see, I see. Is gonna go for the bet here. Looks like going to be a chonky one here. Wow, looks like an over bet. 295k in the pot. Is gonna bet 380.
That's a good one. That's gonna be tough for Deepak now.
Deepak, stoic, composed, thinking through this line.
It's a very tough spot.
It does have ace high, but ace high could be good, and as we can see, ace high is great.
It's not gonna do it.
Makes the fold, and wow, what a sick
Yeah,
bluff by
great
Pachara.
play, yeah.
Some chips going to Thailand here. Chips up now to 67 big blinds, 16 players left remaining. Patrick still up top with 2.3 million in chips. Monica still desperately needing that double, and everyone's sitting on sub 40 big blinds. So quite the chip distribution we have here at this feature table. Again, you're watching day 3 of the main event as we play down to the very final table. Currently have 2 tables, 16 players left. We need to get down to the final 8.
Before 8:05.
Before
Well,
8:05, because
it's not gonna happen.
because
so.
Elke has held me to a bet that
Yeah.
I have yet to agree to. But can we just put our pride on the line? I'm willing to put my pride on the line since I don't have any.
You can't put what you don't have. Like
I have a little bit of
You said you don't have
pride.
any?
Little bit of pride, little bit, tiny. 330 people watching. Thank you so much for being here. Please hit that like and subscribe button if you're enjoying the content that Elke and I are bringing to you. Club on club violence here as A6 of clubs raises. But it's going to get some folds as we go round and round and round.
Actually, Vietnam is the best place to pay for dinner. It's really cheap here.
Oh yeah, pretty good.
You're lucky. You're lucky. See, you're running good. You're running good already. It's gonna be more expensive in Taiwan. Park Sang-yeon would defend it. And a flop middle pair, but it's gonna be a tricky board.
Nut Flush versus Dolly Parton, 9-5. Bink City. Nut Flush for our chip leader at this table, Patrick. And Hyun, our second chip short stack.
I think he's gonna call again. Park Sang-yeon looks like somebody who's gonna call again. Maybe not. I think he...
ICM highly in play. There is a pay jump after one more bust out. That's also going to come into consideration for Park here.
It's gonna be ahead a lot of time, but there's no good river for him, and he's gonna potentially face another bar on the river. So that's kind of like.
It was a double barrel, right?
Yeah.
Check bet, check bet. Makes
there
a
you
wise
go.
fold here. Only drawing to 4 outs. As the rich just get richer. Patrick just cleaning up this table. Still sitting on 16 players again. I believe I've gotten news. We're playing down to 9 players, Elky. 9 players.
9 players, you got
So,
lucky.
you know, maybe I get to keep my pride after
But
all.
actually, maybe you can never win because you said you're gonna play until 8. So the bet was 8 before.
So I instantly lose.
So now you are like drawing totally dead.
I'm drawing dead. Elky's so sick. He's got me again.
That's pretty good, actually. Drawing dead.
See, they told. If you're gonna make bets, don't make bets with one of the best gamblers in the world, folks. That is
I'm
the
pretty
lesson.
bad making bets, honestly. I could be better, but.
Oh, and he's needling me as well.
I made a lot of bad bets before, but.
Deepak with the red 7s. Lines are 15K, 30K. What was your starting stack yesterday when you late reg into the main? 30K?
More, I think. 40, I think.
40K. The one big blind,
Was it
almost
40?
a starting stack.
I think it was 40, right?
Yeah, 40 makes sense. Hayato with the mystery cards.
Was there streaming on day 1? Or do you stream other event?
We only yesterday was the first day of streaming, so we streamed day 2 playing down to 48 players, correct. Hayato with ace queen offsuit. So glad we got to see his mystery cards.
Did he call or did he 3-bet?
Looks like a 3-bet to me.
3-bet is good. Calling is also good, but in this case he might just take it down with a 3-bet, probably.
Back to Deepak here, facing the 3-bet with the red 7s. He's going to make a fold here. Again, still sitting very strongly on 16 players. Nobody wants to bust before we hit this pay jump here. Everyone guaranteed 1.141 million. Everyone wants 159 million. But of course, everybody really wants the 2.85 billion up top for first place. Walking away with that cool chunk of cash and the coveted APT main event trophy.
The trophy is sick. I want the trophy, actually.
Oh yeah, if you haven't seen the APT trophies,
it's like a lion.
We have the ornamental lions.
What is it? It's a lion, right?
Yes, it is a lion. They originated, I believe, in China. Tradition is they would put a pair outside of doorways of like temples or schools as a way of warding off bad spirits. But it got popularized all over Asia. And it was our inspiration for to use for the trophies. Folds around to the blinds here. Monica with
She's
9 bigs with king high blind versus blind.
That's perfect time to shove. I mean, any king is perfect.
Yep, it's not aces,
Almost
but she'll
A9,
take
yeah.
it. All in versus the chip leader here. Patrick from England also picks up king high.
Called, yeah. Wow,
And a call. Monica in a great position here. 2-1 favorite to double up. Needs to fade the 7.
included.
Monica representing Sweden.
Pretty great spot when you shove with king 9, you get caught and you 2-1 to win.
As a 7
Oh,
is got a heartbreaker of a flop here as a 7 peels off for Monica. Needs a 9 and only a 9 to stay alive in this tournament, and that's going to be a good game for Monica representing Sweden. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure doing commentary for you and getting to know you the past couple of days. And that's going to be a good game, but all smiles, an immaculate professional. And GG's to Monica, 16th place on day 3 of the main event here at the APT. Sorry, pardon me, Monica from Poland. Poland.
Europe, you can still say from Europe.
From I should have just said
Europe.
Europe.
From Europe is good, you
Right?
know? Love so many countries, it's perfect.
I think I bring a lot of value in my commentary. I bring, I think a lot of intonation and improvisation and engagement. But the weakness I do have is I do not know my flags.
Yeah, that's okay. It's not that important, I mean.
But we're learning.
We're all citizens of the world.
We all live on Earth. If I don't know a flag, I'll just say, so and so from Earth and busting in. That'll work just fine. Hand 105 of the day.
It's really hard to know the flags, honestly. I also don't know the flags. How many countries are there? 170? 180?
There are a lot of countries out there. I'm not sure. I'm going to say this with confidence. Pachara from Thailand on the hijack with pocket 8s, raising it up here.
Yeah, you had to look to make sure it was high flag.
I do have that. I have the notes. I cheated. Patrick folding down 2. Deepak 5-4 offsuit in the big blind. Big blind special.
I think there you go.
Big blind special. Heads up to a flop. Hijack versus big blind. Single raise pot. As the flop comes, King Jack 4. 8 still holding. Deepak with bottom pair. As the chat says, GG Monica, GG well played. The Bert rail is still going strong. Bert is the word. Bert is the word. Checks our pre-flop aggressor who checks back. This flop brings the 10 of clubs. 8 still good, but does not feel good to have 3 overcards to your pair.
Yeah,
Deepak.
but on the other hand, Deepak must feel even worse.
Yeah. Both players neither feeling great with 3 cards on the board over their pair. Check, check. River of Dreams. Every river ever. The deuce of diamonds. Deepak still with the pair of 4s. Not going to be good against Pachara's pocket 8s. Check, check. Showdown. 8s are good. 8's a very auspicious and lucky number. At least in Chinese culture. I think also in others as well. Wow, we're down to 14 players. That was quick. We blinked.
Oh, you're
Went
lucky,
from
huh?
16 to 14. 7 players at each table.
I gotta go soon, actually. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Just let me know when you're about to go. And
Maybe I'll be here tomorrow, too. You do commentary tomorrow?
yeah, we'll do commentary tomorrow.
Let's see if I win my bet. If I win my bet, I come tomorrow.
Sounds
Well, win for
sounds
sure.
good.
You coming to the players' party there?
Of course, yes. Another favorite of the Asian Poker Tour. We like to take care of players, and by doing so, we host a players' party every series. I've been to 2 already in Manila. Let me
I
tell
thought you were
they're
going to say
wild.
players' party every day.
Players' party every day. Elky. I'm learning more and more about you today. You're kind of like
kidding.
you're a party animal.
I'm retired also.
Best
Also
time to be a
retired.
party
I'm also
animal.
retired. I'm also retired from the party time.
I
But-
see. Semi-retired lah.
Yeah, semi-retired. You never truly retire from anything, I think. Definitely not from playing poker.
But hey, to be retired in your early 40s, that is a dream. So huge respect to you and congratulations. I'm 26, so I've got 14 years
To
or so.
retire?
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, you can do it.
I'll talk to Gigi.
Try and Julian. Watch his hand and then I go.
Sure thing. Last hand binding for Elky here.
Yeah.
Please show
If
some love for
flats-
him in the super.
It's kind of
live
shitty
chat.
spot because I mean obviously you have such a strong hand with stands, but if you 3-bet you're gonna be in really like out of position and so deep you don't really want to blow the pot too much either.
So fine flat here. Does find the overpair. Does have to be concerned about Pachara's potential overpairs as his range is
Yeah, I
not
think
capped.
now it's not so concerned. I mean it's one of the best flop you can get probably. right?
Absolutely. Hijack range still fairly wide as well.
But I think with the spade, Pachara has to continue here.
And a continuation bet we'll see here. 45K. How about third pot bet?
He's never folding. Is he check raising or check raise is pretty good? I think. Calling is okay, but check raise is pretty good.
When he check raises, he's hoping to get called by like 7x, 8s, 9s.
Well, I mean, you're gonna be getting folded a
true.
lot of all the time, right? You can get called by a 7 or by like all the middle pairs, but mostly you're gonna get a fold a lot, I think.
What an interesting turn here as Julian no longer has the overpair.
Yeah.
Now behind Pachara's
That's pretty much the worst card,
ace
ever,
high.
worst card ever
Yeah.
for Julian.
Brings in the front door flush, brings the overcard to his 10s.
Now if he has like any board ways with a spade, he has so many outs, and if he has an ace, he's ahead.
10 still ahead, but you're right, absolutely only a 2-to-1 favorite. Pachara not going to use the additional equity to aggress with on this. Wow. And Pachara backdoors his way into making a queen high flush here. And that's what we're going to call a pretty terrible run out for Julian.
Yeah, the only good thing is the pot is still pretty small, so. I think he's likely to get away with it. Pachara is gonna extract some value here. The second nut flush.
Gonna go for value here with the queen high flush. Targeting worst flushes, jack highs, 10 highs, 9 highs, 8 highs. Maybe some non-believing pairs. Trips somehow if they got there.
I think you're just folding.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think it's just going to be a fold as well.
Yep.
Time chips worth an additional minute or 30 seconds, one of the two.
They have a lot. Yeah, a lot of time chips, huh?
Yeah, that's probably 30 seconds.
Oh, he
Makes the
Wow.
call, makes the hero call with 10s. Is going to be
This is
showed.
bad news, yeah.
Very bad news.
But actually, it's decent river to call because Pachara is gonna bluff a lot of the. Like if you had Queen Jack with no or any other board ways with no spade, then he would bluff it on the river.
That's fair. That's
So
fair. Well, thank you so much for bringing
Thank
all
you,
of the
Greg.
insight and color to our commentary here at the APT.
It was a pleasure to comment it together, and
Here's to more collaborations down the
let's do
road
it,
with
let's do it for
APT
sure.
or GG or otherwise. But folks, again, please give it up
Thank you,
for
everyone.
Bertrand Elke Grospellier coming in, volunteering his time to do some commentary for the APT as he heads up to dinner. Where are you going for dinner tonight?
I think Chinese.
Chinese?
Have you tried?
The Chinese food in Vietnam?
Yeah.
I have not tried the Chinese food in Vietnam.
It's supposed to be good here.
Fantastic. I will catch up with you
I'll
later.
let you know
to
if it's
learn
good.
more
I'll let you know if
about
it's
it.
good. You can buy me dinner there too.
Sounds good. Have a great dinner,
Thank you so much,
Cheers,
Greg.
man.
Yeah. Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Again, folks, that was the legendary Elke. If you don't know who he is, why you been living under a rock? Search him up and learn all about his incredible, not only poker career, but also for his StarCraft career. He came to rise to prominence as a StarCraft player in Korea, born in France, and then moved to Korea to play StarCraft. But now, Elke has been replaced by my esteemed colleague and very talented co-commentator, Vitter Single. Vitter, how have you been? Mr. Single, how have you been?
Very good, Greg. Not as good as you.
What? How
Having
you
fun
mean?
with Elke.
Oh,
watching some crazy poker.
not just fun. I got that was like a free poker coaching, man.
That's right. You're plus EV on this whole commentary
I'm
thing.
plus EV in this whole thing. I'm free rolling, bro. Free rolling.
Well, I would like to say hello to the chat. Sorry in case you're disappointed.
No.
Not easy to replace Elke.
No, you're good, man.
But here I am to cover the home stretch as we get down to the final 9.
Park short stack all in for 19 bigs. John versus John Perry's raise under the gun.
This is when tensions tend to be at all-time highs.
Yes, absolutely. As we get closer and closer to the big money here, pay jumps are massive at each stretch. Take a look at this, the chip counts, but we're still fairly deep. It's so wild with these long structures and how far these players have played and how that we're still as deep stacked as we are here. So lots of poker to still be had, lots of play to still be had here. So you won't want to go anywhere. If you haven't been caught up, you are watching day 3 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc in Vietnam. A commentary brought to you by yours truly, poker meme lord extraordinaire Greg Goes All In and Vitter Single of India. I can see a lot of, I believe it was Thai in the chat. Unfortunately, I'm not worldly enough to know how to read Thai, but I really appreciate all of the engagement and love to see all of it popping off. All cheering for Pachara, no doubt, as Hyun from South Korea picks up the pocket rocket in +1. Just had 8s, now has aces, 22 bigs, Lickle min raise, short stacked. Looking to get some action, and the only person he's has any hope of getting action from is John Burt Perry of Australia.
Nice twang you got there.
Thank you.
Might.
I had to do an Australian accent for my kids' TV show back when I was a kids' TV show host. I was Greg Grills. That was the character name.
Greg Grills.
Greg Grills, and to die in the tree fort. We're gonna learn about animals.
That's awesome.
And a quick fold here from John Perry in the big blind. No big blind special today. Let's check it out. Pachara. No wonder Thailand's popping off in the chat. Thailand is leading the pack here. 2.4 million in chips. Next, oh, pardon me, not leading, but second in chips. Second leading in chips. Of course, leading right now is from England is our Patrick, our chip leader at this current table, perhaps the entire tournament.
Pachara, of course, no stranger to big stakes, big stages. Is approaching, and probably with this cash will cross $2 million in live tournament earnings. Natural Aid Ambassador. Absolutely crushing it.
And when we say millions, we do not mean VND. We mean USD.
Whole different ball game.
Whole different ball game. Speaking of USD, 120,000 of it up top for the first place winner. The conversion, of course, being 2.85 billion VND. Pachara with the ducks. Quack, quack in the big blind. Likely going to come along here and set a mine. Mine a set. Versus our chip leader here. looking for a deuce. Black deuce is not going to come, but is still ahead here. Deuce is going to be good here a lot of the time on this really dry middling board.
Battle between the big stacks here, Greg, and from what I've seen of, well, we've pretty much seen every player on various feature tables so far, but Patrick in particular, fearless, constantly getting into spots that others might try to avoid. This is one of those spots. I mean, big stack, excuse me, versus big stack. Confidently leads out with the jack high. Pretty much no redraw.
Does still have the 2 overs, does not hit those outs, does pick up additional equity. Not only does he have good pair outs, he also now has a gut shot. Any 10 will give him a straight. As we take a look at our other table here, as you witness another bust out, as we play closer and closer to our final 9 players. We're playing down to 9 players. We started the day with 48. We're down to 13. 4 more to go till the day is over. And we're back for day 4 tomorrow, starting with our very final table of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc, playing down to our very, very well-deserving champion. But back to this hand here. Looks like turn went check, check.
Let's not forget there's a pay jump to consider. 14th place finisher gets 159 million Vietnamese dong, while 13th place gets 182.95 million, so pretty much an extra buy-in. Almost exactly in the pay jump.
Yeah, this deep in this tournament, these pay jumps, these payouts are going to be significant. So ICM a huge consideration here. If you're a short or middling stack, you're highly incentivized to let the shorter stacks bust first before getting into the mix.
Look at that, just power poker from Patrick. As I mentioned, from what I've seen of him, he's just an aggro machine and usually gets rewarded for it. There's a reason his stack is 2.9 million. He is relentless, even when he's facing the bigger stacks.
Incredible
97
line.
big blinds.
Absolutely no fear there. Jack high all the way. Very few draws. Uses the river to bluff. Has 4 to a flush. Incredible. Power poker, as you said. Patrick Power Poker. Oh, doesn't that sounds like a good training site, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
Power Poker by Patrick. Say that 5 times fast. 341.
We interrupt this program to present to you Power Poker by Patrick.
It's better than my training site, Downswing Poker.
To most people, that's just called poker.
I wish. John Burt Perry on the button with King 6 offsuit.
Representing Australia and having a lot of fans, a huge rail in the chat throughout the day.
I'm seeing the Pachara rail. I'm seeing the Burt rail. The Monica rail was going strong as well. Unfortunately, she did bust a little early at, I believe, about 15th or 16th.
Bit disappointed with the Indian rail for our man Deepak Bothra, who's still in the mix.
You'd think with such a large population that we would see some percentage of them in our chat. But if you are watching from India, please show some love for Deepak.
We had a lot of love for a player who busted earlier, Siddharth Karya. Deepak has fewer friends, it seems. A kid, of course. A lot of people asked me about Deepak still being in the tournament at the venue right outside. They were like, hey, is Deepak still in?
You know what?
Indian still in?
He seems to be a very well-respected person, and just in even our community here at APT, I see him grinding every single event. Strikes me as a very stoic man of maybe not maybe a few words, but he is here on a mission, and that's something worth respecting. Taking a look at our chip counts now, 2.9 million, pardon me, for Patrick. Has maintained this chip lead for so long on this feature table. What a time to be featured. Take it in, man. Take in these 15 minutes of fame.
Shada writes in chat, Indians are here, chill. I'm chilling. Just got back in the booth. Wanted to see some of my brethren.
Very good.
Being vocal. Thanks, Shada, for writing in.
Hey, where are my brethren? Where are my Canadians at in the chat?
Right.
I know it's 5 a.m. there, but where you at? I'm up. Ace Queen for from Power Poker Patrick. Blind versus blind.
I do want to make a correction, Greg. This is going to be hard to adjust to, but we learned the hard way.
Sure.
We, of course, have been calling him Patrick, but given the way we display names, we had switched to Jack, because I can't say Jacques, but of course his first name would be Jack, his last name would be Ramsden.
I see.
So Patrick is his middle name. Yeah, but likely doesn't
Jack
go
or
by
Jacques?
that. I'm going to go with Jack just so I don't sound like an idiot, just to play it safe.
Oh.
Probably is Jacques,
No,
you're right.
no, Jacques sounds good. It the spelling of it is reminiscent of a francophone spelling to me.
Yeah, I don't think
so
I could pull it off.
Jacques.
Beat that as it may, I like Power Poker Patrick.
Power Poker Patrick, very good.
But
Power Poker Jacques doesn't quite have that same ring.
that's right.
Virtual. The Burt rail is running strong here. Burt, of course, being John Perry right here with Ace King of Clubs. Virtual reality, man, says Matthew Perry. I can only assume that they must be related.
Well, actually, Matthew Perry wrote earlier saying, I bred Bertie.
Oh.
Maybe we're talking to his dad.
Well, welcome, Burt Sr.
If that is indeed.
If that is indeed. Oh.
Wow.
Power Poker
Recipe
Ramsden.
for fireworks here. Jack, or Jacques, never hesitates to 3-bet, particularly with a real hand in position.
Yeah.
And now that he's committed 180K, when action gets back around to John, how does he want to navigate this? 1.1 million. Can sort of try and coast his way to the final table, but of course the final table is not a real milestone. You want to be going for it all. You got some haters earlier in the day when we saw Anton bust with Ace-King, but this is exactly why sometimes you want to commit with Ace-King. Anton, of course, was calling it off. He happened to be against Kings, but sometimes you're against Ace-Queen and you want to get it all in pre-flop.
And John Perry strikes me as the kind of man who wants to win it all. There's a certain point, especially once you're in the money here, this deep in the tournament, where you really have to ask yourself, am I here to win? Or am I here to make ladders? Because John here could just, with the stack he has, just kind of fold his way through pay jumps. But at a certain point, he's going to leave himself in no space to win the tournament. So that's a real consideration every poker player has to ask. And each circumstance for each poker player is different, so no shame in either. But John, to me, with those all-in glasses repping my brand, I think he wants to go for it all here. Will he rip it or call and play in post?
Bird goes all in. Using his time bank chips, a good idea. You want to think this decision through. There's a lot of math to be done in terms of the stack sizes alone. It's always easy to just rip it in when you have Ace-King suited, but you want to weigh all your options. There might be merit to 4-betting. You particularly want to consider 4-betting when you do have a real hand, so that maybe in the future you can balance it out.
So many things to be considered.
I think I heard him announce all in. There we go.
C8 raise. And
Easy. Jack makes it looks
Wow.
easy. Great fold.
No thought.
Great awareness of the game. I mean, obviously, you're not happy flipping with Ace-Queen 36 big blinds, but the speed at which he folded, Greg, just made it seem like he just knew where John would be at, were he to be all in. So just gave a little sigh, John, and just puts it in there.
12 players left remaining. 11 is a pay jump, a 30 million pay jump. About 1,200 US dollar pay jump. Very important. That is, like you said, one buy-in. And that's going to be a sick 4-bet by Burt as his rail goes nuts. Big boy Burt, that is his old man. If Burt folds Ace-King pre, I will eat his hat. I'll join you, Craig.
The short stack on the table is actually Deepak Botra, but he isn't really short. He's looking at 30 big blinds. Meanwhile,
I think we're getting some people from Thailand in the chat here as Pachara picks up Pocket Rockets, American Airlines, Aces. But will they get action? The answer is no. Take your time, think about it. It shows the Aces. Love to see the camaraderie here at the APT, this deep already in the game.
As I was saying, Deepak, the shortest stack, but with 28 big blinds, so we're really deep here. This table, and as we see that, Greg, down to 12 players now. We had some eliminations on the other table most likely, and this table is, actually going to have to keep an eye out on the other table, which is a fair bit of distance away, not too far. You can certainly stand up and eye some stacks, but when the shortest stack on your table is 28 big blinds, certainly you expect shorter stacks on the other table. If your goal is to make it down to the final 9, if that is a milestone you're shooting for, it's time to stand up and see who is short on the other table.
Yeah, that's something I noticed when I was doing commentary for the APT in Manila. It's just as we got closer to the final tables or in the money, I would notice people from the feature tables just standing up, and I was kind of confused as to why.
Hello, APT
but it's exactly as Vitters just said. It's to scope out and suss on the other table and see what the short stacks are looking like.
More to Phu Quoc tonight at 10 p.m. There's APT
listen to this.
Players Party. The Players Party that is known the world over. And it starts at 10 p.m. and it's just outside this poker room.
There we hear the announcement for the world famous APT Players Party.
Free flow beer.
Free flowing beer.
What?
And that is why Ray Chu is the director of marketing here at the APT.
Ray with the barking skills.
Oh man, I would pay money to hear Ray Chu say what again. That was amazing. That made my day.
In case you guys missed it in chat, I know the table mix and the room audio is always a bit iffy, but that was Ray Chu announcing the Players Party with a what?
What? And also, just another great part about the APT, we provide. It's not. There's more to APT than just poker. I know it's the Asian Poker Tour, but it's so much more than just poker. It's about community. It's about the value. It's about getting to know each other.
Absolutely.
And one of those ways that we do that is by providing a party for the players, usually towards the end of the series. And this event here in Phu Quoc is no exception, as you're going to see some spade-on-spade violence here.
Well, let's just say, Greg, everybody but 9 players should be partying tonight. The 9, of course, being the final tablists. They might want to take it easy. Maybe they want to unwind. I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to tell you how to win at poker. You've clearly gotten this far if you're in the final table of the main event. But for everybody else, either you've busted, you deserve a drink, or you've done well for yourself and you deserve a drink and you deserve to celebrate that.
That would be a tough spot for me. Poker's a lot about navigating tough spots, and a tough spot for me would be making it to the final table, wanting to celebrate, but having day 4 the next day.
Yeah.
Tough spot.
I would just put on like noise cancelling headphones, pop whatever legal sleeping pill I can, and then just pass out. Just try to avoid all distraction.
Good to know, good to know. You heard it here first, folks.
Down to 12, which does mean we're looking at some new pay ladders. These pay jumps get bigger and bigger the closer we get. Of course, the biggest pay jump's on the final table itself. But the 12th finisher now 182.95 million. That's basically 183 million Vietnamese dong. Next place gets 213 million. So a 30 million pay jump again.
Napawat asking 2 tables remaining. That's correct. 12 players left remaining, which means you've got 2 6-handed tables. And today we're going to be playing down to our final 9 players, so 3 more to go. The end of day 3 is near, and the day 3 bubble, the final table bubble, that's going to be a spicy time. So you're not going to want to go anywhere, folks.
9th place at the final table, guaranteed 258 million Vietnamese dong. So you've somewhat 8x'd your buy-in just by making the final table. But of course, 2.85 billion. That's what you're in for.
Announcement, guys.
You want to 80x your buy-in.
As you guys know, we're down to final 12. Instead of playing to 8, we are going to only play to the final 9 tonight. We're going to play to the final 9. We will also be going hand for hand at 10. There is a pay jump between 10 and 9. We go south hand for hand at 10. So final 9, guys, final 9.
An announcement that we will be playing only till the final 9. some confusion. I think, Greg, you must have addressed it, whether it was the final 8 or 9, but clearly now the player is well aware also when they will hit that bubble.
I just muted us real quick. Do you understand what this means?
Ace King suited for Pachara. That's what you want to see on the button.
A live chat favorite here as I see all of the tie in the live chat.
What's beautiful about having a strong hand on the button is that A, it looks like a steal. You're likely to get action from weaker hands, maybe even have them play back at you. And B, you get to be balanced. For all the times you open with rags and your full range on the button, you get to balance it out with strong hands, which makes it harder for people to play back at you.
Wow, and Deepak goes all in here, playing back at the button open, gets a snap called by Ace King of Clubs, so Deepak all in for his tournament life, representing India.
Exactly the scenario I was talking about, Greg. Deepak figured there's a huge range of hands Pachara can be doing this with, decides to go all in, happens to be in a flip, not a bad outcome all things considered, but we'll have to fade the ace or a king to survive here. Right in the window.
Needs a black 5 and only a black 5. 5 of clubs would be spicy. 6 of clubs and needs the 5 of spades, only 5 of spades to win this. Oh my gosh!
What a river.
One outer for Deepak Bortra. Got so excited I slammed the commentary table. Holy! 6 of clubs made the 5 of clubs dead, as that would give Pachara the nut flush, so he needed exactly only the 5 of spades on the river. Wow.
Takes it with style, too. Just raised one eyebrow, acknowledged his luck, and now stares at the chips as they're being pushed towards him, probably jumping inside. I mean,
like
talk about victory from the jaws of defeat.
Stoic man of few words, expressing a lot of humility here. Wow. A beautiful, beautiful run out there for Deepak Bortra, and an even more gracious win of such a massive pot.
Look at the swing. Deepak now second in chips on the table, 56 big blinds. Pachara obviously crippled. Flips, of course, part of the game, but they do hurt when you're on the wrong side of them, and Pachara was in such control. I hope he finds it within himself to recenter himself, keep the eyes on the prize.
As the Indian Rail pops off in the live chat. Indian Rail magic. What is that? Indian Rail working its magic. Incredible.
Well done, well done.
Indian Rail working their magic. He deleted his message to correct the spelling of there. And you know what? I respect it. What a hand, says Himalayan lover, nature lover. John Burt Berry. Okay, the Burt rail is going to pop off here as John Burt Berry picks up American Airlines pocket aces on the hijack.
This deck is running hot, Greg.
It's not the deck, it's the glasses, man. It's the Greg goes all in glasses. It's a fun story about the glasses. I brought 2 to Vietnam. I gave one of them to John Burt Perry because I stacked him in a tournament in one of the first few early days. And then following that, he never wore them for the tournaments. And I was like, hey, man, why aren't you repping the brand? He's like, oh, I left it in the hotel. He joins the main event. He brings the glasses. He tells me, Greg, I'm going to wear them for this event. And now look how far he's run.
Incredible.
All in glasses magic? I think so. And you can check out my channel, Greg Goes All In, on YouTube if you so care and like. You may or may not find a link to my merch store. Link in the description to any of my videos.
No shame in the plug,
No
Greg.
shame, right?
Plug
Is that
with
okay?
pride, buddy.
No conflict of interest, right?
Not
Absolutely
at all.
none.
We're all here to grow the game.
One all-in glasses at a time. Unfortunately, no action for aces there.
Look at those stacks, though, Greg. 91 big blinds and then 5 even stacks right after. This is like a 6 max cash game almost. People are pretty deep. I mean, with the exception of Deepak, who jammed 5s, like I said, there's always a dynamic of the dealer button perhaps opening light. You just want to jam your 5s. He ended up with that flip. Now that all the stacks are even, there's really no reason for any of these guys to get 2 out of line unless you get coolered. None of them are at risk of busting with 44 big blinds. So all eyes should be on the other table as far as the final table bubble goes. These are some big stacks we have going on here.
It definitely does make me curious to see what the chip distribution is on the other table. Since they're so deep on this one, you can't help but wonder if there's a lot of short stacks on the other. John Perry picking up back-to-back premiums now with ace-queen of diamonds under the gun raise, representing some strength, and some strength he does.
All these guys are pretty much crushers. There's a reason they are where they are right now, but being a little more familiar with Deepak and his reputation on the online felts of India, certainly is not the guy you want to see with a lot of chips. I see him ruminating, coming up with some ideas with his Jack-10. There we go, he bumps it up.
Oh, wow.
Sends something that perhaps wasn't there. John Perry with a very real hand, ace-queen suited, but with the stack sizes, this is like putting ICM pressure compared to a different table. Everybody's a middle stack on this table, but there are short stacks on the other table. So Deepak, using position and ICM pressure, has run into a solid hand here. There's almost no chance of John folding such a strong hand. Question is, how does he choose to proceed? Difficult to 4-bet as well. Yeah, he just makes the call. Same thing. I mean, there's so much ICM pressure. You want to see a flop, make a real good hand before you commit.
And when Deepak 3-bets the under the gun open, that in itself also looks super strong. So curious to get into the inner machinations of their minds and how it's working out as John Perry flops.
Don't forget, Greg, they are playing 6-max.
6-max as well.
Which makes a huge difference to opening ranges, to 3-betting ranges. Yes, John Perry open under the gun, but that's also hijack and 6-max, you know?
Correct. You are absolutely right. Low jack?
Low jack, maybe. I might be slightly off.
High jack, low jack, middle jack, middle position.
It's somewhere between middle and late position, essentially.
Average is 57 big blinds for the entire tournament, so the other tape is also fairly deep.
Deepak gets the perfect flop to continuation bet, and makes sense how small he goes. That is pretty much the standard sizing on a board of this texture. He is, of course, representing an ace-king, more likely, and some sort of a high pocket pair. John has pretty much smashed the perfect flop. He's only worried about ace-king. Apart from that, he wants to string Deepak along. He knows how good Deepak is, and Deepak can have a lot of bluffs, and this is one of them.
And with such a small bet size, yes, it is a 3-bet pot, but even then, still can keep a small bet size like that. Can also still have a lot of kings, queens, jacks.
Deepak, mind you, has found the best card in the deck.
9 of hearts gives him the open-ended straight draw. Needs a queen or a 7 to get the check mark. Checks to Deepak once again as he picks up more equity. Will he use this more additional equity to continue barreling? If so, I imagine it's going to be a sizable one.
Pretty common to keep barreling when you pick up additional equity, when you've essentially 3-bet with a pretty weak hand and then continuation bet with air. Not at all surprised to see the barrel here. Given the stack sizes, there's no leverage on this bet, which is a word I use to imply it's not like Deepak is setting up for some river jam here. I think John can comfortably call, evaluate on the next street. He knows that unless Deepak has ace-king, which of course John does block, or something like a crazy hand with an 8, or like, wow.
Interesting.
Very
gives Deepak some showdown value now.
Coordinated card on the river. I mean, Deepak can easily take
I see. He blocks the straight flush draw. He blocks the straight flush.
Deepak decides to take a showdown value. I mean, Deepak knew he wasn't ahead when he checked the river. I mean, he knew he was probably losing the hand. I did exclaim because it was the perfect card for Deepak to tell some sort of a story.
Right.
But I think given how ballooned the pot had become, Deepak decided not to. Fair enough. He is now, once again, the relative short stack. But there we go. Sort of an even distribution of 4 players and chips. Jack, Patrick, Ramsden still leading this table, likely both tables. As we cut to this break here, this is it, guys. I I'm very, very hopeful, and I suspect that
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online day ones at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Din Duck Trung, the shortest stack. We've been playing 7-handed without an elimination for the better part of 2 hours now as he moves his final 1.1 into the middle. Ace Queen suited. Well, 1 seat over. Feng Xiao with 2 10s and just 11 big blinds. 7 tray going to hit the mark, so these two are going to be flipping for survival. Lee Song gets out of the way. Chip leader asking for it. Wow! Chip leader hasn't even noticed that he's got 2 queens. As he calls for a good hand before looking at his cards, comes in over the top. So we have a 3-way all in. Rudnev came in as the shortest stack. Now covers half the table. Gonna get out of the way, so a 3-way ordeal here. Potential couple of ladders for the rest of the table if the queens for Huang Hainam can hold here. And a queen in the window. Queen 9-3. All spades. There are some chop outs as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn. Another spade would be a 3-way chop. No dice. 7 of clubs seals the fate of Feng Xiao and Ding Duck Trung, and everyone else gets a double ladder. Chip leader up to 13 million now. So the overwhelming chip leader going to raise with the ace-8 offsuit. Is going to pick up 1 customer from the big blind, German Bukharov, playing just shy of 40 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 3 suited. Heads up to the flop, 380k, 480k in the middle. Queen 6-3, 2 spades. German flopping best with bottom pair. He is up against a very aggressive and competent local player, Huang Hainam, reaching for a c-bet. Does come out firing. 130k into 480k. Bukharov going to make a quick call. What an interesting spot here for Huang. Stabbed flop, he puts all of his time bank chips in front of him. Turn went check check when the flush came in. He obviously turned top pair. Now a 4th spade has rolled off on the river. And Bukharov has come firing, turning his flopped bottom pair into a bluff. Huang knows what his image is at the table. He's been incredibly aggressive. The overwhelming chip leader with 125k up top. Wow. Wow. Makes the call. And I tell you what, if that doesn't send a message to the rest of the table that I'm here to win this, I don't know what does. How about that for a hero call? So Lee Son, one of the middling stacks, has opened from under the gun end. The short stack, Peter Rudnev, shortest by a huge margin, playing just 6.5 bigs. Has a mountain to climb in front of him.
the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
We were on break, but now we're back, so if you had us on in the background, now's a good time to tune back in. You're watching day 3 of the main event here in APT Phu Quoc. Commentary brought to you live by yours truly, Greg Goes All In. And on behalf of my esteemed colleague, Vitor Single, how's your break?
Great break, Greg, but I'm just too pumped. I want to see this get down to the finish line. 12 players left. We play down to 9 players. That'll be the final table for the APT main event. Big money up for grabs, of course. We look at some of the payouts on the screen. 258 million guaranteed to the 9th place finisher. That's the milestone of the day. We've had some crazy hands going into the break. Deepak Botra having some wild swings. We see him on the left of the screen. You and I had a chance to check out the other table, by the way, since we'd been wondering about the stack sizes. And fairly well-stacked players on both tables.
Yes, we were pretty curious because on the feature table, it looks like everyone was pretty deep. Everyone had like 50 big blinds plus, so we were thinking they probably have shorter stack than the other table, but no, that's not the case. Lots of poker to be played as average big blinds around 40 or 50 big blinds.
Well, we've been talking about the beautiful structure of the APT pretty much for the past 2 days.
Oh, yes.
And here's when it comes to fruition. I mean, you get down to the final 12 players after the end of 3 days, and we're still not playing all in bingo short stack poker. We're playing some real mean street poker, 3 street poker often. There's a lot of skill involved when it comes to playing at this level. We just saw, for instance, right before the break, Deepak actually gave up on a bluff right when he knew that he could have gotten way too crippled with the stack size. So it's really coming into play in the nature of poker that we're seeing, and I love it. That's what I'm here to see, some solid, great poker.
And that's what the viewers are here to see, and we're so privileged to be able to bring this kind of content to you. If you like what you're watching and you want to support poker in Asia, please hit that like and subscribe button as we see Pachara here of Thailand picking up ace, queen. And also, we're going to bring up incredible hands, especially involving Deepak. That one-outer. Oh, that 1-outer 5 of spades. That was beautiful. I'm so glad we got that. That happened like maybe, I don't know, 20, 25 minutes ago if you really want to go scout looking for it. But man, that was sick.
Roller coaster.
Roller coaster. Pachara on a gun. Ace queen off. Raises.
In case anyone's late to the party and joining us now, let me just set the stakes. Of course, APT main event. 33 million Vietnamese dong buy-in. 2.85 billion to first place. About a 14 billion Vietnamese dong price pool. You can see some of these numbers up there. 1.79 billion to second place, 1.29 to third, and 1.01 billion Vietnamese dong to fourth place. So some Vietnamese dong billionaires will be crowned, 4 at least.
And that's like 40, even the 4th place finisher winning 1 billion VND. That is 40,000 US dollars. Buy-in was about 1,200 US dollars, so an incredible payday. This money will go super far. It definitely can be life-changing money for some folks here. And
Absolutely.
you won't want to miss that. And it all ends today with our final 9 players making the final table. We are down to 12. You do not want to go anywhere in the next hour or two. This is all of the whole entire day culminating to this moment here for the final table bubble.
We have some great rails in the chat. Deepak having his Indian brethren supporting him in the chat. A lot of Thai support as well, evidenced by the fact that we have no idea what they're saying, but I can only imagine it's an outpouring of support for players such as Pachara.
Absolutely.
We have John Perry, aka Bert, on the feature table as well. He'll be in the shot, excuse me, shortly. And he has a huge Australia contingent in the chat supporting him. Wonder what time that is. It is over there.
I wonder too.
Pretty late, I imagine.
But regardless of the time, no excuse to miss out on railing Burton here as he is on our feature table, 1 of 2 of the last tables of the main event at the APT. 2.85 billion VND up top. That's 120,000 US dollars. Flop goes check, check here as Pachara still ahead here with a pair of 5s. Deepak is drawing to 2 overcards. Neither player blocking the potential flush draws available on this board, but neither player, that also meaning neither player has a flush draw. It's funny how that works out.
Wonder if Deepak is a little bit snake bit from that failed bluff. It's decided to check this twice in position.
King high does have some showdown value. Perhaps it's a non-zero chance of being okay at showdown, but
definitely against the range of the big blind, Greg. You might just think, hey, let me get one for free, poker gods. Come on.
But if Deepak wants to win this, now that the river card has been dealt, he's going to have to bluff at it. But Pachara might give Deepak an out here, making a bet himself, allowing Deepak to just gracefully fold here, or do something super sick. 90k into 220k.
A slight grimace before the fold. Just thinking, he might not have it, but I checked twice. I mean, he can pretty much have his way with me on the river after I've shown such weakness. As I said, maybe a little snake bit, but he still has 30 big blinds. He's the shortest stack on this table. Average stack 1.69 million.
Average big blind, which equals to 43 big blinds.
We're playing deep stack poker here, at least relative to how tournaments usually go.
Deep stack with deep back. Relatively, yes, relatively, he's the short stack, but if you're the short stack, you got 30 big blinds, like, you're doing all right.
Greg, I've been back in the booth for maybe a half an hour to an hour now. A few players I'm yet to see in the mix at all. Been pretty snug. Hayato comes to mind.
Yep. Sometimes that's just the way the cards dealt. Sometimes you get onto the feature table and then you run cold. You just go card dead.
Tough life.
Tough life. You know, having played on a couple live streams myself already, some cash games in Texas. You know what's a real thing? It's sometimes stream tilt is a thing. It's just something about playing on a live stream, knowing that people are watching you, that there are going to be chat pros in the live chats. That's enough. Just the knowledge that is enough to throw you off your game.
And what about the idea that you might have asked someone to watch the stream to watch you, and then now they're just watching you fold, fold, fold?
Exactly.
That's stream tilt as well.
And so that sometimes, I guess, how that manifests for myself is playing a little bit too loose, trying too much to be a hero, because, oh, wouldn't it be so sick if I hero call here with King Eye, and then you do it, and then you're wrong, and then everybody sees, you know? So what I'm trying to say is I commend all of the players who have come so graciously to our feature tables, lending themselves for content for the Asian Poker Tour.
I hope they do find it a net positive, which it certainly is, not to mention, if you were lucky enough to be on a feature table, you could have gone back home, looked at the tape, found out what your opponents had, and now would have some insight.
Exactly. And, you know, I think for, you know, most recreational players, like even just playing on a feature table, on a live stream RFID table, which are so expensive, like that's just such a cool experience in itself. So I would like to think that also brings the players value.
Meanwhile, we see a huge monster in the hands of Julian Chan here, who was one of the people I think had been a tad quiet ever since I got in the booth. Wow, another Kings versus Ace-King situation?
Yeah, that is what we call in Asia a big yeah.
This seems to be the cooler of the tournament. Now the question is, how do the players treat the ICM scenario? We had a huge swing with Julian and Anton. In fact, Julian did have kings there as well, and then Anton had ace-king. He ended up winning almost a 2 million chip pot. Unsurprisingly, we see the 3-bet from the ace-king. Pachara on the button. Julian
salivating at this 3-bet.
He's seen it all before, and you know what he did last time? Just instantly went all in. Got an instant call as well. Pachara does have him covered.
Yeah, if he's gonna 4-bet here, it's pretty much just a jam at this stack of depth. And then a side call by Pachara, and then the rest will be history, is my prediction.
It's not an automatic call from Pachara if there are some short stacks to consider, but as we've been mentioning, when we took a look around, we didn't really spot any on the other table. So to the extent Pachara is trying to go for the win here, he might be willing to take that flip. This is, of course, assuming Julian goes all in, something that he did last time in this exact scenario with about the same stack depth.
All in. Julian Tran goes all in. Pachara.
Good luck, he says. Pachara instantly calls, sees the bad news. Bit grimace, small grimace, I should say. And now he's going ace hunting, Pachara, that is. And last time around, Julian won this monster pot, became the tournament chip leader, likely contending to do the same thing right here. What an amazing turn of events for Julian if he can hold here.
But Julian is all in for his tournament life. Needs to fade the ace as flop comes 4-4-3. A great start here for Julian Tran. Very likely to double. No hearts.
Reduces the out.
Reduces the outs as well. Needs to dodge 2 outs here. And will do so.
Wow.
It's going to be a massive double here for Julian Tran of Vietnam. And a big chunk to Pachara's stack. Now reduced to 7 big blinds as the live chat
what a cooler.
Expresses sadness in die.
Imagine getting the same cooler twice and being on the right end of it both times in one of the biggest tournaments in Asia.
Wow.
How incredible for Julian.
What a great experience.
He played it the same too. Just went all in, 4-bet all in, gets called instantly by ace king, and just holds, makes it look easy. Julian is just crushing it with these kings, man.
Yeah, it's the home game advantage. It's
Indeed.
a real thing. And so a big chunk of chips going to Vietnam. Julian Tran of Vietnam. Now chip leader at this table by a very slight margin, 2.7 million, slightly followed by Mr. Jacques Patrick Ramsden of England.
Pachara looking upwards, cursing the poker gods maybe, but also thinking if he could have played the hand differently. I mean, I doubted there were some ICM implications.
Yes, but just, yeah, ultimately an unfortunate cooler.
Yeah, you tend to want to go for the win. A lot of people in chat chastised Anton when he did make the call with his ace-king. He ended up dropping down to 2 big blinds. Pachara here has 7 big blinds, a lot more to play with, certainly, than 2 big blinds. It is not exactly ICM suicide, as the chat seems to sometimes think. It is part of the calculus. If you're really trying to win the tournament, you might want to take those flips, and ultimately, you always are just hoping your opponent is getting out of line with ace-queen suited. But I will grant that every time I've seen somebody in a tricky spot with ace-queen, they tend to be folding, and often being correct to fold, as opposed to 4-betting all in with ace-queen and ace-queen suited. So, all that said,
Ace-queen, of course, being Doyle Brunson's least favorite hand, is something I once read back when I used to read a lot of poker books because I couldn't play because I didn't have the bankroll quite yet.
I remember reading that. Jacks and ace-queen, the 2 trouble hands. Pachara finds ace-king, and what a good time to find them, too. It's going to look like he's maybe...
Back-to-back ace-king for Pachara.
It's going to look like maybe he's tilting and shoving light. Maybe he gets called light by something like an ace-rag if somebody wakes up with that. That's exactly what happens. And I suspect he will get called.
Looks like he's going to fold to the big blind as Patrick's already folded, followed by Deepak.
Patrick lets it go. Quite surprising. I mean, a 7 big blind shove right after the hand in which Pachara got crippled. He does show it.
Losing 1 pot with ace-king, winning 1 pot with ace-king. Not of equal values, unfortunately, for Pachara, as the Thai chat just pops off here. I'm sure expressing their condolences.
Great fold there by, I keep calling him Patrick, I mean to say Jack, of course. Lets the ace-8 off go fairly easily. I mean, it's not the prettiest looking hand, but when you have someone shove after losing a big pot, ace-8 tends to be often good enough. Certainly could be flipping or could even be ahead of things like king-queen, queen-jack suited, 10-jack suited. All of those would be going in the middle there.
Pachara 9 big blinds on the hijack with king high. Is close. Gonna let it go.
I certainly wish I knew what the chat was saying in the local language, probably Thai, right?
I believe
Correct.
Thai, but I may very much be wrong.
Yeah, well, it's likely support for Pachara and maybe some comments on the hand, but I mean, he's back to 9 big blinds. Like, he's certainly not out of the tournament by any means.
And
just a short
didn't
stack
play
now.
that wrong by any means. Just such is the life of poker. Sometimes you do everything right, but things still sometimes just don't go your way. But taking it like a champ, refining his composure, back at it, still in the game here, folks. Again, 12 players right now. We're playing down to 9 players to make our final table and to conclude the day. Ooh, we've got some fireworks here. Top 2 versus a pair and a gutter. Deepak smashing this board here on the button versus the big blind. Has top 2 pair. Let's go from there.
Deepak is always going to continuation bet this, not only because the board is slightly wet, lots of straight draws possible, but also because he's been betting with air so much. It's great to finally have a hand and bet when you have it, balance out all those bluffs you made already.
Absolutely. Starts with a third pot bet here, 65K. Hayato with wide ranges and bottom pair not going to go anywhere. Needs a jack or 9 to improve. It's 3 of spades. Doesn't change much on this board. If Deepak is ahead on the flop, he's likely still ahead on the turn, which is the case.
Deepak eyeing the stack, seeing if he can set up some sort of a river jam. It is technically possible if he bets something like 2/3 spot here. He would be setting up a river jam.
Yeah, if playing for 955 effective difference 600. Needs to bet 200K exactly to set up a river jam here. And 200 he does, yeah, 210,000, setting up that river jam.
Bit of a quick bet. I think Hayato's holding is a bit marginal at this point. On the flop, of course, you don't call pre-flop to fold a pair and a gut shot on the flop, but on the turn, things are getting serious. Lets it go, waits for a better spot. Still has 30 blinds. Deepak has chipped up, by the way, back to 1.3 million, excuse me. 1.3 million in chips, 32 blinds for Deepak.
But Pachara now are short stacked by a large margin and also physically separated from the rest of the table.
Yeah, indeed.
Life can be so poetic sometimes, but...
Yeah, look at these guys. They're so strong. Look at Deepak. He's like sandwiched in between Julian and Jack over there.
As Megan, our dealer, hops on in, relieving Kayla of her dealing duties. Having played for 3 days now straight.
Yeah, it isn't easy. The fatigue, I mean, it must be crazy at this point, considering you've just been waiting for now what seems like hours for just 3 more people to bust so you can go home, relax, know that you made the final table, and make those sweet, sweet pay jumps that you get reaching 9th place alone.
Ramsden from England getting into the mix here. Ace-3 offsuit raises. 2 big blinds. Folds to the big blind here. John Perry, 6-5 offsuit. Fine defend from the big blind versus a hijack open. Big blind incentivized defend very, very wide as they get a good price, plus the ante. Especially heads up. Makes the call here. Heads up to a flop. Hijack versus big blind. London versus Australia. England, I should say, pardon me. Flop comes. King Jack 9. Neither player with a pair. Ace high still ahead. Ramsden with the nut and range advantage.
Never afraid to put chips in the middle, Ramsden. King Jack 9 does smash the range of the pre-flop raiser.
Yep, has all the sets here that John will never have. Makes the bet and gets the pot.
So co-chip leaders essentially in the form of Julian and Jack. Jack with the sleeve tattoo. I get to see a different angle on it because earlier he was facing the other way. Pretty cool, pretty cool.
Very cool. I got a tattoo recently, actually.
Oh, nice.
I'll show it to you and you can explain to the viewers what you're looking at.
What a surprise, Greg. I'm looking at your beautiful, beautiful ankle, which has exactly the all-in glasses that John Perry is rocking. Same color and everything.
Correct. Julian Tron, you know, I go all in. You know, it's not Greg plays passive. Greg goes all in.
Julian now with the ace king. I mean, a hand he is absolutely punished all day today. Let's see what happens when he has ace king. He has been on the losing side of some flips as well, but my God, those two huge hands, kings versus ace king both times, have just vaulted him to the top of the leaderboard here.
That's absolutely right. But getting no action is folds to Pachara on the big blind, who only does have 7 big blinds right now. Such a painful part of the game is being short stacked and going through the blinds. Like I like to explain it, it's like going past go in Monopoly, except instead of winning money, you just lose money. Oh,
I like that.
Here we go. Pachara just making the call here.
We have a mystery hand here.
With the mystery hand.
I hope it stays mystery, actually. This would be fun.
Fun sweat. We can kind of guess. But it looks like it's going to be like a one street kind of deal.
Mind you, Pachara's range is as wide as it gets. He simply defended a mystery hand from the big blind. He has 6 big blinds behind. He was just hoping to connect and get it in, but 8 deuce deuce looks pretty unlikely to connect. A deuce pretty much the least likely hand for him to actually defend with. Simply put, if Pachara doesn't have an 8, he's going to be out of the hand, and Julian's going to feel pretty good about his ace king, and he might actually bet for value here. You could call it protection, or you could call it value.
Bets 50K into 240K. About a 5th pot bet versus Queen 9.
It's not going to be the one, and Pachara is now crippled. That's the nature of the big blind, plus big blind ante, and the little extra blind, and more he had to put in to defend there.
I got someone letting us know that his name is written wrong. It's Deepak Bothra.
Yeah, that's right.
Not Bortha. Our apologies, our sincerest apologies to Deepak.
I think we've been saying it right, more or less.
But of course, still an egregious error on our part with the graphics. We do apologize.
Love to see that we're hitting peak viewership right now. It does correspond with the fact that this is simply the tensest, the most exciting part of the whole tournament. Tomorrow when players come in for the final table, yeah, it's going to be super exciting. They're going to come and relax. But you're watching people right at the end of the finish line. I mean, this is like watching a marathon and watching the last leg of it. This is when it's about fighting the fatigue, making the right decision despite all kinds of gut instincts screaming at you to just say, hey, just get it in and let's go home. I'm tired, you know? That's what mind sports like poker are all about. It's about finding edges in various ways that your mind tries to make you make bad decisions.
Something I've learned, it's not too hard to play well, but it's very hard to play well consistently.
Precisely.
Which is what these players all have had to do to make it to day 3, end of the day 3 of the main event after playing for 3 days. Julian Tron from Vietnam, ace-8 offsuit, raised on the hijack. He's going to get all the way around to Hayato. We haven't heard too much from Hayato. And Pachara, 5 big blinds, going to go all in with ace-king of clubs. All in for his tournament life as the short stack representing Thailand.
What a great spot. He's priced Julian in essentially with his low stack. Puts himself in a great spot to essentially pick up about 12 big blinds or so.
And it looks like Julian Tron's going to call, so we're going to go heads up now. Pachara in a great spot to double up. 3-1 favorite to double up here. Just needs to fade the 8 or a bunch of spades or a bunch of hearts as the flop comes. King 9 Queen. That's going to be a very promising flop here for Pachara.
Julian pretty much drawing dead here. Maybe some
running 8s essentially. Yep, that's gonna be it. Check mark as Pachara. Nice double up here. Ah, needle.
The needle.
Dupe versus Dupe.
There we go. Suddenly 14 big blind looks pretty good.
And you can see the relief on his face here.
Up from 5 big blinds to 14.
As I'm
pretty
sure
sweet.
We're going to see the Thai chat start popping again.
Indeed it is, Greg.
Woohoo! 365 people watching this chat. That's probably peak viewership for our series so far. Thanks so much for being here. If you're enjoying the content that you are watching, make sure that you like and subscribe and hit the notification bells to be notified as to when we start streaming day 4 tomorrow. It's not just a like and subscribe, folks. You are effectively also helping us grow the game of poker in Asia.
Guys, to be honest, I'll settle for just a like. Takes 2 seconds. If you're watching the stream, hit like.
Clicky
and
click.
what that does is just tells the YouTube gods, the YouTube algorithm, push this content a bit more. That's how we've reached 380 of you. We'd love to reach thousands more.
Absolutely. And you know what? We deserve it. This production's amazing. Multi-camera setup, high quality, using DSLRs.
Absolutely
Beautiful
incredible.
RFID table.
It's been pretty flawless, thanks to the crazy efforts of our production team here in Phu Quoc. We're on an island, and earlier in the day, it started raining.
Yes, it did.
And actually had all kinds of electrical issues.
Did
10
we?
minutes, the production team sorted it out.
Wow. Did we flood?
No, we're good. Some shorting, I believe, here and there, but the point is, 10 minutes is all sorted. How incredible is that?
Very cool. Lines now 20K, 40K. 40K, of course, being what I believe was our starting stack.
I love it when that
Main
happens.
event. Love it.
You put in somebody's buy-in as the blind,
Whew.
as the antes.
Oh, yeah.
Just goes to show how far you've come. That's the other attitude you need to have when you enter a tournament. The idea is to come first, right? We always say you got to go for first.
Yep.
Right at the start of the tournament, you need to look around at the hundreds of players riffling their chips and say, I'm going to win every chip in this room. That's how I'm going to come first in this tournament.
That's why I haven't won any tournaments, because I've never like fully sussed out the entire room and thought to myself,
all mine.
All mine. Wow. Bitter single, everybody.
I know all the killer attitudes. I just don't know how to implement them.
And there's another one. It's if you never go all in a tournament,
can't go broke.
You win the tournament.
That's right.
Maybe that's why I keep losing, because Greg goes all in. It's just in my nature.
Another big hand, Greg, for Pachara. 8s now, 14 big blinds in the cutoff. I suspect he might just put it all in here. The extra 2.5 big blinds in the middle is a nice little pickup when you have 14 big blinds. And given he's been going all in a lot, I mean, he wants to continue that streak, perhaps, get called a bit light. Exactly what he does.
Yeah, I like the all-in there.
I'd love for him to have taken a quick look at the other table. We're talking about pay jumps here. We'll get back to you about what those pay jumps are, but he did not leave himself that one chip behind this time, but it works out. Does not get called, is not at risk.
And takes it down pre. A great result here for Pachara. Spinning up his stack very effectively here.
Spin, spin, spin. Always rooting for spinning.
Oh, yes. Like a yo-yo master. Pachara. Nah, that wasn't a good one. I'm not going to finish it.
No, there is a yo-yo master, isn't it? Isn't it John Barry?
Excuse me?
I believe the chat was telling us, and I was convinced we were being trolled, and Henry was convinced we were not being trolled, that I think Bert has a yo-yo collection. Can somebody in chat confirm?
No wonder he's been playing so well, because John Bert Perry is a master at spinning.
Did I get trolled?
Chat. It sounds like a troll, I'm not going to lie. But you know what? Anything is possible.
Bert's father was in the chat, right? I will trust, excuse me, Mr. Matthew Perry, were he to write in chat whether Bert indeed has a yo-yo collection.
Perry Sr., we need you. Is Bert a yo-yo master? This is the most pressing issue at day 3 of the main event, down to 12 players.
Again!
Picks up the Ace King. This man is the Ace King King.
Always beats Ace King and never loses when he has it. Can he keep that streak alive? Now, I often love observing small blind versus big blind strategies. Limping has become exceedingly common, but when you have a hand as strong as Ace King, that's certainly going to be in your raising range, along with some bluffs.
Chonky bet there, looks like. Oh, wow. That's a very unconventional raise size. More than 3x here. Probably looking to just take down the blinds. I think on the button sometimes there's a school of thought you can be more incentivized to raise bigger, just to de-incentivize the blinds from coming along.
He's in the small blind, actually, Greg, and I think there we go. So, you know, not only is he raising because he has the big blind behind who's already put in some chips and antes, but also it's a way of balancing it out. I mean, you want to be able to bluff and pick up a lot of hands in the future.
Thank you for that correction. Do you mean that his MTT graph is a yo-yo?
Perhaps I was being trolled about that.
I used to have a yo-yo when I was a kid.
I was telling Henry, I had a 2-week phase, of being into yo-yos before I figured out it takes actual skill to do anything cool with it. Some frustration, it seems like, by Jack there, who's been quite a solid, tight, aggressive sort of player, just completely card dead. Has nothing to worry about, really. Wow, the heat continues coming Julian's way with these monster hands. Julian Chan now has pocket nines, is on the button. He did show the ace-king suited last time around. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that, but you can adapt once you build up an image. Sometimes small blind versus big blind, you want to really set a pattern.
Bert in the big blind, our yo-yo master, our alleged yo-yo master, with 4-3 suited versus a button open. Yes, bottom range, but I believe it's a pretty standard defend here. And a defend we will see. So we're going to see nines versus 4-3, button versus big blind, Vietnam versus Australia, Julian versus John. As flop comes, ace-7 deuce. This flop drier than my dry spell in college.
As far as having 4-3 of clubs goes, it's not too bad. He has a gut shot to the wheel, backdoor flush draws. And as it happens, Julian has pocket nines and is not going to be loving that ace. Indeed, the board is so dry, Greg. He might continue just to try and make this a sort of 1-street, 2-street sort of hand.
For sure. I definitely do not mind the c-bet here. John does have the all-in glasses, though, so 7 deuce is in his range. Have to think about that. You know my motto, right?
Of
Stay
course.
loose, play 7
Stay
deuce.
loose, play 7 deuce. We've been
Yes,
quoting
sir.
it while you've been out of the booth.
Aw, nice to know I've been talked about. Very good.
By the way, a great candidate to actually check raise here, and I think that's exactly what Perry might be doing.
John, you're so sick. John Perry, you're so sick. 100 and looks like 65 maybe? 190.
As I was saying, the flop is not too bad as far as having 4 high goes. You do have the outs to pretty much the nuts with the 5, along with backdoor flush draw outs where you can continue. Look at that, just gets...
Almost.
Oh, I thought Julian was about to fold.
The only issue is that for value, when you check raise on a flop like this, it's just that you're repping so thinly for value. You're saying exactly deuces, ace deuce, ace 7.
Precisely, but it is tough for your opponent to play back at you, which means you do get to realize at least one more street of equity. And ultimately, if he was against a weaker opponent with a weaker hand, it might have gotten through. Julian knows where he's at. I mean, certainly possible for Perry to have some of the hands that you just said, but apart from that, there's a lot of bluffs in the mix.
Yeah, makes an excellent call, and one of the better cards builds some equity here as brings in the backdoor flush, has the gut shot as well. Sorry, yes, the gut shot. And just like that.
And mind you, Greg, you raise a great point about how narrow your value range is when you make that check raise, but there's a very narrow bluff range as well. That is not air.
You are absolutely correct.
He happens to have one of those hands. 4-3 of clubs or 4-3 of, I guess, hearts or diamonds would be the same thing here. But that's pretty much it. And now that the club has come off, he's pretty much forced to continue. As we said earlier, when you pick up equity when you're bluffing, chances are you want to be continuing.
If he wants to set a pot-sized bet on the river, he's going to have to bet 300. 900 difference of either. Yep, he's going to have to bet 300, leaving himself 1.2 million and 1.2 million in the pot. Curious to see what he does here.
I hear you on the pot size logic. He might not feel like he needs to go that big. He is still bluffing.
Yes.
Any ace is probably going to continue anyway, particularly the big aces. And betting small, especially if you can try to represent a hand such as ace deuce as you were talking about, tends to accomplish the same goal, which is to get hands that are weaker than an ace to fold. He has to consider the possibility that he might be getting floated by Julian with something that essentially had backdoor outs also.
$225 is the bet.
Exactly. Not really pretending that he's going to be jamming the river, but just make it look like he's betting for value, trying to get value from an ace.
And the deuce also does reduce the combos of value hands that John's check raising on the flop, because deuces now become extremely unlikely.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Ace deuce can definitely still in the mix. 7 deuce suited maybe also still in the mix, but does reduce a lot of those combos. Possible, but definitely.
Julian thinking, what can you really have? As Greg, you pointed out, naked aces tend not to be check raising. A huge ace would, of course, a 3-bet pre-flop. Ace deuce, ace 7, all might play the hand this way. They're likely to be suited, but you could play either of those hands offsuit as well, which does make enough combos of value compared to very few combos of bluffs.
Yeah.
That being said, Julian, not a believer.
Wow, makes an excellent call here. The chat wanting blood, begging for the 9 of clubs because they're monsters. 9 of clubs is already there, folks.
9 of
not
clubs,
coming.
not possible.
Not coming. Oh my.
How about the 10 of clubs?
The yo-yo master, John
Bert
Bert Perry, spinning that stack up. But hard to get 3 streets from 9s here.
Well, he's somehow managed to. By managed, I mean he was bluffing at the time, and Julian was calling him down perfectly. It's very difficult to put someone on a backdoor flush draw. That being said, Julian, I believe, could actually suss this out. Of course, I suspect John will be betting here. And when the bet comes back to Julian, he needs to realize he's not beating much. And there are a few hands that were essentially bluffs on the flop that could have gotten there. John does have one of those hands. It's easy for me to say looking at the cards, of course, but if you think about it, it is very common to continue on backdoor flush draws. So to the extent Julian was giving credit for a bluff to John, clearly he was, considering he called him down with 9s.
Wow.
One of the most likely bluff candidates did just get there on the river.
750,000. Shy of 3/4 pot bet. Chonky bet.
A huge bet, especially relative to the size of the stack that John has left behind. And John has made a great decision here to polarize. He probably puts Julian on some sort of an ace. About to flick the cards in with one finger. Well, one card is in. That's the hand right there.
Wow.
But
And what an exciting hand there.
great hand. I mean, well played by both players. And look at that. Julian called when ahead, folded when behind.
Yeah.
A perfectly played hand of poker.
Yeah. And just the check raising with 4 high takes a lot of guts. Love to see the play here. Curious to see what would have happened if the clubs didn't come in or his outs didn't come in.
I have a feeling John was going to pull the trigger because, of course, he would have had the nut low. And when you have the nut low, game theory-wise, it's a good time to bluff because you're not winning. But I just want to point out one more dynamic. I still love the point that you raised, Greg, about having very few value combos, but important to balance out that thinking by also saying, hey, once in a while you will have ace deuce, ace 7 here.
Yeah.
And you will want to raise on the flop. So what bluff combos will you have when you do raise on the flop?
That's what I loved about what you said, is just saying, like, when there's so few value combos, you also have to realize there's also very few bluff combos. When you're facing that check raise, you're thinking, what could their bluffs possibly be on this dry board? Wow. Loved watching that. I love commentating. I'm learning so much as we see aces for Deepak.
What a sweet situation. I mentioned Jack getting fairly frisky and frustrated. It's funny what all you can pick up in the booth, Craig, because I doubt any other player caught that, thanks to the beautiful camera work, the high-quality definition we have here.
What did we catch?
I caught Jack being pretty frustrated. He flicked 5-3 into the muck last hand, and I think because he was very card dead. And look at how it manifested himself. He just opened Queen 7 suited on the gun. Of course, ran into the aces of Deepak Bothra. But it's funny to have a read validated. And by a read, I mean, again, we have unfair advantage in the booth. We can look at the cameras. We can look at close-ups and micro expressions. But sometimes the frustration is palpably visible.
Yeah.
There's no other reason for...
At the end of the day, we're all human.
Of
right?
course.
And as much as we like to think that we can, beat machines and play theoretically and remove emotion away from the table, at the end of the day, y'all, we're still all human.
Let's do the math here. 12:30 we started. It's about 8:30 right now. That's 8 hours. Everything from this point on is overtime at the office.
416 viewers, peak viewership happening right now, folks.
That's awesome.
Incredible. Thanks for being here. That's all hugely in part for y'all liking and subscribing and telling the YouTube gods that, hey, this is a pretty sexy piece of content. Let's push this out to more people.
Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate you watching. And don't forget, firstly, we're playing for some big bucks here. 120,000 to the first place at this tournament. That's USD I'm talking about. 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. And that's all going to be happening tomorrow. Meanwhile, here we are with 12 players left trying to get down to the final table. I suspect many of you might know a lot of the players in the mix right now, but with the amount of viewers we have now, it seems like you might be joining the stream just to watch some good poker, and that's exactly what we've been seeing here. This is tense. This is high-quality stuff.
Interesting to note here that Ramsden did just flat here pre. It was against an under-the-gun open by Deepak. So completely understandable. Flat from the big blind. Does make top pair, top kicker, TPTK. Deepak c-betting with king high, getting called. Doesn't pick up any additional outs on the turn. Checking it back. Wow. River giving Ramsden 2 pair here. Gonna make a bet. 230,000 into 370. 2/3 pot bet. Trying to target single pair ace X's that c-bet flop, check back turn. Make a pair on the river. Deepak here, of course, with just king high, uses the time chip. I love to see this high level of poker because everyone takes such care to suss out every single decision.
This spot has ballooned up also. I mean, just 15 big blinds equals 600K right now, which is just huge swings.
Deepak knowing that he has the nut advantage on this board. He has all of the aces, queens.
And the blocker to the Broadway straight.
That's correct.
Which did come in on the river.
Can he represent that? Oh,
he just calls king high.
I did not think that.
What
of
a
all
spot.
the 3 options, fold, call, and raise his bluff, I didn't see calling as being one of those options.
What a
So
spot
sick.
to hero call. I mean, absolutely fearless. I'll always respect a hero call at such a crucial stage in the tournament, but a bit of a misfire there with the king high running into the top 2. And with that, Deepak crippled down to 1 million in chips. 40K blinds makes it a 25 big blind stack. Second lowest stack on the table. Bachara, after his comeback, still hovering around the 14 big blind mark.
400 Caxper saying, 400 people watching and only 60 thumbs up. Guys, leave a thumbs up. Wow, even the chat coming in with the calls to action. Listen, see, we're all a team here at the APT, and that includes all of y'all in the live chat.
Live chat, what do you guys think of that king high call? I mean, think about the stones it takes to call off with king high there.
Yeah.
You really have to go with the read, and yeah, I know the read was wrong, but man, the amount of conviction it takes to listen to your gut in those moments, it's what makes or breaks great players.
And also another thing we have to consider, we're kind of viewing this through the myopic lens of just this stream and this one hand. You also have to consider that these players have played together for at least 3 days and might even have a longer, richer history than we know of.
So true.
And so there's so many things more in consideration to play. And of course, it's super easy to always kind of, you know, it's very easy to know what the right decision is when you can see the cards. Again,
Hey, I love to see it. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, man.
Having some crazy hands, crazy calls, crazy folds.
That's just good content. That's just good poker. Again, folks, you're watching day 3 of the main event. We've got 12 players left. We're trying to play down to the final 9 to make up the final table for day 4.
I'm thinking back to, of course, the CEO of the Asian Poker Tour, Michael Soisa, a high roller poker player, one of the elite MTT players in the world right now, just came runners-up at the Triton main event and made a hero call heads up, playing for literally $1 million. I happened to text him afterwards, and I was like, man, that was a crazy hero call. And just like I give Deepak credit, I was super impressed by Michael's ability to pull the trigger and make a hero call in such a sick spot. And I was like, well,
right?
that takes some balls.
Was he right?
He was not right. And Michael tells me, I wish my balls were smaller. Julian Chan in the big blind, queen 6 off. Good enough to see a flop, it seems.
So we're going to see button versus big blind. These are going to be two of the widest ranges. Always conducive for some fireworks as flop comes. Jack 9-3, rainbow. Neither player making a pair. Ramsden still ahead with king high, locking up 75% equity. 3-1.
Greg, I mean this in the best way because I really admire patience, but has Hayato been in a hand since I've been in the booth? I think the answer might be no.
That is the right, yeah, no, we have not seen Hayato get into a hand yet at all. Might be playing, how many, he's got 1.2 mil, he's got 30, yeah, pretty decent stack.
Listen, the fact that he hasn't been in a hand and I haven't noticed simply means he hasn't had the card distribution, but to be this quiet, this composed, and this patient, it takes a lot of, you know, like Zen attitude to just be like, hey, card dead right now. I'm going to tap out. Yeah. I was commenting earlier on how Jack sort of opened out of line with the queen 7 suited under the gun because I'd seen him be a little bit frustrated. Hayato has shown no such emotional distress, just in cruise control, waiting for a good hand to come by. I'm sure the table has noticed, by the way. Might reduce his ability to get action if and when he does open, but be that as it may, always respect patience.
And it's one of those things, of course, like we were even just saying, that dynamic of playing on the stream table and then going card deceased doesn't feel great, but negating all of those feelings, all those external factors, Hayato playing a very patient game, and of course, winning all of our respects. As John Perry throws ducks into the muck.
Greg, I had assumed we might reach the final table before the next break, but the way the table is going, the way the action is going, chips are flying about, but you know, when somebody gets super short, they seem to find a way to survive, and I'm glad I didn't make some bets about when we'll reach the final table, but we might be in it for a while here.
Oh, Elke goaded me into making a bet with him. I said 8:05. It is now 8:35. He wanted to bet my phone, and I was like, he was like, what are you staking? He's like, my jacket. I'm like, no. And he's like, my jacket's worth more than your phone. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I went into full apologetic mode.
Greg, what an amateur mistake. You didn't know that? Of course his jacket is worth more than your phone.
I should have assumed that his, I should have assumed the ring on his pinky finger was worth more. The shoelaces on his shoe. Rookie mistake. APT, please don't fire me. Top pair here for Hayato. Speaking of the devil, he's in a hand. Defending in the big blind versus a cut-up open by Ramsden. Ramsden, we were talking about, seems to be opening a little bit on the looser side. Does have the gut shot here. C-bet and a call. Turn. Whew, brings in top.
Continues to smash the board, but it does give a double gutter to Ramsden now.
Love double gutters. For some reason, I just find them so satisfying. Just like, oh, I have a double gutter, you know?
This one would be a weird one because, of course, the 8 would be a nice hidden straight, but a queen would not only make it a super obvious 4-liner on the board, but the 9 would obviously be the dummy end of the straight.
Correct, yeah. Not going to stop Ramsden from firing here. Bets 160 into 320. Half pot bet. Top 2 for Hayato. 25 big blinds.
I expect to see a flat called if he thinks that Ramsden is bluffing, but if he wants to end the hand right here, then now would be the time to raise it up. The board is getting trickier and trickier.
And just like Josh Groban, you raise me up. Looks like 300 or so. And a quick fold.
I don't think he has folded. I mean, a 9-7 is not an easy fold if you're getting the right price.
350. Sorry, I didn't think I saw cards. And
He actually
now
has.
there are no cards. Still 12 players as we're playing down to the final 9 players of the APT main event on day 3. Again, commentary brought to you live by Greg Goes All In and my colleague Vitor Single. Probably a good time now to mention as well, there's only 2 days left in Phu Quoc at APT, so if you want to come by, you still can. Lots of side events happening and some high rollers. You can learn more about those at theasianpokertour.com. But if you wanted to experience a full series of the APT, may I highly recommend you join us in Taipei starting on April 28th. APT Taipei is going to be the biggest event that we've had yet in APT history, with a massive guarantee for our coveted main event, 30 million Taiwan dollars or 1 million US dollars. So you can check out all about that on theasianpokertour.com starting April 28th. But wait, there's more. Did you know you can satellite into that main event, which is $1,650 for just $3? That's right, courtesy of Natural 8. Natural 8 has some satellites you can go to and play into satellite into the main event. They're starting with step satellites at $3. And also additional normal satellites at $30 and $200. You can learn all about those, again, on www.natural8.com.
Personally, I'll be playing the $30 one on Sunday.
Yes.
Fits perfectly in my budget. Hope to bring that ticket to the main.
Yes, and we don't... Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, if I could just set the context for the $1 million guarantee, Greg. We had a 10 billion Vietnamese dong guarantee at the APT Phu Quoc main event that we're watching here. Of course, the guarantee got crushed by almost 50%, and we ended up with a prize pool of about 640,000 US dollars. And in APT Taiwan, the guarantee itself is $1 million. So 50% more than the prize pool ended up at APT Phu Quoc.
And 507 entries for this event. So folks, it's extremely value, just the ticket alone, but including the satellites, like this is our best price, okay? We can't go any lower than this, so you must check it out, www.natural8.com for all of the information, and also make sure you check it out soon, because as Vitor mentioned, Sunday, all the satellites are happening on Sunday, starting on April 9th. Sunday, April 9th, Sunday, April 16th, Sunday, April 23rd.
Also, I'm looking forward to Taipei just for the city, the country, and the culture alone, Greg. I mean, it's going to be awesome, because how else do you end up sort of in Taiwan, just exploring the place? You need that excuse of poker.
Can't just travel for the sake of traveling. You got to go for degenerative reasons as well.
Yeah, I need a vice. I need some degeneracy, and I need to be playing poker. I mean, those are my criterion for travel.
I respect you so much. I've got a hand here. King 9 open by Deepak. Ace Queen suited by Pachara with 12 big blinds. Goes all in.
The hand sort of plays itself. I mean, Deepak very likely to open late position, King 9, and Pachara has only one move. Deepak can't really call. But with that, Pachara does get some comfort. You know, we were talking about all these sort of common sayings about tournaments. And one of the ones that we did not mention is that if you steal the blinds once every round, then you can't lose the tournament. I'll give you a moment to process that. Even I've had to think about it.
Wow.
It is true. And in the same vein, you know, we saw Pachara just 3-bet all in, which is, of course, even better than stealing the blinds if you can 3-bet all in and get a fold, which is what we saw with the ace-queen. That's how you chip up. You can't really bust if you keep doing that once every couple of rounds.
That is a mind twister. I'm not going to sleep well tonight. But can I also add one last thing to Taipei? Satellites aren't your thing, you know what I'm saying? If you aren't all in on your travel plans for Taipei, maybe you don't want to make all that, all that effort and book those flights without knowing if you're not going to make a deep run. You can play the online day ones on Natural 8, and if you make it into the money on day 1 on Natural 8 online, you immediately go straight into day 3 live in Taipei. Day 1 qualifiers on Natural 8. You can qualify into day 3 of the main event at APT Taipei from the comfort of your own home playing day 1 online on Natural 8. Okay, that's all I have to say.
No, I'm really glad you brought that up. Now, I was watching the coverage, and I know for a fact that this whole plan is firstly Elki approved, this strategy of playing day 1 online. And I also think it's a really cool blend, sort of a hybrid of an online and a live tournament. And I really do think it's going to bring out a lot of these online guys who might hesitate. They might not think that they're good live. They might just feel a bit lazy. But the idea that you can start out online and then continue the tournament live is just going to work wonders. It's going to bring out a whole new host of talented players, and I'm looking forward to seeing it all.
It's so sad because I wanna play so bad, Bitter. I wanna play so bad, but they need me on the commentary side.
We'll play some side events, Greg.
Oh yeah, you know,
we'll punt off some money unnecessarily.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I feel like I only bring value to the APT if I like final table or something. And right now, including myself, I wouldn't bet on that. 420 people watching live right now. Ayo, noise.
We have some usual suspects getting in the mix here. Button open by John, aka Burt Berry, at defense with the king 5 off. John checks behind despite flopping the pair, but I don't think he'll be checking any longer. Has a comfortable middle pair.
Middle pair, very good. John Perry performing exceptionally well in this featured table. And we definitely starting to see a bit of that frustration by Ramsden now. Flicking the cards in. Still has to remember, sitting on 69 big blinds, average big blinds right now 43. Ramsden here, first in chips here on this table. But I guess he wants more.
He does.
He's
Don't
chip
they all?
leading and he wants them all. He will not be satisfied until all of those chips are in front of him.
I did catch the average stack, and just in case anybody is confused, I mean, average simply means dividing all the chips in play by the number of players left. It's about 20 million chips in play, 12 players left. 1.6 million, I should say, average stack. All these players hovering either close to or close enough to that mark, with the exception of our short stack, of course, Bachara, who has made quite a comeback from the 5 big blind mark.
Spin, spin, spin.
Things are getting serious and heated here. I mean, if you think about what players are trying to do, they're not only trying to survive just to make it to the final table, they're trying to set themselves up to win the final table. Here's how final tables work. You come in, the pay jumps are humongous, and they're for each position. It's no longer you wait for a couple of people to bust. Every time somebody busts, you get paid more. As a result, the ICM pressure, and in case anybody in the chat doesn't know what ICM pressure is, it simply means that you don't want to risk busting. And as a result, the big stacks, they get to take advantage of that and put a lot of pressure. So, coming into the final table with a big stack is worth a lot of EV, as they say. Your implied value of a big stack is much, much higher. Said differently, let's say you have 40% of the chips in play, you're actually more likely than 40% to win it all, because you can put so much pressure. So, the 6 players we're looking at here, with the chip count that you see before you, they're all trying to set themselves up to have a monster stack going into the final table.
Yeah, that was a concept I just recently learned, is that as like a middle, as a short stack, as a short middling stack, there's sometimes more value in just blinding out but surviving to the next pay jump and then leaving yourself no real opportunity to win the tournament. And then sometimes at a little bit deeper middling stack, it brings you much more value to double up, as it positions you in a better position to win all of the money, even though it might mean risking your tournament life. And just, again, I know I'm still fuzzy on a lot of the details in the math, but just learning that concept was so interesting to me as
Well, even top pros are fuzzy on that stuff, Greg, because after all, we aren't computers, and we cannot simply calculate in the moment which of those 2 options we need to be choosing. ICM math is extremely complicated. I mean, unless you're trying to do it with like the help of a calculator, or ICM calculator as they call it, or some sort of a simulation. So it's really about firstly doing a lot of study off the table so that you're well prepared when you get into those situations, and then using your best judgment. And then after that, it comes down to personality, man. Are you just trying to go for it, or are you trying to go for the ladders?
And an all-in here by Deepak with Queen-Jack offsuit. Julian.
He might have to be auto-calling here. I mean, Ace-10 is just too strong, and Deepak might have run into it.
Yep. And so Deepak Bothra of India all in for his tournament life here.
At risk once again. We saw him pull out the miracle, one outer on the river with the pocket fives.
All in and at risk and behind. Needs to find a queen or a jack and finds the jack here. Takes the lead with a pair, though Tron does have the overcard and the gut shot. Needs to fade the ace or the queen. This river brings a 7. That's going to be a nice double out for Deepak here. Representing India.
Deepak is strong, man.
It's the Indian rail magic.
It is the Indian rail magic. Julian takes it well. He's had some wild swings. I mean, he's had 2 hands alone where he had pocket kings versus ace king and doubled up. But he does tend to find himself on the losing end of big flips when he gets into them without having pocket kings. That is just the nature of poker, of course. You got to win flips. This was not exactly a flip at 58%, 42%. It seemed like those were the equities.
60-40-ish, and wow. And another unfortunate reality of being a short stack at these in these tournaments, especially when pay jumps are in play, is that you know that everyone at the table is rooting against you. They want you to bust. They want to make pay jumps.
Yeah, anti-railing, they sometimes call it. The opposite of railing.
I've never heard that term yet. Very cool.
You know how poker goes, Greg. We come up with terms for any phenomenon that happens.
Oh, you're
and
so
if we
right.
don't, then Phil Locke does at some point.
Very accurate and true. Wise words. Wise
Phil
words.
Locke still has come up with 2 of the best words in poker that I know of, the best slangs. One is being felted when there's nothing but felt left in front of you. It's kind of like saying being busted, except in a cash game.
I heard that and I didn't know. I learned that one recently.
The other one's even better.
Please.
It's called being upstuck. You ever heard that
Oh
one?
yes, when you're up, you're still up, but not as up as you were, so you're
Precisely. So you're stuck, which is in itself a poker word for being in a loss in the red. So you say, I'm stuck $500. That means you're losing $500. Upstuck means, if you say you're upstuck $500, it means maybe you were winning $1,000, now you're only winning 500, but it feels like you're losing because you lost 500 from the peak, so you're upstuck.
Yes, I'm definitely familiar with upstuck. We just had tax season in Canada, and boy, do I feel upstuck.
Yeah.
Queens! Oh my gosh, he's so sick. He's so sick. Julian Tron picking up premium after premium picks up queens here in the small blind versus a cut-up open by our looser player Ramsden, 7-6 offsuit. Again, when you are the big stack at the table and ICM implications are in play, you can play looser as other people are playing tighter.
Absolutely. I mean, if anything, this table does not have a table captain, which is a word that means that the sort of player who's the most active on the table and is stealing the most blinds. Ramsden must be feeling the pain here. He really hasn't had a huge hand in a while, and he tends to open wider, trying to force the action, and he's run into it. He's Hollywooding here, of course. He's going to be folding. Fair enough to do some Hollywood. You want your raises to be respected in the future. Julian getting a small clawback for that for the flip he just lost to Deepak. Flip God, says Bahima in chat. I think referring to Deepak. Lots of shout-outs for Deepak winning that Queen Jack versus Ace-10. And yeah, we do know his surname is Bothra, guys. The graphics are slightly off. It's not always easy to understand Indian surnames, but I am Indian, and don't worry, I have you sorted out. I know it's Bothra.
Did we just get the Indian pass? Dang.
Well, I never said.
I'm kidding.
It also, with the other spelling, which is the slight glitch in the graphics, I almost read it like brother.
Brother.
Which actually might be cooler. Deepak brother.
Again, we do deeply apologize for the spelling error to Deepak. Our sincerest apologies here.
My roommate in college, his surname is Bothra, so I'm unlikely to screw that one up.
Let me see if I can't message production to get that remedied, though it is on a 30-minute delay, so we won't see it change for at least half an hour.
Well, I met Deepak earlier in the day, by the way, before the day began, and I believe he hadn't watched the stream from last night. I actually sent Nishant, who probably sent him a link. Hayato in a hand. Nice little suited connector versus suited connector. Both whiff. And now the usual question. Who wants it more? Limped pot? Hayato has quite an image at this point of being pretty solid, considering probably has the lowest VPIP, or VPIP as they say. Simply means it's been
put in pot.
That's right. A pretty weird acronym as far as acronyms go, but it just means how active you've been, how many times you're involved, and certainly Hayato, from my observing the past few hours alone, has been the least involved. He does catch the best of it here on the turn. Certainly could consider betting for value.
And a quick fold. Hayato taking it down. Playing very stoically, playing very patiently. Chipping up here. Again, you're watching day 3 of the main event here at APT Phu Quoc. Commentary brought to you live by Greg Goes All In and Vitter Single. As we play down to the final 9 players, sitting on 12 players right now, have been for quite a while.
Just goes to show how the players are approaching this high-stakes situation. Nobody's getting too out of line, and nobody wants to put their stack at risk. This means a lot. Now, some players have been putting their stacks at risk. Deepak Bothra comes to mind. Few all-in situations. He's had the best of it. The man in the frame, right as I started speaking, Pachara, of course, from Thailand, ended up being on the wrong side of a cooler, has put his stack at risk many times since then, but has had the best of it as well, and as a result, we still have him with us.
Ramsden with a real hand here with the pocket 8s. Raising it up under the gun. Looks like it's going to be folding around all the way to the big blind. Who wakes up with Jack King off with 9 big blinds. It is versus an under the gun raise, though it is 6-handed, correct? So which means it's effectively a low Jack raise or middle position raise.
Well, there's an interesting dynamic here, Greg. Pachara is a very observant player, and we can of course see the cards, but he has seen Ramsden fold a lot to 3 bets. Does know that Ramsden does open light. Does decide to take the flop with King Jack and flops a gut shot to the Broadway straight. Little does he know his kings and jacks are live as well.
5th pot bet, very reasonable, as seeing as SPR is extremely low.
Well, it's actually just a min bet, 1 big blind, because I heard the dealer announce it, and now, interesting decision for Pachara. I mean, you can't really fold to a min bet when you flop a straight draw, and you might have 2 overs.
Getting 6-1 here, needs to be good at least, like what, like 8, needs at least like 16% equity?
I mean, he's getting 6-1, he's 12-1 to just hit the straight.
Yeah.
And he actually finds the fold. Very surprising. He obviously wants to preserve his stack. He's managed to spin his stack up from the 7-6 big blind mark before, but very surprised to see that fold. I mean, Greg, 4 10s in the deck, about 48 cards left. You're 12-1 to hit it. He's getting 6-1 in odds. Might demand a call, don't you think?
It's pretty break even, I would say, because he needs at least 16% equity, right? And so there's 4 outs, so he's going to hit about 16% of the time. He doesn't know his pair outs are good either.
Yeah, of course. If he knew his pair outs were good, he would certainly continue. But I'm just saying, even against an ace, you do hit the straight 1 out of 12 times, and you're getting 6-1, as you correctly said, to make the call. Usually, there's some implied odds at play. You can probably make a little bit if you just hit that magical card. So there's different schools of thought. I mean, the fact that he's been able to be very effective in all-in situations might be why he wanted to save that extra 1 big blind. Personally, I was a bit surprised to see that fold.
Julian Tron back at it again. King Jack from the hijack. This flop comes. 4, 5, 6. Gonna smash the big blind range though for his actual hand. Ramsden doesn't really have much. Is good with ace high.
Ramsden with the best hand and best draw. But does he know it? Slightly passive play there by Julian. Checks behind. King high is not really the kind of hand that's drawing too much, and apart from hitting a jack or a king, you need to have a plan to navigate the rest of the hand. Goes check, check again.
Both players electing to try to realize showdown here. Ramsden with the best of it. Aces and fives. 8 kicker. Gonna go for some value. Bet 75k. Third pot bet. Shy of that. Trying to get some crying call from something.
I think Julian might find the fold here if he thinks it through. 75k is, of course, tempting. Wow, he does make the call with the king high.
Wow.
Gives Jack a lot of credit for turning all kinds of missed small hands, such as 9-7, 8-9, maybe just air. Things like a random 9 deuce suited kind of thing into bluffs. Personally, it's much easier to say once I can look at the cards, but personally that bet of 75k seemed pretty small. I mean, players tend to go bigger when bluffing on the river like that with that kind of board texture.
Chara eyeing the other table, hoping to find some smaller stacks as his stack has dwindled down now to 8 big blinds, trying to survive and make some additional pay jumps, but he may very well need to get a double here, especially as the blinds just increased. I've gotten confirmation we have corrected Deepak Bothra's.
Oh, very cool. There you go, chat.
But we will only see that 30 minutes from now, as there is a 30-minute delay. So thank you for your patience again. Our deepest apologies to Deepak. As
Don't
we see
ever
an
tell
all-in
us.
by Pachara from Thailand. Looking for a double here. Jamming Jack high on the button. Gonna get it through. Stealing the blinds, stealing the blinds. If he just does this every orbit, he will win
Never
the tour,
lose.
never lose.
I was trying to be snide to Chad, Greg, and I was like, don't ever tell us we don't do anything for you. Deepak Bothra's name will be corrected. You know what I love, Greg? Hayato's posture. I'm very jealous.
I haven't
He has
noticed it.
great
Tell me
posture.
about it. Yes.
I think it's all part of the package of how zen he's been, how patient he's been. Plays hands very selectively. Lowest VPIP, as I mentioned. But a decent aggro factor, considering he made the 2 pair with the king-jack. Decided to raise it up, got the fold.
I like his hoodie. I think it's very colorful.
Yeah, colorful has been the theme.
You know, Elke rolls in here yesterday, sets a kind of a theme for all the rest of the players.
And imagine, you wouldn't want to bet his jacket, man. Come on, dude.
Oh my goodness, I should have. It was plus EV.
I'd do anything for that jacket. Bit of a situation developing here. 7-5 suited, opens from the button. Deepak does find the call from the small blind with queen 9 suited. Good hand to speculate with. Clubs would be trouble here for Jack.
Let's see 6-8 of clubs for a sweat. No, all red. But 7-5 of clubs ahead here with the pair of fives. Deepak with queen 9 high.
Big whiff for Deepak. Might not make sense to continue here. Does have the smaller stack, of course.
All right, 1 minute warning for the single day high roller.
How do you think you'd be approaching this situation, Greg? Were you in the shoes of these players? 12 players left.
How would
9
I
go to the
approach?
final table. Would you be going for the final table or the win? Not that they're exclusive, of course, but
I think it depends.
where would your mind be at?
It depends. If I have like 5 big blinds and like there's another player with 5 big blinds, I'm going for that pay jump. I'm going to blind out as much. I'm going for that pay jump. You know, there's like it makes it very unlikely I'm going to win this tournament, so I might as well make it this pay jump. If I have like 15 and I can put myself in a better position to actually win the tournament by doubling to 30, I will go for that. I think another consideration is also like personal. It's like, what, you know, it's you know, what.
Depends where your bankroll is at
Exactly,
as well, right?
that's exactly what I mean. If like,
there's no shame in either approach, certainly not. It just is a common pattern that you see the best of the best players, who by the way tend to be bankrolled, that's why they are the best of the best. They make decisions that seem pretty crazy unless you realize that they're simply trying to win it all.
yeah, if that $1,000 pay jump means a lot to you, then by all means,
It's
play the
$1,000.
ICM ladder game.
$1,000 is not a joke.
No, not at all.
Look at that. I think these stacks will feel the pinch once we get to the next level, which of course is 45 minutes away, but...
Pachara already feeling the pinch here. It's such a poetic view, that white shot. Pachara being our short stack, isolated all by himself on this side of the table, with all of the big and middling stacks on the other side.
So what did I miss with Elke, Greg? Any fun stories Elke told you?
I asked him what his sickest poker story was for content earlier. He said he flopped, he had a7 of diamonds on a queen 5 deuce board. And it all went in on the flop. Bet, re-raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, all in, call. And, you know, it goes, you know, the turn runs a diamond, rivers another diamond. He shows his hand. The other player shows his hand. And the chips go the other way. And he's like, wait, what happened here? And the board ran out like Jack 9 diamonds. And
straight flush?
And the guy just running straight flush. Like King 10 of diamonds. And he said that happened to him early in his career when he was playing like online, and you know, it still remembers. He still remembers that, because you know the tree remembers, the axe forgets.
Well said.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I remember when I ran into my first nut flush versus straight flush in Hold'em, very common occurrence in something like PLO. It was in a home game in college when we just started playing poker. It was actually my college roommate, whose last name was also Bothra, and this bloody guy, that's the day he chose to wear sunglasses in our home game, like in our college apartment, which was just tilting to look at anyway. I mean, it's so unnecessary. And then he just like absolutely coolers me. I'll never forget the look, the smug look on his face.
Oh, that's great. Low stakes games, just the. Oh man, they're so funny. It's great poker to watch as well.
Yeah, nothing's as fun really as playing poker with your buddies. I think what we're doing here is, it's like a sport that happens to be fun. You know, I watch a lot of chess these days. I'm not that good at playing it certainly, but I do enjoy watching it. And you know, it's a great mind sport. But at the top level, what you're appreciating is the play. Apart from that, they're just staring at each other, thinking about the move, and then they make the move. There's not much to it. Poker, you get characters, you get camaraderie, you get chips flying about, you get emotion.
Oh, for sure. Poker is alive and well, and really it's one of those just timeless games. Like, yes, have we discovered more game theory optimal ways to play? Of course, but I think a recurring theme we've talked about today is that at the end of the day, we're all human. No one is going to be able to play perfect GTO. And only a computer can completely put aside emotion and ego and personal stakes. Poker will always be alive and well, and in fact, it's growing. And if you're watching this, you're a part of poker growing, especially in Asia, which is what we aim to do here at the Asian Poker Tour. So please hit that like and subscribe button to help us with that dream, that mission statement to grow the game of poker in Asia.
By the way, Greg, while we've been chatting, back-to-back all-ins by Pachara, his rail is going crazy in the chat, understandably, because he has managed to chip up. He had ace-king, 3-bet all-in, then a blind versus blind situation where he correctly jams king-queen, gets the fold as well. And once again, just absolutely ninjaing that short stack, as they say.
Pachara with ace-6 high in the small blind versus a hijack open.
Going again.
Could be. It's close.
The thing with having an ace in your hand is that you block aces. Makes it all the less likely that your opponent can call it off. Decides to let this one go. Respects Julian's open.
Ramsden with the big blind special here. 7-5 of clubs. 275 in the pot. 885 behind effectively. This flop comes 8-7-4, 2 diamonds, pair of sevens here for Ramsden. May have been a bit card dead, but definitely not flop dead. Always seems to find a way to connect. Julian Tron, though, does have the 2 overs, backdoor diamonds. Gonna check back here. Turn gives him more outs here as he picks up the jack high flush draw. Does bring in a gut shot for Ramsden.
I think Ramsden already had the gut shot, and he decided to check in flow, but this time around he might be wanting to bet. Oh, he checks again to the razor, and now Julian putting his 2 overs and a flush draw to work.
My first thought is hard to represent the made flush, as flush draws may often be betting there on the flop. And bink, there's one of his outs.
Bink!
Bink! River of Dreams, Ramsden checks over, trying to get the showdown.
To address what you were saying, I mean, yeah, Julian's not trying to say precisely that he has a flush, perhaps, but a delayed c-bet is more and more common, and a board such as 8-7-4, pre-flop aggressors are very likely to check behind, even with hands as strong as overpairs, just because 7-8-4 obviously smashes the range of the big blind defense. So Julian was fairly unraisable, even though he was making a delayed c-bet. He could have easily had a higher pair. In this case, he does, of course, river the king.
And gonna go for value with it. Bets 290 is what I've heard. 260? 290 is the bet. And now Ramsden in the spot.
Now, we're
thinking about a hero call.
Exactly, I was about to say the same thing. We're in the hero call territory here. Of course, Julian could have that king. A king of diamonds itself would make a lot of sense. Should he just throw in 3 time bank chips?
Yeah, so something that they tend to do here, instead of having to put in 1 time chip at a time every 30 seconds, which is going to occupy some mental space, you just put out their whole stack and the dealer takes them as they need to. As we go to the floor here, at our second table of the final, of the main event, not sure what that shot was supposed to tell us.
I think we might have lost a player.
I think we might have, which is pretty much the only reason we cut out there.
We'll figure it out in time. I mean, our graphics and production team will certainly... There we go. I just saw the number of players tick down from 12 to 11. So there we go. Some progress made towards reaching that coveted final 9. We are down to 11 here, ladies and gentlemen. No elimination from our table, but there's only 2 tables running, and we did see a player get eliminated from the other table. We'll find out more on who that was in a moment and update you just in case you were following along.
And I think that may be my personal cue to go out on the floor myself. In addition to my commentary duties, I also have the privilege and pleasure of capturing some content of the highlights of the main event. So I'm going to be leaving you in the very capable hands of Vidder Single. And I hate to leave you alone, but duty calls.
Duty calls, Greg. Completely understand.
Again, folks, I am Greg Goes All In, Poker YouTube Meme Lord. If you'd be so kind, if you want to, if you're enjoying my commentary, please follow me on YouTube. That's right, Greg Goes All In. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of this Day 3 main event as we play down to the final 9. Again, my folks, Vidder Single.
So we lose Greg temporarily as he goes to cover the bubble action. Now that we're down, only 2 players left. But this is when things get interesting. And personally, I'm a fan of really, really good poker. That's what I'm here to see. And hopefully, the almost 500 of you in chat are excited to see that as well. If you've been watching the feature table and are rooting for someone, nobody has gotten eliminated from the feature table yet. Certainly a lot of John Burt Berry fans. I'd love to hear from you guys. Tell me the best John Berry story you have. I mean, what a character. Look at that whole look. The howl hat, Greg Goes All In glasses. the chill vibes. Happened to catch a sight of him on the floor, having a great time. Meanwhile, I'm also a fan of Jacques Patrick Ramsden here. Constantly in the mix, has the biggest stack on the table. Seen some swings, but completely relentless, opening 7-4 off here on the button. Deepak, who's been fighting back at opportune moments, seems to be considering doing it again. Does let this one go. How about some Deepak stories? Actually, we made it a point to highlight a lot of facts about Deepak in yesterday's coverage, but in case you haven't heard, Deepak qualified as an accountant, I believe. Went to one of the top business schools in India, IIM Indore, I believe. If you're not from India, you don't understand how hard it is to get into those schools. And then, after setting up some sort of a business, decided to pursue poker full time. Bringing on board his family members, his wife, it's not easy to do. I mean, if you're familiar with the cultural connotations, poker is still seen as gambling by a lot of India, but it is gaining a lot of respect. Seen more and more as a sport, seen more with respect. Deepak riding that wave and partly responsible for it as well, and now an absolute crusher on the online felts and clearly the live felts as well. So would love to hear some Deepak stories. What have I not covered? Anything cool I should mention to the rest of our audience? Julian, of course, over $300,000 in live tournament winnings to begin with. Certainly looking to add a huge score, a huge percentage of that here if he can make a deep run where it counts. Once again, 120,000 US dollars, perhaps a little bit more in fact, to first place at this tournament. The buy-in was 33 million. That's about 1,500 US dollars, give or take. Over 500 players put up that amount for the privilege to be where these gentlemen in front of you are right now. Some action from Hayato, who finally has a hand to get busy with. He does like to go for big raises, raising with value. In this case, he makes a huge 3-bet to 360K. Takes this one down. He's going to be happy with that. And he's sort of implementing the strategy that I was talking to Greg about, which is you can't lose the tournament if you steal a blind every round. And you certainly can't lose a tournament if you 3-bet and steal a blind every round, along with the original raiser. So Hayato seems to be completely playing a different style of poker. I wish we had stats for VPIP, voluntarily put in pot, something you get in online play, but if I was to guess just based on the action I'd venture, he'd be in the sub 20% range, which usually means pretty tight. But he's simply been playing his cards, and look at that, it's just working for him. Deepak, I could sense the friskiness as he observed the players behind him. Queen 9 off, not the prettiest hand, but with late position, being in the cutoff. He opens it up. He's also, I'm sure, observed the style of play that Julian has had behind him, considering Julian's in the dealer button. Julian, of course, did fold his rags, but Bert Berry here. Puts it all in. Gonna get an instant fold from Deepak. Reasonable play when faced with an effective stack of 21 big blinds, but certainly a high variance route that he chose. Had the stack to be able to afford it. Deepak a bit disappointed, but I think everybody should perk up a little bit. After all, firstly, they all got a pay jump by now being 11th place at the minimum. There you see it, 10 to 11th place paid. I believe it went away at close to 300 million Vietnamese dong. Close to 200 million, I should say. Why don't I check on the 11th place payout? I do know 9th place effectively gives you sort of 10x on the buy-in. How's that for frisky? Hayato with a little bit of pep in his step. 9-6 suited on the button. No problem. So 11th place, which means everyone now guaranteed 213.9 million. Let's just call it 214. Meanwhile, 9th place, about 258 million. Not exactly 10x. 8th place is probably 10x on the buy-in with 326, but darn close. So how about that? Everybody guaranteed 214 million now. That's about 8x of their $1,500 buy-in. Is anybody who's been typing in Thai in the chat? And by the way, I'm glad you guys are doing that. Feel free to communicate amongst yourselves, show support. I'm sure all the Thai players will look at the stream afterwards as well. But could you give me a sense of what you guys are talking about? What Pachara stories are you telling?
Once again, tournament players, our last event for tonight, Phu Quoc map featuring.
With that, we take a look at the stacks. Pachara down to 11 big blinds, but there's one thing we learned, he knows how to use it.
Starting about 15 minutes. And if you fail to register, you may now proceed to your respective table.
Kanut says fighting. If that's a response to me asking what you guys are talking about, that sounds just like the internet. You get into a live chat, you start fighting. Hayato at this point wearing his jacket like a cape, and maybe that is emblematic of how he's navigated this final table. I mean, certainly some superpowers at play there of patience, discipline, and some well-timed aggression. In this case, he has the goods with ace-10 off. Does find a customer in Jack with king-queen. And Deepak completes. Oh, actually, he does find the fold. Quite surprising. Lots of discipline with 10-5 suited. Got to be tempting to peel a flop with those suits. Check, check on the flop. Hayato still with the best of it. Decides to just take it a showdown and is punished for the passive play. King on the river. Patrick gets the check mark. Excuse me, I mean Jack. Hayato manages to not pay it off. So here we go. I mean, a little bit passive, but in the mix. 6 players here, 5 on the other table. And by the way, when you go down from 8 max to 6 max, these players have had a long time to adjust. You have to be a lot more aggressive, a lot more active, because those blinds come quickly and they hurt. And by the way, with the big blind ante, when everybody is not anteing up, that means you're actually anteing 8 players, no, I should say 10 players worth when you put in the big blind ante. Not just the number of players on the table. So it completely changes the strategy, and it's a very cool addition to the game that has happened over the last 5 to 10 years. Speeds things along, changes the slightly solved nature of tournament poker. But I did bring that up to say, with 6 players on this table, that means there's 5 players on the other table. And if you think 6 max poker is tough, 5 max poker is absurd. Partly because it's very hard to get experience playing 5 max tournament poker. After all, most tournaments have full tables until you get down to the final table, and only then do you play 5-way. So those players will be having a tough time, and I think there's going to be a lot of mistakes that are made, a lot of confusion when it comes to how to construct ranges for opening, for calling from various positions. And I kind of like it, keeps things interesting. Julian has slowly bled down to a sub-20 big blind stack, considering the few big blinds he put in the middle in this hand. Does have the worst of it as it stands. If he decides to play this one a bit passively and lose to the king-queen, he's going to be below 20 big blinds after a long time. He had two huge monster pots, kings versus ace-king, but then lost a bunch of flips. None of it really his fault. Has shown great talent so far. Part of that talent, knowing when to bluff. I always respect bluffs out of position. They're so much harder to pull off. Wow, look at that. A quick call by Hayato. I understand he wants to call with his king high, but does he really need to call that quick? It's insulting. Always a bit funny to have the nut flush draw on the river. Obviously meaningless. Hayato still has the best hand with king-queen, gets the check mark. Is Julian committed to telling this bluff story? Ace, a dangerous card, very likely holding in the hands of Hayato, considering how the hand played out. Check, check on the flop, flat call on the turn, in position. Look at that, Julian checks, and that means Hayato is going to be taking this one down, and for all the sort of passive, maybe card distribution-oriented play Hayato did early on, man, he does really play well once he finds himself in a hand. Look at that. He's going to table his king-queen proudly. He knows he's won this one. Julian nods. Slightly impressed with the call on the turn, I suppose. I wonder how much these players are waiting for the other table to bust. Definitely has to be playing on their minds. Once again, thank you so much for joining us for our coverage. We've been having a great time covering the APT main event here, but this really has been the most fun stretch, not only because of the quality of poker, the tension, the stakes at play, but also because we have you guys, our viewers, along with us, showing the support, showing the rail. And trust me, when the players get back and watch these streams, they will just love the support that you have showered on them in the chat. I've been fortunate enough to be on a final table that was being streamed, and it was so precious to me to look back and see all the messages, see people crying when I lost a hand. Well, not crying, but at least typing that they were crying and hating on the cards and hating on the poker gods. It really sort of cements someone's experience when they go back and look at these streams. So keep that support coming. Know that it means a lot to the players, and of course it means a lot to us. Not only that you're watching, you're engaging, supporting the stream, also means a lot to the algorithm. There's a reason we bumped up the number of players. It's because you guys have been involved in chat. So in case you want to help us out a bit further, don't forget to hit like. Algorithm loves that as well. Meanwhile, back to the hand. Deepak. Standard open. Ace queen on the button. Of course, you're going to open. Standard defense too. Hayato is always going to defend the ace 5. And now we have a bit of a situation. Hayato, as per the previous hand, showed himself to be a sticky customer. Something Deepak no doubt noticed when the king-queen went to showdown. And there we go. Another quick call, it seems like, from Hayato. And by the way, Deepak probably still thinks he's ahead, considering the king-queen showdown. No reason to immediately jump to the conclusion that Hayato has a king or a deuce. Deepak also had the key card, the ace of hearts. So any nut flush draw was unlikely on Hayato's side. Lots of hard flush draws likely as well. Goes check, check, some chop outs also. But no, Deepak gets the check mark. All right, Craig in chat. Actually answering my call to hear some Bert Perry stories. Let me relate them once we cut to Bert, probably in the very next hand. Meanwhile, Deepak takes the hand down with ace queen. So Bert Perry, seat 6. Pro player, originally from Melbourne. Loves cheering for his Aussie rules football team, Hawthorn Hawks. Aussie rules, I assume, means rugby. Correct me for my lack of cultural knowledge, but I think I might be right there. So the Hawthorn Hawks is his team at the MCG. Or is that Melbourne Cricket Ground? With his dad, Matthew Perry, by the way. His dad was in chat earlier. I bred Birdie, he said. Great name, by the way, Matthew Perry. Chandler, my favorite Friends character. And the last point, John Perry, is vegan. Very interesting. And under the gun all in, 555k, 11 big blinds is not something you're too comfortable doing. Of course, if anybody wakes up with something better than ace-9, they are going to call. But with the big blind and big blind ante looming over you in the very next hand, a decently sized ace such as ace-9 is a welcome sight to see. And there we go. Smile again from Bachara. He really has absolutely wielded his short stack perfectly. Short stack ninjas, we call these people. He goes up to 13 big blinds, but he will be putting in 2 of those. As we see the dealer get tapped. So we have a dealer replacement. I've been admiring Hayato's posture. Hayato in seat 5, of course. With the jacket he's wearing like a cape. I've been sitting in the booth all day and could really learn a little something from Hayato there. Back straight, zoned in, Zen mode. Never too out of line. We see Jacques on the other hand. Not too bad posture right there either, gotta say. There were moments where he was a bit frustrated, hemming and hawing a little bit when he didn't get the cards he wanted. Understandable. After that, forced the action a little bit. But man, he really has maintained his chip lead with sheer poker skill. Well-timed aggression, well-timed hero calls. 3.5 million in chips as a result. Certainly a stack worthy of the final table as things stand right now. Julian Chan in the cutoff. 17 bigs, a bit of an awkward stack size. You can't really shove, certainly not ace-9 off. So he does open late position. Julian, by the way, using the hand and the shoulder stance, something I've used myself. It looks very weird if you're not somebody who watches poker players, especially live tournament poker players. But guys, just try it. There's something to it. It just like fixes your center of gravity. It's like you're comforting yourself. Looks a bit awkward on camera when you go back and review the tape. I have to say I was a little bit embarrassed the first time I did that. But then I realized it's way more important how I feel in the moment. Deepak, the last Indian player on the felt, representing the entire Indian poker scene. As someone from India, and arguably in the poker scene, at least tangentially, it's really exciting. Every time somebody does well at the APT, certainly makes the headlines of all the big Indian poker news sites. Poker News India, of course, is also pretty popular, but there's a few indigenous ones like Poker Guru and Online Poker News. And plenty of Indian players have been making deep runs and big finishes, lifting trophies. Dhaval Mudgal, one of India's best-known pros, actually did ship a tournament earlier on in the series. Such a win-win because it highlights the ability for Indians to do well in the Asian and the global poker circuit. It also highlights the APT and other such events to the Indian poker community, and next time they feel incentivized to come out. Perhaps that's how Deepak ended up here in the first place. We're approaching 500 viewers, guys. I just simply love it, loving all the support. More Bird stories. Bird said the word incredible when he was 6 months old. I think this is approaching Chuck Norris territory now, I feel. Once again, I might be getting trolled. Elizabeth Kelly. Is that true, Elizabeth? Oh, the Hawks play football, says Braden. My apologies. So the Hawthorne Hawks, John Perry's favorite team. Okay, who's next? We had some Bird stories. I personally knew some Deepak background. The Thai contingent really going crazy in chat, but mostly in Thai. I understand that. I might not be able to relate those tales. How about Hayata and Julian? Any stories there? Anybody in chat supporting these guys, by the way? Once again, if you're now joining us, and there have been a few new entrants to the stream, we are here, day 3 of the APT Phu Quoc main event, down to the final 11. We finished the day when we reached the final table of 9 players. So these guys, they're just hanging around, as Teddy KGB might say, hoping to be part of the final 9. But they're certainly not doing so passively. I mean, look at that, 150k pure bluff with air by Jack. He is, of course, a chip lead on the table. Deepak actually does call with middle pair and will now get to showdown and rake in the pot. Is Elkie doing a GG Poker final table dance? Asks Steven in chat. Steven, we have a soft commitment from Elkie to come to the players' party, which, by the way, kicks off in a half hour here. And then perhaps do the dance. And one of the privileges that I've had today is to watch Elkie do some of those moves in the commentary booth. When he was trying to see, does he even remember the dance? Joris says, haven't you heard about the bird? I think that's a setup for saying the bird is the word. Am I right? You can sing the song in your head. There you see in front of you a reset of the tables, which means we have lost one more player. This is it, guys. This is the bubble for the day, the final table bubble. Turns out Matthew Lamanier, perhaps is how you say his last name. Matthew shoved from the small blind about 620k. That's around 12 big blinds. And Albert, who has just been crushing it throughout the tournament, snapped him off with ace-4. Ace high ended up winning considering it was up against king 4. With that, down to 10 players. We did lose one player from the table just to balance things out, but guys in chat, if you've been rooting for someone, this is it. Send them all your energy to make sure they're not the next person to bust out, because we are on the bubble for the final table of the main event. As I mentioned before with the payouts, huge sums at play, of course, for the final table players. 9th place, of course, is guaranteed 258 million. 10th place, which is to say whoever gets out next, 213 million. And after that, the pay jumps just get pretty crazy. All the way up to 2.85 billion for first place. Once again, that's over 120,000 US dollars. Almost 500 people in chat. I see only 50 likes. Would really appreciate if you could take a couple of seconds and hit the like button. Let's count that as your way of sending energy to whoever you're supporting. It does support us as well. But if you're feeling too lazy, I get that. No problem. Sit back, relax, enjoy, and watch as these players grind it out to one of the biggest stages in the global poker circuit. Kian Nguyen pointing out how Pachara is exhausted. Well, Kian, 9 hours we've been playing just today. This is day 3. Yesterday was 11 hours. Put yourself in the shoes of Pachara, who, after leading or having a pretty big stack throughout most of it, gets cooler, ace-king versus kings, gets down to as low as 5 big blinds, and is now absolutely grinding his way back up. I mean, is that impressive or is that impressive? Still above the 10 big blind mark. Not sure if he's the smallest stack. Certainly, if that's the case, people will be looking to him to be the bubble boy for the final table. But 11 big blinds is plenty. The only problem, as I was telling Greg before he had to leave, 5 max is once again a slightly different beast from 6 max poker. 6 max, of course, means 6 players total on the table. 5 max means 5. The blinds come so quickly. And if you're used to table positions, under the gun in 5 max is essentially the hijack. So all the things you learn about position slightly go out of the window. You really have to loosen up the ranges. And aggression, aggression, aggression. That's the name of the game. Usually that's the name of the game in poker to begin with. But when you're playing 5 max and you're on the final table bubble, and there's a short stack, this is the time to put ICM pressure. Nobody wants to be the bubble boy to the final table. And if you're the big stack who could put everybody's tournament life at risk with every hand, you get to put insane pressure. Pretty loose call there by Hayato. 9-6 off from the small blind. But the reason was that actually, I just realized Deepak only limped in the button. And John Perry, aka Bert, has a real hand that he might not want to have a family pot with. Goes big. A 7 big blind raise after a limp and a limp. Aggression completely pays off. Wins the pot uncontested. And this is what I mean. I mean, ICM pressure, 2.5 million in chips for John Perry. That's the second biggest stack on the table. The smallest stacks, unsurprisingly, trying to see cheap boards, not lose blinds. And John Perry absolutely attacking that. Come on, John, says someone. John there completely attacked the limbs of the 2 middle stacks. And as I've been saying since the start of the day, ICM pressure, if you don't understand exactly what I'm talking about, just know that the way ICM works is losing is about the worst thing that can happen because you're out of the tournament. You no longer are in the mix to win it all. Winning is not as good as losing is bad because, of course, it doesn't mean you won the tournament. You collected more chips. So you just have to protect your downside more. That's what ICM pressure is all about. And that's when the middle stacks get completely handcuffed. We had 2 27 big blind stacks and 1 11 big blind stack. The middle stacks are very incentivized for the shorter stack to bust before they really get into marginal spots. Pachara did take the conservative route with his ace. Just goes to show the mindset. I mean, he really is trying to make it to the final table here. Maybe in any other spot, could have considered jamming, but of course the under the gun open looks strong as well. It is 5 max, so an ace is stronger than you might think. Now in a tricky situation. He knows if he checks, he's going to get punished. Throws in a time bank chip, really taking his time, and does decide to check eventually. There's that punishment I was talking about. I mean, it's almost face up that Jack doesn't need to have a real hand, but question is, Is this the one that Pachara wants to risk his tournament life? The thing he's been grinding away at for 3 days? Just a beautiful bet by Jack. I mean, 90K into 270, that's all the sizing you need. And Pachara absolutely tuned in, just makes the call. Can't tell an interesting story on many rivers. As it happens, he is correct. He is ahead with ace high. Like I said, Jack's bet was pretty much face up. And actually, he has the potential of making another face up bet here if Pachara chooses to check. It's just about putting pressure. Oh, Jack just checked behind. He lets an opportunity go to put a lot of pressure on Pachara. And with that, Pachara has made his way back to 15 big blinds. I'm sure he's breathing a huge sigh of relief. Great news for the Thai rail in the chat. Players lively and chatting right on the final table bubble. Just goes to show, I mean, yeah, you're playing for big money on the line. Everything is very tense, but when you sit on the table with someone for hours on end, we're all human. Like to make connections. Craig in chat telling me about Aussie rules. Possibly the only game in the world that gets you a point for missing the goal. I'm gonna have to look that up later, Craig. Sounds like fun. Sounds up my alley, to be honest. Chat going crazy in what I assume is Thai, the language. Probably supportive Pachara right there, who has simply navigated this short stack brilliantly. I mean, makes it look easy, but the amount of patience it takes, the amount of willingness to get into tricky situations like the one he was just in. I mean, he made an ace-high call on the turn with 7 big blinds or so. Was correct. Ended up effectively adding 50% to his stack. This is it, guys, the home stretch. I do feel like we're just about to approach that final bubble elimination. Things can't take too long here, because after all, with the level ending, suddenly short stacks will look much shorter if the blinds do go up. That does sort of force the action sometimes. With Pachara having chipped up to around the 15 big blind mark, we don't precisely have a very short stack on this table, but with five players, I should say, on the other table as well, quite likely you have at least one. Would you look at that, ace-king on the button, 14 big blinds, and Pachara decides to trap. I mean, you talk about going for the win versus just trying to ladder or maybe make the bubble to the next day. He takes the high variance approach of essentially trapping with his ace-king. Inducing action, and it works. Deepak actually does go all in. What a great trap set by Pachara, purely because of his limp. The only question is, does he get rewarded? Because after all, he has put himself all in a situation where otherwise he might not have faced much resistance. Great play so far. The only question is he rewarded for it? He is at risk, but completely dominating the ace-3 of Deepak. Is this it, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody on their feet, understandably. Tournament director also going to be announcing the hand.
Against ace-3.
Chat going crazy. This is it, guys. Send that energy.
That's ace-king for Pachara, and he's covered. Rough to the flop.
Pachara saying to himself right now, hold him.
Ace, queen, 7. Both players hit a pair of aces. But
Nothing
Pachara
to worry
is
about.
with king kicker, rough to the turn.
3 and a 3 only.
3.
That's going to be it.
Turn cards a 7, 2 pairs on the board. And
some chop outs with the ace and a 7. But Pachara cannot lose this hand. Wow, wow, wow. 31 big blinds for Pachara. Let's hear it in chat, guys. Send those emojis. Oh my lord, some of them say. Back in the game after getting coolered, and man, has he earned it. If he ends up being one of the players on the final table now, I will have a lot to say tomorrow about this man's tenacity. A few big hands here and there, excuse me, were sort of the big swings in the tournament, but really it has been a matter of tenacity, poker skill, and in this case, a very interesting trap. Let's not forget he limbed the button with ace-king. An absurd play to begin with at this kind of stack depth that he had. Deepak, who by the way had limbed himself on the button, and he had been pretty weak when he limbed on the button. And maybe that's what Deepak was thinking. When I limbed the button, I had Jack 10 off, and I would not have called an all-in. Probably thought Pachara was in a similar boat. Shoves the ace-3, gets trapped by the ace-king, loses a big one, and is now the short stack on the table himself with about 11 big blinds behind. Let's have some Thai flags in chat, guys. I see AEMHD in chat has already started the trend. Let's keep it going. $518 viewers. You love to see it. It's all because you guys are watching and engaging, but certainly if you can hit the like button, we can even go further. Down to pretty much the end of the road here for at least one of the 10 players. This is really it. I will be pretty sad to say goodbye whenever we come to a close on this stream. I certainly want the action to continue, but at the same time, it will allow these players to get some rest, and it will allow the rest of the field, and perhaps even yours truly, to go to the player party, which starts out in 13 minutes, right outside the venue here. Look out for videos about that, by the way. I've never actually been to one physically, but I have seen videos of the last one from APT Da Nang, and man, oh man, was I jealous. It is a wild time. These APT guys don't screw around when it comes to the party. We've officially crossed the 9-hour mark when it comes to how long the day has gone. Just put yourself in the shoes of these players. Started out with 48 players, playing down to 9. And with that, we have hit the break, actually. So before we come down to the final 9, we have one more break. A well-deserved one, certainly, after 2 hours. So make sure you stay with us after the break to root for your favorite player. See you after the break.
Time to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Dan Shui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is 1,650 US dollars, but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online Day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.
So Win Tuan Tai has opened off of a short stack. Final table of the APT Hanoi main event. Over 125k for first. Lee Son, another local Vietnamese player in the big, does have his hearts dominated. Sorry, has the hearts of Win dominated rather. Has to be somewhat concerned, though, that his ace-X is in rough shape, especially given that Win has opened off of 12 bigs from +1, but it does make the call. Already an SPR of less than 2 going to a flop. Five of hearts in the window. Looked like it could be some fireworks. 8, 5, 3. Couple of spades and 1 heart. Lee Son with the wheel draw and the best hand, although there's no way you can know that against the +1 open. Win gonna fire out a C-bet. It's the shortest stack in the tournament as things stand. 200k into 660,000. Just shy of third pot. And hang on a minute. Lee Son clicking it back with the gut shot. Trying to fold out all of those suited broadways, ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks. That Win might stab on the flop with. And then fold to a raise. Surely Win just gonna preserve his short stack here. Nothing much he can really do. He definitely has a range advantage. Obviously we can see the hole cards. We can see he's just got queen high, but he's opened off of 12 bigs from +1. Does he just jam 9s, 10s, jacks? Maybe, but what about the stronger parts of his range? The queens, kings, and aces. They'd want to get some action. They'd want to induce some of the weaker holdings behind. So definitely has an overpair range advantage. He's going to throw out all of his time bank extensions. He's really thinking this one through. A lot of draws out there. A lot of gut shots, a lot of straight draws. Wow. I tell you what, I didn't expect him to find the jam, but he's moved all in on the flop. 3-bet jam, continued for 200k into 660. Lee Song clicked it to 455,000 with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. I would have liked to have just seen a jam from Lee Song or a check call, given that he's got backdoor hearts. But Win really sniffing this one out, just saying, hey pal, I have all the overpairs. Really just putting Lee Son on a weak holding here. With close to 0 fold equity as well, you can see Lee Son with just 735k to call with 2.3 million in the middle, getting over 3-1 on a call. Talk about perfect timing from Win. Just sniff this one out. Curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the check raise from Lee Son, but even more so, how about this jam? I mean, just some real street poker being played in Vietnam. One of the things about the APT events is you really just do get these unorthodox styles of poker, this street kind of poker being played, where sometimes theory just goes out the window and a man stares you down and 3-bet jams on the flop, and Win gets it through with just queen high. Take a bow, sir. The final table of the APT Hanoi main event with over 125k for first. And he finds the 3-bet on the flop with just queen high. So it folds round to Feng Zhao in the hijack with 2 9s. One of the most feared no-limit hold'em players on the Asian circuit, both live and online. This has a stacked resume. Opening off of 30 bigs. Bit of a wide pill from the local Vietnamese player, Din Duc Trung, calling with the a6 off. He is 50 big blinds effective, but wants to be careful. Could very easily be dominated here. It's actually a pretty good situation for him as he has the big blind.
Get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Welcome back to the APT Phu Quoc main event. Here we are at day 3, just on the bubble of the final table. Before we left in the break, we were down to 10 players. 9 players make it to the final table, of course. This is it. One of these players is going to be slightly upset and not making to day 4 of the final table. The rest of them will be playing for the insane 2.85 billion Vietnamese dong. That's over 120,000 US dollars in the first place prize. A lot of these players can simply coast their way to the final table. John Perry, the man you see in the frame, and I think players are getting up because somebody might be all in. That is usually the case as to why players would be getting up after the break like this. In case you have not had the pleasure and the privilege to familiarize yourself with some of these players, let me just say they have shown insane talent at navigating all kinds of situations, at playing perfect poker sometimes. Hand is yet to be dealt, the dealer just sorting out the cards. See, especially the man in the frame here, right before the break, essentially trapped Deepak Bothra from India with his ace-king. Limped on the button, induced a jam from the ace-3, and held. And for somebody who started off at the 5 big blind mark, what a comeback it's been. So now the new short stack, Deepak from India, sitting in seat 3, or maybe that's 4, in the middle of the table over there. He's down to about 11 bigs. The blind's still at 25K, 50K. Players actually seeming pretty chatty. I think a lot of these players know that they made it to the final table just by the sheer size of their stacks. Wow, look at that, an ace on the button, 13 big blinds. Deepak never shy to get it in. Indeed, that's what he does, gets it all in. Oh, wow, jacks for Hayato, who has been the most patient person on this table. He will certainly be calling, and we're going to be off to the races here, so to speak. John Perry quickly folds behind. This might be it. The first hand after the break. All eyes on Deepak with the ace-5. Already got punished for the ace-3. Can the ace-5 work out for him here? All the Thai support in the chat. We have, of course, lost some of the viewers that we had, but those who've stuck around, we thank you so much. And in case this hand does go the way that it's supposed to, which is to say Hayato with the 70% favorite does end up winning, we will be at the end of our day and have formed the final table of the main event. Any Indians in the chat? Certainly rooting for an ace here. Hayato, who has simply been the most patient, the most solid player on this table, picking his spots. Never easy. I mean, Deepak flops the world, so to speak. 5 on the flop, and a wheel draw. 9 outs that you see at the top of your screen, all of them live. Deuce not going to cut it. Nobody with a diamond. So still the aces, the 5s, and the 3s. Could this be the last card of the day? Or does Deepak double up? Not to be. Deepak Bothra from India is eliminated. Handshakes all around. He takes it well. He's a consummate professional. And we do have our final table set, ladies and gentlemen. So I thank you so much for being along for the ride. It has been an amazing day of poker, but trust me, we're just getting started in terms of poker because it is all to play for tomorrow. If you joined us today, trust me, you want to be joining us tomorrow, particularly all the fans of Bachara, of John Perry. So make sure you see me tomorrow. We'll be covering the main event final table. We'll see you then.
Final 9 players, congratulations. Once again, stay at your seats. We're going to do the final redraw of the main event.
to get the cards in the air, shuffle up and deal.
Hey, I'm Ray Chu, Marketing Manager of the APT. Welcome to Taipei. I'm thrilled to tell you all about our upcoming series here in this amazing city from April 28th to May 7th. There are so many reasons to join this series. The new venue, Asia Poker Arena, is being built from the ground up and at 55 tables is the largest permanent poker room in Asia to provide the best player experience that APT has to offer. And the main event guarantee is set at 30 million Taiwan dollars. And it's not just about the poker. Taipei is a wonderful city with so much to offer. From the building that stands at 508 meters high, the Taipei 101, to the magnificent temples all around the city, to the gorgeous sunset at Danshui Bridge, to the delicious food at the night markets, and the incredible experience of releasing a sky lantern at Shifen. There's something for everyone. APT Taipei like you have never seen before. And go. And of course, the Asian Poker Tour has an amazing community of poker players. We're excited to welcome you to experience the new era of APT up close and personal. And like we always say, it won't be the same without you.
The APT Taipei main event has a guarantee of 30 million Taiwan dollars. A seat is $1,650 but thanks to Natural 8, you can get yours for just $3. Let me tell you how. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday! Natural 8 has 3 satellite events, one on each Sunday, starting on Sunday, April 2nd. And the guarantees are extremely plus EV. It's a very good deal, you know. It's the best deal. Hey, I give you best price. Sunday, April 2nd, $30 satellite, 10 seats guaranteed. Sunday, April 9th, $200 satellite, 15 seats guaranteed. And Sunday, April 16th, $200 satellite, another 15 seats guaranteed. What an incredible deal. But if you are on an even tighter budget, it's not a problem. Each of these satellites I just mentioned have step satellites starting at $3. And if that's not good enough, there's more! For those who aren't quite ready to go all in on their travel plans for Taipei, boy, do we have a deal for you, because for the first time ever, you can now qualify into the Day 3 of the main event live in Taipei by playing the online Day 1s of the main event on Natural 8 from the comfort of your own home. Step 1. Download the Natural 8 app and play any online main event Day 1 flight. Step 2. Survive the bubble on Day 1. And lastly, Step 3. Jump straight into Day 3 of the live APT main event in Taipei. And if somehow you still can't make it, you're guaranteed a min cash. But don't just take my word for it. You can learn all about these incredibly plus EV satellites and online Day 1s at www.natural8.com. I'll see you in Taipei.